Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was Solar Dragon's heir? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the beginning, in ancient times, many Paizhua or the Order of the Claw, a secret clan practicing kung fu, believed in animal spirits, especially one of the richest and most powerful men in the world, due to his company's work in the highest advanced technology, such as medical. That man's name was Shintō Hyōdō, the current head not only of the company, Hyōdō Technologies, not only that, also the current head of the Hyōdō clan, who was represented by the symbol of the mythological Great Red, Sekyruutei, who were told the story of that famous dragon for generations, because he was the current bearer of the boosted gear, with the soul of one of the two celestial dragons. That dragon was Ddraig, which has the habit of passing from father to son. It is true Hiroto. Hyōdō was the current Sekyruutei, while his wife Seika Hyōdō, formerly Seika Fuyumi, with the help of her brother Aizawa Fuyumi, who also shared a secret, both were the children of one of the three greatest deities of Japan, Amaterasu, the leader of the Shintō Faction trio. The Shintō Faction was allied with the Yokai Faction, given that Seika and the Yokai leader Yasaka were friends when they were little to the point of being almost sisters. Aizawa was also on good terms with her, given that she was the one who saved him from a fallen angel attack. Given that reason, the Shinto and Yokai factions were the only allies. Given that they couldn't trust the other three factions, they could only partly trust the Sky Faction, given their last great war. For that reason, both factions created an order so that normal people could train and release the power of the animal spirit within them. The Paizhua, who according to the stories among the allied clans are the only ones who can release the inner beast, freeing the spirit, in a tangible form and with great power. Only a few are worthy of training with the masters. The only requirement is the duty to protect the innocent from those who want to hurt the innocent. When Hiroto was able to control his spirit animal, the red dragon in this case, when he was about to leave, his good friend and mentor the spirit wolf, Nightwolf, the shaman who helped him find his way, with the Paizhua. At the time he obtained the power of his sacred gear, Nightwolf asked him to have the animal crystal, a small, round, red crystal, which inside contained the figure of the dragon, which was the spirit animal inside. Years later, when Hiroto and Seika met on a mission to investigate a kind of internal conflict within the Order of the Claw, Nightwolf contacted Hiroto through his crystal, and Seika and her brother Aizawa, as a request to the goddess Amaterasu. They had also been joined by the leader Yasaka of the yokai. It was said that there were intruders, but it is not known if they were from the biblical factions that entered the sacred temple. When they found the thieves, they could see that they were two fallen angels, plus two demons. At that, Hiroto screamed when he saw that the thieves were carrying with them a very ancient-looking chest, Daisher, where it was believed that inside was the evil spirit, which could be almost as terrible as the great beast, Trihexa. After identifying the criminals who dared to break into the sacred place, but when they were about to escape, something they never thought happened, the chest opened, a powerful torrent of dark power was released, so that it began to seek the bodies of those who stole the chest that was inside that disgusting power. The dark torrent began to take the form of a human body. Yellow eyes could be seen that shone with great evil and intensity. Then it spoke with great evil and a monstrous voice. Now I am free, now I will take revenge on those who imprison me in this cursed box. But right now I am weak, but I will grow stronger and make this world my new kingdom, and I will plunge it into darkness, and no one, not even Great Red or Ophis, will be able to stop me. After receiving that threat, the specter vanished into thin air, leaving everyone bewildered. Only what remained was the chest that had locked up the spirit of Daisher. Hiroto lifted the chest to give it to Nightwolf to return it to the Paizhua masters. Back then everyone knew their secrets, of the Sekyruutei and the Shinto faction, so that later they would join. About 6 months later. Months passed, and the beautiful and gorgeous wedding of Hiroto Hyōdō and Seika Hyōdō, receiving the great blessing of Amaterasu and Aizawa as the main best man and Yasaka as the godmother. They returned to Tokyo since Hiroto was from there. Then they had 2 children. The first was the eldest son of 6 years old, a boy with brown hair and honey eyes, and the girl of 5 years old, also brown with reddish-brown eyes. Issei, despite his young age, was able to discover that he had great mathematical skills, due to the advanced calculations that he was able to solve without any help, not to mention his physical abilities, since his father asked his friend Nightwolf to help him and Isara in training to release the animal spirits inside them. Isara liked singing much more and had developed acting in her first singing competition in kindergarten. Like her older brother, Isara, when receiving training with Nightwolf, she found the training difficult at first, but thanks to the tutelage of Nightwolf and her father, they were able to advance step by step. Days later, Issei and Isara made a friendship with a girl with light brown hair tied with a blue rubber band, violet eyes, but dressed and acted more like a boy because she fought all the time. The family of this was Christian. That did not matter much to the Hyōdō family, since their children almost did not leave their large mansion, so to speak, and since this young woman's name was Irina Shidu, like a small Western-looking girl Isara's age, with short purple hair and light purple eyes. The name of that girl was Cosette Shelley, like her older sister by 3 years. Her sister's hair was the same color, but long to her back, called Primrose Shelley or Prim. They were adopted by the mother of Issei and Isara, because her older cousin of 15 years, Frida Shelley, because she was the one who asked that in exchange for serving the Hyōdō family, they let her 2 cousins who were like her younger sisters. Saika, seeing Frida with determination in her eyes to not be separated from her family, smiled and accepted that all of them would live with the Hyōdō, until Cosette and Primrose reached the necessary age so they could start with the jobs, labor and domestic. Until then, Prim was like the older sister of Issei and Isara too, which made Cosette happy, but sad given that Irina had to move to Rome, while Frida being the oldest of all, and smiled seeing her cousin's sisters happy. But they also had to study with Nightwolf, because both Hiroto and Saika, when confessing their true origins, accepted training and becoming stronger for the family that gave them a home and a new family. But 5 months later, one tragic day when Hiroto and Issei were returning home after Hiroto took him to Hyōdō Technologies to see what he would do in the future, his son knew that despite his young age he already knew the weight and responsibility. He will do everything possible to not disappoint his father, but something he never thought would happen. A shadow appears in front of them. Hiroto put his son behind him, but at that moment the shadow speaks. It seems that you have already made your life, and the next generation of your power is behind you. Then say goodbye. After speaking that strange shadow threw what seemed to be a spear of light at Issei, who closed his eyes. After feeling that the attack did not arrive, Issei did what he should not have done. He opened his eyes to see something that his life would leave a huge scar. What looked at his father receiving the attack that was originally for him. Dead. Little Issei screamed as he saw his father fall and the spear disappear. Then he looked at the shadow with great rage and anger, but only the shadow said, "If you feel angry, blame yourself for not being strong, ha ha," and then vanish into thin air with an evil laugh. Issei forgot who wanted to attack him, when he felt his father take his hand with the strength he had left, to tell him something. "Son, please don't blame yourself. I did it because I wasn't going to let them hurt you." Coughing up a little blood, he continued. "Don't be afraid. I know very well that you will have many difficulties in the future, but I trust that you will overcome them, because giving him the crystal that Nightwolf gave him, and he takes it to squeeze it tightly while taking her hand. From now on you will be Issei Hyōdō, Pai Joie of the Solar Dragon Spirit, and now the current Sekyruutei. Good luck, son, and take care of everyone," he said, closing his eyes while smiling, then letting go of his 6-year-old son's hand, who was looking at his father's lifeless body. Dad, little Issei shouted. After they found Issei, his mother hugged him tightly, telling him that everything would be okay. His younger sister hugged him just as tightly, making him understand that her brother was not to blame, and Frida, Cosette and Primrose also joined in the hug so that Issei understood that he would not be alone in this. At the funeral, all of Tokyo attended, since Hiroto Hyōdō was quite well known, famous for his donations to bankrupt places and orphanages that are in ruins. Most went to give their condolences to the family. Those who worked at his father's company told Issei, "Don't worry, you're in good hands. We'll take care of the empire until you grow up. Until then, prepare yourself well, son," they finished saying. After that day, Issei Hyōdō never trusted anyone again, other than his family or his mentors. 12 years later. 12 years passed since the tragedy in Tokyo. Issei had worked hard to gain the trust of everyone in his family's company, but had to wait until he had to reach 21 to take the position. Until then, his mother Saika is the director of the company, and his right hand and his uncle Aizawa. Until then Issei had to train his body with the Pai Joie to control the spirit of the solar dragon inside him, and his grandmother Amaterasu helped him control and master his boosted gear, as well as his Shintō demigod power, and Isara fully controlled the power of her storm dragon spirit as well as her demigod power, thanks to her grandfather Susan, Shintō god of the storm, as well as both finished their training with their granduncle Tsukiyomi, Shintō god of the moon. And Issei, now about 18 years old, had arrived at Kuo Academy at the request of his mother. She told him that now, although he was very intelligent with good grades with personal teachers, he would have to adapt to something totally different, but she also warned him that in that area the demons were in charge there and asked him to be discreet and hide his power. But luckily for him, Cosette would go with him to keep him company since his younger sister Isara was already a famous idol and singer, and was already traveling the world fulfilling her dream, which made her brother smile, knowing that his sister was already happy. In front of the academy you could see an older Issei wearing black glasses. He was more mature not only physically but also mentally. He had with him a kind of totally black and hard cane with the handle that had at its tip the red crystal that contained the image of Dragon, which he received from his father, imagine Loki's cane, in the Avengers movie. And next to him is his faithful friend maid Cosette dressed in the female uniform of the academy told him, "Issei-sama, I think it's time for us to go in. According to what we were informed about our room 2C, I think we better go in," Cosette said. "Yes, you're right," and Cosette, "You know you don't have to be formal, you're practically family, just like Aunt Chisato," that's Chisato Hasegawa from Shinmai Mao no Testament. "Primne and Friedne, they're all family, so I don't think you should be so reserved," Issei said smiling, because he rarely smiles. Cosette smiled with her eyes closed, thanking her master for his kindness, but she responded kindly, "Ezin, although I am grateful for all your kindness, you know very well that I serve the Hyōdō family, and I must show respect," she said with a smile. Sighing, he began, "I can't convince you, can I?" he said with a wry smile, to which Cosette smilingly told him no, and Issei only responded, "Fine, it will be as you wish, let's go, we'll be late," he said, entering the academy. The moment he entered, he noticed that there were more women than men, and he remembered that his uncle mentioned that the academy was only for women, then to change to a mixed one. At that moment Issei remembered something important to him, and spoke about it with Cosette, starting, "Hey Cosette, you know when should Asia and Yuma be here? Because I'm worried about the fact that Mom said it would be better for them to live with us while they try to adapt to being part of our family," the young man finished with a little doubt. "They should arrive I think in 2 days, but I'm surprised they wanted to come, given that Asia-chan and Yuma-chan got along well with Primrose-chan, given that Friedne-sama was very strict with them, but I must say that I was surprised by Issei-sama. He knew that Yuma-chan was a fall, and Asia-chan a nun expelled from the church, but he could see in their hearts that they weren't bad. You gave them a hand while they were in trouble, and now they are under the protection of the Hyōdō clan and the Shintō faction, and you are training them as Pai Joie, but why?" he asked. "I couldn't leave any of them helpless and without help. They were betrayed by their masters and were guided to do things like being weapons or sacrifices, and you know that I would never allow that," Issei said with a bit of anger, something that the purple-haired girl noticed. "I understand, Issei-sama. I'm sure you will never allow anyone close to you to be hurt," she said with a smile, at which Issei tells her with a smile, "Thanks Cosette, let's go to class or we'll be late," he said, walking to school. But then he and Cosette felt the presence of several demonic energies. At that Issei says to her, "Cosette, did you feel it?" he asked seriously, at that she answers equally serious. "Yes, Issei-sama, there are several demonic energies in the academy, apparently 2 nobilities, and I think those are." Cosette couldn't finish, because Issei got ahead of her. "The Gremory and Citri clans, right?" he finished seriously, receiving a nod of approval. Then he said, "This is going to be a long day, isn't it?" she asked one of her childhood friends, and she replied, "Absolutely true." Cosette finished, then went with him to school. As they were arriving at the entrance, in an old building they could see 4 girls who seemed to be almost the same age as Issei, one with crimson hair, green-blue eyes and white skin, another with black hair with a ponytail tied with an orange ribbon and violet-pink eyes, another with short black hair, pink eyes with red glasses, and finally a girl with black hair that reaches her back, light brown eyes with blue glasses, semi-framed with square lenses. Yes, sir, they were the 4 most popular girls in the entire school. Rias Gremory, president of the occult club, her queen and vice president Akino Himejima along with them, her friends and rivals Sona Citri, alias Sauna Shirtorai, in the human world, as well as the student council president, and finally Tsubaki Shinra, Queen Citri and her vice president. So, that's the boy. What tied you in the last entrance exam, Sona? Rias asked with some grace. Yes, it's the Issei Hyōdō. I never imagined that the famous Prince of Tokyo would come here, said the student council president with a small smile. Era, it seems that he and the one who accompanied him noticed our presence, said a smiling Akino. I could tell, just by the way and strength with which he gripped his cane. He seemed quite disturbed, said an analytical Tsubaki. I think I've apparently found 2 new, cute deer, Rias said, smiling. Era Butcho, but are you totally sure of what you want to do? Akino asked, also smiling. Yes, don't worry Akino, you Sona and Tsubaki won't have anything to worry about either, Rias finished. I hope you know what you're doing, Rias. I feel something in him, and I don't think it's just his sacred gear? Sona said with a smile. Fufufu, it will be entertaining, Akino River. I just hope it's not a problem for the academy. We have enough with the fallen angel murders around here, Tsubaki said. I think rather, it will be interesting from now on, said the Citri heiress. After the first day of school begins, things won't be easy for Issei given what happened to him in his childhood. Led by the Crimson Princess, Rias Gremory as president and Akino Himejima as vice president, it is a facade of the Gremory clan, where mainly those students reincarnated into demons by the president are part of said club, and where they manage to be able to distribute their missions and be in charge of talking calmly about them, in addition to earning an excuse to justify the time they spend inside said room, were the 2 nobilities in charge of Kuo City, the nobilities of Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. Rias was sitting at her desk while her queen, Akino Himejima, known as the Lightning Priestess. Along with them were the 2 members of her peerage and members of the occult club. First there was a boy standing by the club door while smiling, that was the well-known Prince of Kuo Academy, Yuto Kiba, his knight, a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. Like Issei and the rest of the Kuo Academy boys, he wears the male school uniform, which consists of a black jacket with white details over a white long-sleeve dress shirt with a black bow on the collar, black pants and brown dress shoes. The second was a girl with a stoic expression while eating several candies, was the famous school mascot, Kaneko Tojo, her rook, a small girl of about 15 years old with white hair and hazel eyes. In the front, her hair has 2 long bangs that go beyond her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has short hair. Also wears a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her head, wears the female uniform of the Kuo Academy, although without the shoulder cape. In her Nikomata form, a pair of white cat ears and a matching tail grow, and her pupils become more feline. In front of Rias and Akino were Sona Citri, the king, and also president of the student council. Next to her was Tsubaki Shinra, the queen, Citri, and also her vice president, who were talking to them given the recent arrival of the Prince of Tokyo, Issei Hyōdō, both to their territory as well as to their academy. After that, Sona says to Rias, "Okay, Rias, I think we have everything ready to talk with Hyōdō-kun, but are you sure you want it to be here? Don't you think it's something extravagant?" asked the student council president. "You don't have to worry, Sona. Besides, he and his purple-haired friend will have to get used to this place since they are going to be my cute servants," said the redhead with that smile that characterized her, that made Sona only sigh. "I don't want to offend you, Rias-sama, but what makes you think they'll join you? Or rather, how do you even know they'll join the demon faction?" Queen Citri asked. Excuse me, Rias-sama, but I think I should agree with Sona-sama and Tsubaki-san on that. What are you going to do to get Hyōdō-san and that girl to join us?" asked the knight Gremory, nodding his rook as he continued eating sweets. "Everyone, don't worry, I know what to do, but if in case you refuse, I think I'll have to use a little persuasion method," Rias said, smiling. "I just don't expect you to go and do something you might regret and earn the contempt of both of them," Sona said with narrowed eyes. "And from what I saw of Hyōdō-kun, he doesn't seem like the type of person who likes people who bother him," Tsubaki concluded. Era, if that is the case, I will make sure they join us," Akino said, while everyone thought they saw her sadistic side. After that, Tsubaki looked at her watch and told her king to let him know of a meeting with other people. Kaicho, we have to go, the director is waiting for us, Tsubaki informed her king. Okay Tsubaki, Rias, we'll continue after school. You'll send Kiba-kun as your messenger, right? Citri asked. Correct, Yudo will give him the invitation to come here, Rias answered smiling. I understand, but Rias, if in a given case, you won't take no as an answer, I think you should accept her decision, Sona said. I'm aware of what can happen, but as I told you, I trust in my persuasion, he answered simply. Everyone, upon hearing the king, Gremory, hesitated at first but had to trust her judgment. At that Sona spoke. Fine, I just hope you don't do any of your usual Stockton nonsense, Rias. I'll see you in class. Tsubaki were leaving, Sona finished saying, while Rias put on a slightly angry look, due to her childhood friend's previous comment. Understood Kaicho, Rias-sama, everyone, Tsubaki said, bowing respectfully as she said goodbye. Okay, bye Sona, he said smiling. The Citri were leaving the Occult Research Club, leaving only the Gremories. Then Rias remained at the window, silent until Akino, her best friend and current queen, spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Era, Ufofa Butcho seriously thinks she can convince our Prince of Tokyo to join us. If so, I can't wait to pamper and make that face blush. Just like the girl who accompanies him, it will be a lot of fun, Akino said blushing, while she put her right hand on her right cheek. Don't worry Akino, I know what I'll do. Besides, we all feel the power of both of them. Issei-kun apparently has a powerful sacred gear inside him. It could even be said that his staff is not what it seems, and the girl who is with him seems to have a spiritual power different from any normal human. It would be counterproductive not to bring them with us, given that the fallen angels are still out there waiting and killing left and right. Besides, I won't let Sona get ahead of me this time. Rias said seriously. Fofu, so, are we going to have new companions? I can't wait, she said with her stuck smile. Rias searched her desk for some sort of letter that apparently had the Gremory seal, like an invitation, for our young people just arrived from Tokyo, then looked at her knight and said, Yudo, I think you already know your mission, right? Rias asked with a smile. Hi Butcho, find room 2C, find Hyōdō-san and his companion, give them the invitation and bring them to club. Did I miss something? Asked the knight. No, everything was as I expected. Then the bell rang. I think it's time for school. See you after school, Rias finished. Hi Butcho, they all said before leaving. Before leaving her club, Rias thought, this is going to be very interesting. After thinking about it, she closed the door behind her. Meanwhile, in the academy director's office. As the Gremories returned to their classrooms, our friends stood before the academy director, who spoke to them as he took Issei's hand and shook it while speaking to him excitedly. It is truly a great privilege for us that a young man of your great prestige comes to our humble academy, said the director of Kuo enthusiastically. Believe me, it is an honor for us to study at your school, which has a great reputation, said the brown-haired man with a smile. Yes, Saika-sama thought that both Issei-sama and I should come study here, Cosette finished. Also in 2 days, 2 other girls will come to study here, but they will be living with us while we are in Kuo, Issei finished, giving the director 2 folders containing Asia and Yuma's records. I understand, I see they are under the care of your family, so they will be well received, Hyōdō-sama said the director while reading the folders. Yes, and please don't treat me in a special way, I'm just another student here, director said the brown-haired man smiling, while Cosette smiled too. At that moment, his bell rang, which meant it was time for class, and the principal told him. Oh well, it seems it's time to start the day. Very well, young Hyōdō and Miss Shelley. That's right. There are 2 people who will take you to your classroom. Then there was a knock on your door. Come in. After listening to his director, 2 girls almost the same age as Issei entered. They were Sona Citri, Sauna Shirtarai, and Tsubaki Shinra. Issei looked at them and felt the presence from before, but he knew how to hide it, just like Cosette. Ah, Shitori-san and Shinra-san, I'm glad you're coming. Issei Hyōdō and Cosette Shelley, I'd like you to meet the student council president, Sauna Shirtarai, and the vice president Tsubaki Shinra. Shitori-san and Shinra-san, I think you already know Issei Hyōdō and Cosette Shelley, but especially you Shitori-san, he said, making Sona nod to confirm it, and answered her. Believe me, director, I know Hyōdō-kun well. Sauna spoke, while looking at Issei with a smile. While Issei looked at her equally seriously. No one besides Tsubaki, Rias and Akino were able to tie me in the entrance exams. That's almost impossible. She finished speaking. A totally unexpected feat. You are someone worthy of respect, Hyōdō-kun, Tsubaki said with an equal smile. I appreciate your words, Sauna Kaicho, Tsubaki Fukakeicho. It is a true honor that 2 of the 4 girls with the highest grades praise my efforts, Issei said seriously while holding the crystal of his cane with both hands. Well, Shitori-san, Shinra-san, I called you to escort young Hyōdō and Shelly to their classrooms so they can start their first day of school, the principal informed. Understood, director, said Sauna. We will do it, Tsubaki finished. Thank you very much, said the director smiling, then looked at Issei and Cosette. Very well, Hyōdō-san and Shelly-san, it's time to start your first day. Your schedules were downloaded to your electronic agenda, Hyōdō-san. Now I can say, welcome to Kuo Academy. We expect great achievements from you, finished the director as he sat down in his chair, while everyone bowed respectfully. At that, Issei says, that's right, director, now with your permission we'll be leaving. Issei finished, and then everyone left the director's office. The moment they left the office, Sauna kindly indicated to follow her and Tsubaki to her classroom. As they walked, Issei stopped for a moment while looking at the 2 girls in front of him. He put his hand on his face and adjusted his glasses, and they shone, then see that his eyes were serious, while holding his cane very firmly. Issei-sama, are you okay? Cosette asked worriedly, seeing her friend Master, who stopped for a moment, drawing the attention of the 2 citrus. Yes, just a small headache, don't worry, it's over now, Issei said. With the look he gave Cosette, he gave her to understand that it was because apparently Sauna and Tsubaki are 2 of the presences they felt the moment they entered the academy facilities. Sorry for the delay, Sauna Kaicho, Tsubaki Fukakeicho. Shall we continue, please? Asked the brunette. Of course, please follow us, said the president smiling. After walking, they arrived at room 2C. Tsubaki entered to inform her teacher, while Sauna said something to Issei before leaving. Well, here we are, Hyōdō-kun. I expect great things from you and Shelly-san too, and I hope you are not going to cause any problems. Kuo Academy has a great reputation and we can barely handle a couple of perverts, said the president seriously. I understand, Kaicho. Don't worry, there won't be any problem on my part, and for Cosette too. You can go without worry, you won't have problems with us, Issei said with a serious look, just like his maid friend Cosette. After hearing what Issei said, Tsubaki left the classroom and spoke to him. The teacher is expecting you now, and it's good to hear you say that, Hyōdō-kun. You don't want to tarnish your reputation, do you? She finished with a smile. You don't have to worry, Tsubaki Fukakeicho. That will never happen, Issei said, squeezing the red crystal that contained the dragon figure, which was on the handle of his staff, which made the Citri demons a little tense. Well, Hyōdō-kun and Shelly-san, now we will return to our class, and once again you are welcome to our academy, Sauna said smiling. We appreciate it, Sauna Kaicho and Tsubaki Fukakeicho, Cosette replied, while Issei nodded, then saw the Citri walk away. As they watched the 2 girls walk away, Issei seriously told Cosette something that both he and she noticed. Hey Cosette, did you feel it? Issei didn't finish, since Cosette did. Hi, Issei-sama, those 2 are part of the presences we felt when we arrived, she said equally seriously. But they decided to let this go for now. They were standing in front of the door. At that moment Cosette knocked and the professor opened it and said to them, we were waiting for you 2 to come in, said the teacher, and the 2 of them came in. Moments before the teacher started his class, he made an announcement to his class. All right, young people, before we start class there's an announcement I must make. Today 2 new students are joining us direct from Tokyo, saying that, making the students start whispering. New students? Yeah, I hope they're like Ria-senpai and Eikeno-senpai, shouted Motohama, a young man with short brown hair, who also has a unique ability in his glasses that allows him to take measurements and give a score just by looking at a girl. Yes, more BRs is to look at and appreciate, shouted Matsuda, a young man with a somewhat deformed appearance around the ears, short blue-gray hair, and thick, drooping eyebrows. How disgusting, they are the worst, said angrily Kaori Murayama, one of the members of the Kendo Club. Her appearance is that of a standard girl from Class 2C with brown hair reaching down to her back. Die, you pair of depraved perverts, said with more anger Nana Keitase. Another member of the kendo club, a girl of standard appearance from the same class as her classmate Murayama of the same 2C, her hair is very light brown and relatively short with brown eyes of the same shade. Everyone started to argue, which annoyed the teacher since it was already the same story with those 4 boys, especially with the perverted duo, since they were the most hated of the entire female community. Then a young woman spoke up, drawing everyone's attention, especially the perverted duo. "Hey you 2 versions, will you shut up, the teacher is going to speak," said Aika Kiryu with a smile, to a young woman, with brown hair and always wearing 2 tails on her sides. Her eyes are green and she wears pink circular glasses, so far she has only seen her wearing her academy uniform. "Thank you Kiryu-san. Okay everyone calm down." Now the teacher couldn't finish speaking because there was a knock on the door. When he said, "Come in," the one who entered was Tsubaki Fukukeicho. Everyone fell silent when they saw one of the 4 idols of the academy, and she informed the teacher. "Sorry to interrupt you," Professor Tsubaki said. "Don't worry, Shinra-san." "What do I owe your visit to?" the professor asked, and she said. "They are already here," he said simply. "I understand. Thank you very much, Shinra-san," the teacher thanked him. "With your permission, I will retire to my classroom. I will let you know when you come in," Tsubaki said, bowing respectfully. "If you would be very kind, Shinra-san," the professor spoke. "Current moment." "Ah, we were waiting for you 2 to come in," was what they heard, so Issei and Cosette looked at each other's faces for a moment, and saying, "Here we go," so that Cosette first came in. The moment she came in, all the men started screaming like animals when they saw a foreign beauty, but the girls were stunned when they saw that fine beauty with purple hair. Then the teacher spoke. "All right, young people, calm down. Now why don't you introduce yourself?" The professor said. "Of course, good morning everyone. My name is Cosette Shelley. I come from Tokyo but I was previously from London. It's a pleasure to meet you all," Cosette said, bowing respectfully. "Fine, thanks Shelley-san, but young people, this isn't over yet. Another student joins us. I think many of you will know him, but there will be those who don't. Please come in," indicated the teacher. In that everyone saw a young man with brown hair and black glasses enter, and he was carrying a strange black cane but with a red crystal on the top where Issei held it. "Please introduce yourself," said the professor. "Hi, good morning everyone, my name is Issei Hyōdō and I come from Tokyo. It is a pleasure to meet you all," said the brunette, while bowing politely. There was a brief silence from the rest of the students until a powerful shout broke the sound barrier. "Kia!" All the girls started screaming in awe. "Hey!" The boys shouted, equally impressed. "Issei Hyōdō, the Prince of Tokyo," said the entire room. Issei sighed first, then thought, "There goes my quiet and carefree student life," he finished, when a second voice sounded in his mind. "Ah, your quiet life didn't last even 5 minutes, buddy," said a mocking voice in Issei's head. "Wow, Ddraig, friend, I see you decided to join, on my first day," Issei said internally. "Believe it, those demonic presences woke me from my sleep, but I can see that your status continues to be recognized," said the red dragon in Issei's mind. "Yeah, I guess so, but what can you do?" He finished talking to Ddraig. After speaking with the spirit of the red celestial dragon, he stood in front of the other students still in his shock. Issei, already tired of the noise, and just hit the ground with his cane, surprising everyone. "I think this is better, thank you. I'm sorry about the hit," Professor Issei said, bowing respectfully. "Don't worry, Hyōdō-san, besides I was getting fed up with the scandal," said the teacher. "Now there is someone who would like to ask something to our 2 new members," said the professor. Everyone thought they wanted to ask a question, until a pink-haired girl spoke up asking a question. "I'd like to ask Cosette something, if I may?" Keitase asked. "Hi, please ask," Cosette said, smiling. "Well, I'd like to know, what is your relationship with Hyōdō-san? Is he your boyfriend?" asked the brunette kendo apprentice. "No, we are not. Let me explain. Issei-sama's family has taken us under their care to serve them faithfully, but they have been more our family than our masters," she said sincerely and smiling. So Hyōdō-san's family adopted them," Murayama said, impressed, and Cosette just nodded in affirmation. At that, Issei says, surprising the kendo students, "She is my family and I protect her, even if she says she doesn't need it," Issei said, laughing a little, making Cosette puff out her cheeks. "Okay, does anyone want to ask anything else?" asked their teacher, who was one of the perverted duo, Motohama. "Ah, Motohama-kun, would you like to ask something?" said the professor. "Yes, my question is for the prince," said the boy with glasses, with a bit of anger in his voice. Right? And is that the question?" the boosted gear bearer asked, wondering about the boy's behavior. "It's because another Diamond Bishinin came here. We already had a lot with that idiot Kiba, but you come with that rich kid prestige," he said, shouting, and to top it all off, Matsuda, as well as the rest of several kids shouted, "Yes, let all the Bishinin die." Matsuda and several men shouted at Chestnut. Issei, seeing and hearing that statement, just narrowed his eyes and ignored the childish bickering of those lunatics and spoke. "Does anyone else have a question, but not one of these perverts, please?" Issei said, ignoring those who shouted at him. At that, the brunette with red glasses, a favorite of many, raised her hand, calling the teacher's attention. "Ah, Kiryu-san, would you like to ask something?" the teacher said doubtfully. "Yes, if you allow me, Hyōdō-san," Aika said. "Of course, and with Issei it's fine, please," Issei said with a smile. "Well, Issei, I think my question would be that strange staff of yours. It has a very pretty and shiny red crystal. Is it perhaps an inheritance from your family?" Aika asked when she saw the staff with Issei's dragon crystal. Issei, upon hearing Aika's question, only looked at the handle of the cane that had the red crystal containing the figure of the dragon, which was his father's. He squeezed it, something that Cosette noticed, but in the end he answered her smiling. "Well, to sum up the story, my father gave me the crystal in my staff when I was 6 years old. I'm sorry, but that's all I can tell you," Kiryu-san, Issei said with a nostalgic smile, remembering when he was 6 years old. "I understand, thank you very much. Something tells me we'll get along. The same with you, Cosette-chan, and please call me Aika," said the brunette with glasses while smiling at them. "Thank you," Issei and Cosette said sincerely. "Okay, I think that's enough questions, Hyōdō-kun and Shelly-san. There are 2 places by the window. Can you come sit down to start class?" said their teacher, receiving thanks from both students as they go to their places. Issei and Cosette, when they arrived at their places, sat down and the class began. After the class had ended, meanwhile, the teacher had already left. The whole classroom formed a circle around the newcomers. At that, Matsuda and Motohama slammed Issei's desk, yelling at him. "Hey, Prince!" Matsuda shouted, getting Issei's attention as he finished checking his electronic agenda. "To look at him, you may be famous in your city, but here you are not, and I hope that." "Hey, are you listening to me?" Shouting even crazier when he saw that Issei was only paying attention to his agenda, while checking his work for his family's company. At that moment, Issei got up from his seat, put his agenda in his shirt pocket, and took his cane to go to Cosette and tell her. "Cosette, do you think Mom already sent home the contracts with the loan service information?" Issei asked Cosette. "I understand from Saika-sama that he asked Friedeni-sama to send them and they should arrive this afternoon," Cosette said, remembering. No one understood what Issei and Cosette were talking about, until a certain pair of perverts got fed up and Matsuda tried to take his cane away and yelled at him. "Ah, hey Prince, don't ignore me." But Issei took his staff from him, then turned it so that the handle was down while he held the tip, and hit Matsuda in the jaw and apparently broke his glasses, leaving him on the ground and out of combat. And the bearer of the sacred gear tells him very seriously, "Dare to touch my cane again and believe me, your glasses won't be the only thing I'll break," he said, sharpening his gaze, and then Motohama ran to Issei while shouting, "Dim in it." Now see, Motohama couldn't finish because Issei swung his staff again, to hold its handle again and hit the bald man's legs with its tip, making him stumble and fall face down on the ground, leaving him knocked out and on the ground. The other boys watched the scene with fear and shouted that they would not mess with our Issei, while the girls looked at Issei with the typical hard eyes, and Keitase and Murayama looked at him with admiration and said, "You really knocked them out in a few seconds," said the pink-haired girl, impressed. "Yes, we tried to beat them up more, but they kept getting up as if nothing had happened." "Hyōdō-kun, how did you knock them out with one hit?" the brunette asked, but Cosette answered them first. "Issei-sama, he had received training at an early age, but those blows are nothing, I can assure you of that," he said with a smile. "Yes, and I also dislike their attitude. Who are these clowns in first place?" Issei asked when he saw the fainted ones. Issei, Cosette-chan." Aika began to speak, but couldn't finish since she looked at the knocked-out perverts on the ground and continued speaking. I see that you already had the pleasure of personally meeting the perverted duo of our academy, and I see that you gave them a surprise, right, Issei? She said, smiling. So, perverted duo, huh? He said, thinking. To continue, so this is the pair of perverts who are causing problems in the academy, and of whom Saunakaicho and Tsubaki Fukukeicho were talking about, right? How come they don't get expelled? Issei asks credulously. Cosette also thought the same. Believe us, we ask ourselves that question too, Keitei said. That's practically a mystery. Murayama finished. Well, at least you'll agree with me, Issei, that they won't even bother you, like Cosette-chan, Aika said, smiling. Hyōdō-kun. Keitei couldn't finish, because Issei indicated with his hand to stop, and he said. Issei, Murayama and Keitei didn't understand. Call me Issei, just like Aika, and if we're going to study together for this time it would be best if we get along, right? Issei finished. Then, the kendo apprentices smile at him and say understood, Issei-kun, at the same time. Cosette took the floor and asked, Keitei-san, were you going to ask Issei-sama something? She said doubtfully. Thanks for reminding me, Cosette-chan. She thanked the purple-haired maid, turned her gaze to Issei and spoke. Issei-kun, I was wondering if I could see your cane? She asked, surprising Issei, and he said, why? He asked doubtfully, looking at the brunette. Well, I can see that your cane looks quite hard, and also very resistant. You could even say it's the sheath of a real sword, Keitei said with shining eyes. Keitei, Murayama scolded her brunette friend, and said you shouldn't ask him for that. Even you can see that that staff is very important to Issei-san, and Murayama didn't finish because Issei stopped her kindly and said, Murayama-san, calm down. Of course Keitei-san is all yours, holding his cane with both hands in front of her, but he told her before, but be careful, it's a bit heavy, he finished with a smile. The moment Issei gave Keitei his staff, wow, it's so heavy, like a real sword, and at the same time very thin, and it doesn't seem to have a single scratch from the beating you gave those pair of pigs, he said while analyzing the staff, but the moment he looked at the crystal, he said, wow, how beautiful, she said when she saw the red crystal, but she noticed that it had a kind of golden figure in the shape of a dragon, and she spoke to her pink-haired and brown-haired friends. Hey Murayama, Aika, come see this. Calling them. What's up, Keitei? The pink-haired girl said as she approached her friend, just like Aika. Look, he told them, showing the glass. Wow, she has a figure, but if you look closely, you could even say that she is. Aika didn't finish because Issei got there first. A dragon? If that's it, the brown-haired boy said simply, and Cosette finished by saying, the red dragon has been the symbol of the Hyōdō family for generations, and that is why the symbol of Hyōdō Technologies is that of a dragon. Cosette finished explaining. Wow, it's very beautiful. It's incredible that this crystal is passed down from father to son, Aika said. After looking at it carefully, Keitei returned it to Issei and he just said thank you, but everything turned into chaos when all the girls in the room started screaming, including Keitei and Murayama, but Cosette and Issei were able to observe the cause of such a disturbance. They saw that the one who caused the screams was none other than the young Yudo Kiba, who approached Issei and Cosette with his characteristic smile. The moment he reached them, he spoke with a smile. Excuse me, Issei Hyōdō-kun and Cosette Shelly-san, right? The blonde asked. Yeah, and you are? Issei asked when he saw this young man and felt that presence. Excuse my lack of manners, my name is Yudo Kiba, I'm from room 2B, I'm here to deliver this to you. He finished speaking to give Issei the letter that Ria sent him. At that, Yudo says with a smile, it's an invitation from Butcho in the Occult Research Club, and she wants you to go after school. He finished speaking still with a smile. Issei looked at the invitation, turned the letter over, and looked at the red sealing wax on the back, and immediately recognized it and said out loud, Gramriha? He said, surprising Cosette. So you know her, that will be easier than waiting for the answer. Fine, I'll go just if Cosette comes with me? Issei said. Of course, in fact, Butcho asked me to take them both, he said, still smiling. I understand, we will wait for you, Kiba-san, Cosette said. Only Kiba nodded, smiling as he left the room, leaving everyone without knowing what to say until Keitei said, or rather shouted, Kia. Issei-kun and Cosette-chan were invited by none other than Ryasune-sama herself to her club. It's very unfair. She said, pouting. Calm down, my friend. But it's incredible that on your first day you're invited by the #1 beauty of the academy, Murayama said. But, Issei, how did you know Grimoire-senpai without even hearing his name? Kiryu asked. Issei looked at Cosette, then sighed and answered her. My family cancelled business with the Grimoires. Seeing that they couldn't agree on certain things, he said honestly. Hey, I understand. I hope you don't do anything wrong to him, he said with his characteristic wicked smile. Aika, I would like you to please not compare me with the pair of lumps down there, she said while pointing with her cane at the pair of perverts lying on the ground. She just smiled apologetically. To hear the bell, that meant the break was over, and they returned to their seats to greet their new teacher. But Issei had other things on his mind with a certain dragon. Ddraig, you felt Kiba-san's presence, right? Issei asked his partner internally. Yes, it's that of a demon, and from the density of his aura I'd say that of a knight, but it's unknown if the red dragon didn't finish because Issei spoke. Yeah, it's a Grimoire or a Citriha? I think we'll find out soon, he said, finishing speaking. After that mental chat, he returned to his reality. The day passed until classes ended. Murayama, Kates and Aika said goodbye to Issei and Cosette, telling them that they would see them tomorrow. They went to the classroom door and found Kiba, and Issei spoke. Okay, Kiba-san, we're here. Will you guide us to your club, please? He asked the blonde. Sure, follow me please, Kiba said smiling. We'll be in your care, Kiba-san, Cosette said politely. After the little talk, Yudo Kiba guided our Paijois. They saw that they were arriving at a building that looked somewhat old. They entered and were in front of the door of the club that invited them. Kiba knocked on the door and heard a female voice saying, "Come in," and opened the door, and they entered. The moment they entered that club, they saw that it had a decoration that many would consider satanic. Seeing several seals on the walls and on the floor, Kiba surprised Issei and Cosette with his voice saying, "Butcho, I brought them," Kiba said, bowing spittily in front of the girl at the desk, who was with another black-haired girl next to her. "Fine, thanks Yudo, please fly to your place," said a red-haired girl, making Kiba go back with a girl who seemed to be a first year. While she was eating sweets, Issei, seeing the redhead, tightened his grip on his staff a little, while Cosette tightened her hands, and then the brunette asked, "So, you're Rias Grimoire, I suppose?" The brunette asked. "Yes, it is an honor to be known by the famous Prince of Tokyo," he said with a smile. So you're Issei, right?" "You're very cute," Akino said with a smile while licking her lips. "Thanks, I guess." Then Issei couldn't finish speaking since he heard a knock at the door. "Come in," said the redhead, letting in two girls whom Issei and Cosette immediately recognized. "Saunakaicho and Tsubaki Fukukeicho, they are here," Cosette said, impressed. "I suppose that they, along with you two, are the 4 idols of the academy, am I wrong?" Issei said analytically, so Rias responded with a smile. "That's right, Hyōdō-kun, but I think it's time to get to the point," standing up from his seat. "That's right, Hyōdō-kun, but earlier how did your first day go? I heard that the perverted duo was sent to the infirmary," said the council president. "The strange thing is that their jaws were dislocated," Tsubaki exclaimed. Issei tensed upon hearing that, but Cosette turned him on his head when she said, "It's just that Motohama-san touched Issei-sama's cane without permission and hit him, just like Matsuda-san." He finished speaking, receiving a sigh from his master friend. "Well, I think that doesn't matter now. We have to talk to you too." Sauna finished. "Sauna is right. Now I would like to ask you both a question." He spoke with his smile. "Which one would that be, Grimoire-senpai?" the brown-haired boy asked. "Do you believe in the supernatural?" Rias asked, smiling at them. "In demons, angels, and fallen angels?" Akino continued. "Not much," Cosette said seriously. "They're just legends," Issei said, equally serious. "Hyōdō-kun, that's not entirely true anymore," Sauna said, as she and Tsubaki stood next to the Grimoire nobility. Issei and Cosette stood on guard, waiting until Rias and company spread their wings and calmly spoke. "Hyōdō-kun, you don't have to act innocent anymore. We know you have a sacred gear, while Cosette has a very strange spiritual power that made both of them tense. And we know that you felt our presence when the two of you arrived here," Akino said, smiling. "So you 6 are demons, huh?" Issei said. "And from what I see, Yudo-san and the other girl," pointing at Kaneko, "are from the Grimoire nobility, while Kaicho and Fukukeicho are from the Citri. I'm correct, right?" Cosette concluded. Well deduced, Cosette-chan of Fofu, that's why my butcho wants to ask you too something, Aquino said smiling. What, serious thing? Issei serious. Join my nobility, and be members of my family, Rias said proudly. Are you serious? Cosette asked credulously. Yes, with me you will have everything. Rias couldn't finish, because she saw something she never thought she would see, just like the others. Ha ha ha. Issei and Cosette were laughing at her. No, I can't believe it, this really is amazing, Issei said while laughing. I thought the demons would be moderate, they would be something else, but it's unprecedented, Cosette said laughing. Hey, what are you laughing at? It's not funny, Rias said, somewhat annoyed. Hey senpai, you can be whatever you want, but we have everything we need and I think that's our signal. Cosette, we're leaving, we have work to do. Sauna Kaicho, Tsubaki Fukukeicho, see you tomorrow, saying goodbye to them, while they gave them both a smile and told them the same thing, but there was someone who didn't like that they were making fun of his king. No one disrespects her and mocks Ria-sama without paying the consequences. Kiba shouted angrily, creating a sword in his right hand. You don't know. Rias shouted, while the demons watched in amazement as Yudo was going to attack Issei and Cosette from behind. They just said to each other. Then it will be like that, don't you think, Cosette? Issei said with his eyes closed, while he twirled his cane but still holding the handle. Cosette told him. Yes, something told me it would have to be the hard way. Hey Sama, he sighed with his eyes closed. At the last moment, a metallic sound was heard, surprising everyone but Yudo, since his sword attack was stopped by a simple staff, courtesy of Issei. Then with a movement of his staff he separated Kiba from him. Cosette, I think something tells me we'll be late to review loan contracts, Issei said seriously. Hi Issei-sama, but do you want to do this? Just as serious. I've never been more sure, he said as he took his staff from its handle and body, as it began to turn into ashes while, like Commander Yamamoto from Bleach, with his Zanpakuto, it began to leave the shape of a sword sheath, and you could see that the dragon crystal was more or less at the beginning of the edge of his sword, still sheathed. See Saya's second sword from Blood Plus Images Prod. Anime_blood_. And so Issei and Cosette met those who were watching them, but something tells me that it won't be what either of them wanted after this. Nothing will be the same. He had received a warm welcome at school from his classmates, one better than the other, but at that moment Yudo Kiba, who was secretly the knight of Rias Gremory, the president of the old building of the Occult Research Club, inviting him and Cosette to his club after school. Accompanying Yudo, they went to the aforementioned club. They had gone to a somewhat old building, but after entering inside, they found some young women inside a kind of room, a first-year girl with silver hair and yellow eyes, and there were two older girls from third year. One had a voluptuous figure with blue-green eyes and a long crimson hair, and the other girl was equally voluptuous, with black hair and purple eyes. Issei and Cosette, upon feeling all their auras, determined that they were one of the two nobility that were in charge of the city, and then they heard the club door being lightly knocked, and when Yudo opened it, our two paizhwa observed the two girls that entered. They were none other than Sona Citri, Sauna Shirtorai, at the academy, the king, and Tsubaki Shinra her queen. Then after having revealed to our heroes that everyone there was a demon, the problems began. The moment Rias proposed to both of them to join her peerage, Issei and Cosette just did this thing that no one would believe. Ha ha ha. Issei and Cosette were laughing at her. No, I can't believe it, this is incredible, Issei said while laughing. I thought the demons would be moderate, they would be something else, but it's unprecedented, Cosette said laughing. Hey, what are you laughing at? This isn't funny. Rias said, somewhat annoyed. Hey senpai, you can be whatever you want, but we have everything we need and I think that's our signal. Cosette, we're leaving, we have work to do. Sauna Kaicho, Tsubaki Fukukeicho, see you tomorrow, saying goodbye to them, while they gave them both a smile, and since they knew that this was something that would happen. But what no one thought was that a certain blonde would do something against our friends from Tokyo. Yes, it was Yudo, who was foolishly going to attack our young businessman while shouting at him very angrily. No one disrespects her or makes fun of Ria-sama without paying the consequences. Kiba said, creating a sword in his right hand. You don't know. Rias shouted, while the demons watched in amazement as Yudo attacked Issei and Cosette from behind. They just said to each other. So it will be like that, don't you think, Cosette? Issei said disappointedly with his eyes closed, while he turned his cane but still holding the handle, and Cosette said equally disappointed. Yes, something told me it would have to be the hard way, Sama, he sighed with his eyes closed. At the last moment, a metallic sound was heard, surprising everyone but Yudo, since his sword attack was stopped by a simple staff, courtesy of Issei. Then with a movement of his staff he separated Kiba from him. Cosette, I think something tells me we'll be late to review loan contracts, Issei said seriously. Hi Issei-sama, but do you want to do this? Just as serious. I've never been more sure, he said as he took his staff from its handle and body, while it began to turn into ashes, like Commander Yamamoto from Bleach, with his Zanpakuto, leaving the shape of a sword, see Saya's second sword from Blood Plus Images prod anime_blood_. After everyone saw the strange change in Issei's staff, Sona stared at what appeared to be a sword and asked somewhat excitedly, "What kind of thing is that?" Sona said, "Kaicho, that sword isn't its normal, it emits a kind of aura," Tsubaki said, analyzing the sword. After seeing Issei's sheathed sword, Kiba, showing even more fury in his eyes, says to him, "No, you only dared to make fun of Ria-sama, but you also carry a sacred sword." Kiba exclaimed, very enraged, but even more so when he saw Issei's sword sheath. Issei, upon hearing such a statement, hardened and sharpened his gaze and answered her something serious but calm. "Holy sword, you say? Don't you dare insult my sword with those chopsticks, do you understand?" he said seriously. Then he hit him with the tip of his sheath, knocking him out. Everyone, with the obvious exception of Cosette, felt a great pressure, felt Issei's gaze, and were even more surprised that he defeated Yudo with a single blow, but then Cosette spoke to him, trying to convince her friend master. "Issei-sama, I think we should go now, remember we have work to do," she said, calming him down. He began sighing. "Just because you asked me, Cosette." "Fine," Issei said, releasing the handle and turning his sword back into his cane. "First of all, I'm truly sorry for laughing in that way that you found offensive." Grimoire-senpai, Issei said, tilting his head, as did Cosette. Everyone hearing that just waited for Rias to say something, until she spoke. "Of course, and thank you very much for your apology and I accept it, but may I ask why did the two of you start laughing when I proposed you join my peerage? Many would kill themselves just for wanting to join?" Rias said doubtfully. Issei really doubted whether he should tell that secret, but seeing Cosette with a smile, he thought it was better than keeping that secret, since sooner or later they would discover it. "Well, I think we should start with the basics. I am Issei Hyōdō, a Shinto demigod, grandson of Amaterasu, the queen of the Shintō faction, and Susanoo, Shinto god of the storm, and nephew-grandson of Tsukiyomi, god of the moon, and lastly also a Paijwa, a warrior of the Yokai faction alliance." Just like Cosette. Issei, as he finished speaking, he and Cosette released their auras filled with energy to make their point, sending everyone to their knees. Rias stood up, looking a little disoriented, but President Sauna began to speak to her seriously. "The Shinto faction? Why is someone from the faction that faced the three great factions in the last great war here? I thought your faction hated bloodshed." After that, Sauna thought something serious to see Issei and Cosette. "Issei-sama and we have only come to study like all young people of our age, and with respect to the second. Yes, the Shinto faction detests bloodshed, that is why it is neutral, and does not care in the least about the quarrels of the three factions of the Bible," the maid finished explaining. "In addition to the fact that we have the alliance of the Yokai faction, since the demons for them are not that trustworthy," Issei finished seriously. After hearing that, everyone got a little angry, but they knew it was true. But Sauna spoke up. "Hyōdō-kun, I would like to ask if you can stop by the council room tomorrow?" Sauna asked seriously, and confirmed it when she saw Issei's distrustful face. "Don't worry, I can assure you that I won't do anything to them. I just want to talk like civilized people, so will you come? And of course that goes for you too, Shelly-san." Sauna finished with a smile. Issei meditated. A few seconds later he hit the floor with the tip of his cane, alerting everyone a little, but after thinking about it he only glanced at Cosette, to see if they had a job or a meeting with the Hyōdō family. "Don't worry, Issei-sama, the meeting with your mother and the rest of the Hyōdō family will be tonight," he finished with a smile. "Well, Saunakaicho, I think I'll see you tomorrow at the student council. Just like you Tsubaki Fukukeicho. Well, with all that said, ladies young man, we're going to go now. Good afternoon. Let's go Cosette. She finished with a bow and Issei and Cosette were about to open the door, until a certain redhead spoke. Issei Hyōdō, why are you so serious in front of all of us? It seems that you only trust your personal maid. The Gremory girl asked doubtfully. Issei, upon hearing that question he only stopped, still with his back to everyone. Cosette noticed that her master friend's hand was gripping the handle, more specifically his crystal. Issei felt Cosette's hand on his shoulder. He looked at her gratefully only to look seriously at Rias Gremory and answer her calmly. I'll just say something very important was taken from me when I was very young. Just settle for that Gremory. He finished to walk again until a certain platinum-haired girl. Hey senpai, I'll teach you how to treat my king. Kaneko finished expressionlessly and started hitting Issei, until Cosette instinctively. You must be more careful who you attack if you don't want to start a war. Nikomata he finished, leaving everyone surprised, especially Kaneko, not only because she caught his fist and hit her hard in the stomach, knocking her out, but also because they apparently knew Kaneko's secret. Rias, after helping her knight, went to help her tower, just looked, and asked Cosette, hey, how do you know that? She exclaimed, very surprised, but Issei got there first to her maid. When we were trained as Paijwa, we went to Kyoto and there we trained with several Nikomatas, but they did use all their power. Issei finished explaining, only for Rias to take his hands and look at him with stars in her eyes, something that embarrassed the others, and said to the brown-haired boy, did you go to Kyoto? That's Inc. Rias couldn't finish speaking, because Issei told her seriously. You have until 3 to let me go, okay? He said with sharp eyes. Rias, seeing Issei's gaze, could swear she was seeing a huge red dragon with a golden aura. It made her tremble and she released it. Okay, we're leaving, see you tomorrow. Walking again and leaving. After our protagonists left the club, Rias was still trembling, something Sauna noticed. What's wrong with you? Rias, you look like you've seen a ghost, he exclaimed upon seeing the redhead's scared expression. Not a ghost, a Sona dragon. When I saw his eyes I could see the figure of a large red dragon, but with a golden aura like the sun, he said, trying to stop shaking. Era, Butcho had apparently made our prince angry by just entering his otaku mode. Upon hearing the word Kyoto, Akino said, a little disappointed by how her king had acted. Rias, I told you not to do anything that will embarrass us. Now I think Hyōdō-kun thinks of you as a little girl, Sona said, somewhat disappointed, taking off her glasses and massaging her eyes. That was very foolish of you, Riasama. Too foolish. Tsubaki finished just like Sona. Hey, I think I get it now, thanks a lot. Rias said, somewhat annoyed, then looked at her 2 servants, who were starting to get up. The first thing Rias did was reprimand both of them for their actions. Seriously, you 2 almost got us into a dangerous situation, especially you, Yuto, going to directly attack Hyōdō-san, just because he started teasing us. Listen, that also bothered me, but you could have started a war between the demon faction and the Shintō faction, Rias said, scolding her knight to turn to look at her rook. And for you too, Kaneko, I think you should be thankful that it wasn't him, but Shelly-san who gave you the final blow, she exclaimed with her arms crossed. Yuto and Kaneko just looked down, somewhat embarrassed, and continued to receive their master's scolding. Listen to me carefully, both of you. Even if you don't agree, tomorrow you will apologize to Hyōdō-san, so that he doesn't think badly of us. Then Rias took a small breath and spoke calmly and softly. Please, would you do it for me? She finished asking. Both Gremory servants hesitated at first but sighed in resignation and nodded, stating that they would do as their king did, and getting up with some difficulty as they were short of oxygen. Thanks to the blows that our favorite brunette and purple-haired girl gave them. But then Akino, her loyal queen, said to the redhead, Era Butcho, I think that's where her chance to make him her servant went. Besides, it seems that he doesn't like her, he said with a typical smile. I know, Akino, don't rub it in my face, okay? Rias exclaimed like a child. Rias, Tsubaki and I are leaving, we have work to do, and they also have a renegade to catch tonight, said the student council president as she left. Okay. Thanks for letting us know, Sona. Okay guys, we have work to do, go Gremory clan. Rias finished as she created a transport circle and walked through it. Hi Butcho, they all said upon hearing their mistress, and they all passed by her circle. After passing through their circle, They left Sona and Tsubaki alone. Before leaving, the vice president asked her, "King Kaicho, can we really trust Hyōdō-kun?" He really seemed very angry when Ria-sama asked him that question before leaving, and I could swear he was gripping the handle of his cane very tightly, said his loyal queen. King Citri meditated for a minute, then sighed, drawing Tsubaki's attention and then telling her, "It's like I told Hyōdō-kun, Tsubaki tomorrow will go talk like civilized people, and I see that he trusts me more than Rias because of what she did," said the black-haired girl. Seriously but sincerely. "I understand, Kaicho. I think it's time to go," he said, opening the door for his mistress. "Yes, let's go," said the young Citri. Then they went to their classroom, while with our two protagonists they arrived at the house where they lived while staying in Kuo. Imagine it as Byakuya's house from Bleach. They entered, but the difference was that this house that seemed to be from the ancient Edo era had a security system of the most advanced technology courtesy of Issei's uncle, Aizawa. Not to mention the same courtesy of Hyōdō technologies, and fused with a bit of the Shintō Faction's magic and energy, which prohibited those with a dark and evil heart from ever entering. While inside that house, in a room that looked like a private office, it was Issei's own work office, as the future director of his family's company, especially since he can talk to his family there calmly. How, you might ask? His office has holographic projectors to make his conversations more real. Now we find our hero, sitting at his desk, carefully reading, signing and sealing loan application contracts that his mother had sent him, when Cosette, his loyal maid and childhood friend, knocks on the door before entering. "Knock, knock, knock, Issei-sama, may I come in?" he asked from behind the door. Issei, upon hearing Cosette, only took off his glasses, to massage his eyes, and then stretched a little to answer her kindly. Of course, Cosette comes in, then he puts his glasses back on and returns to his work. Cosette came in with a tray containing a teapot and a cup with a dragon design on the front. She placed the cup holder on the tray and with it the cup to begin pouring her tea. "So how's work going, Issei-sama?" he asked with a smile. "Believe me, there are many that are from bank accounts that have already expired. The future of many innocent people are at stake. Difficult decisions have to be made, Cosette, and truly difficult ones," Issei said, finishing sealing. "Including what decisions she will make when she goes with Sauna Shirtorai, or rather, Sona Citri. Do you think we can trust her? I mean, Rias Gremory has proven to be unreliable. I just don't want her to get hurt," Cosette said worriedly. Issei listened attentively to Cosette's words and responded calmly, "Hey, before I was the one who worried about all of you, but don't worry, besides you know very well that I know how to defend myself," he finished, standing up, and going to take his cane from the shelf where it was placed. "I hope so, Issei-sama," Cosette said, still a little worried about Issei. But suddenly a small alarm started to sound, alerting both boys. Issei, seeing whose name it was, the person calling him, could only smile sincerely, and approached the switches, to just activate the projectors and start the video call. "I'm glad to see that you both enjoy the afternoon sun," Cosette said, a voice, a smiling woman. The projection was visualized to a woman with long brown hair, eyes like Issei's. She was in the 35 to 40 years old, but her appearance seemed to be 25 years old. Apparently being a pure-blood goddess has its advantages. She was the mother of Issei and Isara Hyōdō Seika Hyōdō. "I'm also very happy to see you," Mom said, our brown-haired boy, while smiling happily upon seeing his mother, a smile he rarely makes since he was a child. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Seika-sama," Cosette said, bowing. "I'm glad to see you too, but son, I think there's something you need to tell me, right?" Issei's mother said, somewhat seriously. "Yes, mother, the demons in charge felt our presence, and it seems they don't want to go unnoticed," Issei said equally seriously. "So the demons know about us, but I see you did something, didn't I?" he said with an amused smile. "Ah, what a solution. I knew you would realize it sooner or later," Issei replied, sighing. "Issei-sama, I think she knows, because it was Seika-sama along with Chisato-sama and Tsukiyomi-sama who created her staff sword," Cosette said with a smile. "Son, did you really think that I wouldn't feel the energy released from your Rujingetsu?" Seika said, smiling. "I don't think so. Sorry about that," Mom said, the brunette somewhat embarrassed, then continued listening to his mother. "And tell me, Issei, what do you think of the heiresses of the demon houses of Gremory and Citri?" asked the eldest of the Hyōdō. To put it simply and sincerely, well mother, I think Gremory seems to be more than a child, someone with whom you can talk, he said, somewhat annoyed, remembering the redhead. Above all, it seems that your 3 or maybe 4 servants do not seem to have exploited their full potential, Cosette exclaimed seriously. She seems to be someone who has never fought hand-to-hand. Really, what about Sona Citri? You said she seemed more trustworthy, her mother answered seriously. She seems to be someone cold and calculating. She is definitely someone who deserves our respect, and it seems that tomorrow she wants to talk to us about something, Issei said as he sat down in his chair at his desk. Do you think it's because you're our faction? Or maybe you felt Draig's power? Saika asked, somewhat seriously. At that the green crystal shone from Issei's right arm, alerting everyone, he began to speak. I don't think so. Those demons only said that my partner had a powerful, sacred gear. Apparently they didn't sense that it was one of the 13 Longinus. Ddraig finished, then went back to sleep. Well mom, I think that's the answer, Issei said with a slight twitch in his left eye. Yes, I realized that now, her mother replied, then looked at her pocket watch and realized it was already late. Look at this, before I go, Issei. Cosette, there are 2 pieces of news I must tell you, Issei's mother began to speak. News? Cosette began doubtfully. What news, mother? Issei concluded, also hesitant. Well son, I think you should know that your sister will be going to Kuo next month, he said with a nervous smile. Isara, come here? To Kuo? Issei said, slightly surprised, and also curious because he knew well that his younger sister's idol singing job was very stressful, and Cosette asked. But will you be coming for a concert or a break from your tour, or will you just be joining us for a little visit, Saika-sama? Cosette said curiously. Well not exactly, Issei's mother began with a slight tick and then sent an email to her son's personal computer with some special information. I think the 2 of you should see this in detail, she finished while closing her eyes for a moment. Issei, hearing the sound of a new email, he and Cosette reviewed and read the information in detail. They only smiled with some irony and laughed a little until the brunette spoke. First sighed. So, my cute little sister is coming to study at the academy. Oh, and tell me mom what Primne said. About this I mean she's her manager, right? Issei said curiously. She agreed. She said Isara needed a break, and Isara said it would be amazing to go to school in the city they are in now, since she hasn't seen them in a year, the brunette woman said sincerely. It would be lovely to have Issei-chan here, and Saika-sama is right, Issei-sama. We haven't seen her for a long time since she started her tour, Cosette said nostalgically. Issei thought for a moment and drank some of his tea until he made a decision. Well, if you put it that way, we accept it, and it is, as they say, it will be nice, having someone else in this big house. Well, besides that, Asia and Yuma will come the day after tomorrow, Issei said, smiling defeated. Regarding that last thing, son, Cosette is fine. There is something you should know, Issei and Cosette just looked on curiously. The next day, meanwhile, our protagonists are in class. At Kuo City Airport, 2 girls just got off the plane. One was about 15 years old, blonde with emerald green eyes, dressed like a church messenger, like in the series the first time she appears, and the other was about the same age as Issei and Cosette, with long black hair down to her hips and violet eyes. Both had something in common, and that was that they had kind expressions. Yuma-san, was it really okay for us to arrive a day earlier than agreed? Asia Argento asked. Don't worry, Asia. Besides, I'm sure that Issei and Cosette-chan will be happy to see us, said the fallen angel Yuma Amano. Yes, I guess you're right. Well, let's look for the address of the house where they are living, Asia said, starting to walk with a paper in her hand. I'm going with you, Asia. Wait for me. Yuma ended up following her. Now that Issei and Cosette have met the demons in charge of the city, what will happen now that the Hyōdō family's wards are with them? At Kuo City Airport, 2 girls who had just gotten off the plane. One was about 15 years old, blonde with emerald green eyes, dressed like a church messenger, like in the series the first time she appears, and the other was about the same age as Issei and Cosette, about 18 years old, with long black hair down to her hips and violet eyes and dressed like a student, the uniform from episode 1. Both had something in common, and that was that they had kind expressions. Yuma-san, was it really okay for us to arrive a day earlier than agreed? Asia Argento asked with some hesitation. Don't worry, Asia. Besides, I'm sure that Issei and Cosette-chan will be happy to see us, said the fallen angel, Yuma Amano, very happy. Yes, I guess you're right. Well then, let's look for the address of the house where they are living, Asia said, smiling as she put her suitcase on her shoulder and started walking with a paper in her hand. I'm going with you, Asia. Wait for me. Yuma ended up following her as he had just finished putting on his backpack. Meanwhile, at Kuo Academy, in their English class. Meanwhile, our young Yuma and Asia were looking for the Hyōdō residence. Our young Shintō and Paijua were having the class that for many, as the perverted duo, would be the most difficult subject of all, but not for our protagonists from Tokyo. Whoever does not remember the following phrases does not deserve to be called an otaku, without recognizing which anime it is from. Listen to the voice of God. And while their teacher was reading and translating a phrase from English to Japanese, everyone was trying to translate it so that it was their turn to continue reading, everyone except Issei and Cosette, but especially the brunette who had his eyes closed, while he was deep in thoughts that had to do with the second news that his mother had told both him and Cosette. Flashback. Yesterday afternoon, at the Hyōdō residence, more specifically in Issei's private office, he and Cosette had received a call from the chestnut-haired boy's mother to talk to them regarding the demons in charge of the city and to give them some news. The first one was that Issei's younger sister, Isara, was going to Kuo next month to study at the academy. And the second one, not very rewarding, but at the same time, it was true that a couple of girls who were under the family's care would arrive at Kuo tomorrow instead of the day after tomorrow. Okay, Mom, let me see if I understood what you told us so far. Okay, so you're saying that Asia and Yuma took the first flight to Kuo a while ago, to arrive tomorrow at 12 p.m., instead of the day after tomorrow? The brunette asked while rubbing his eyebrows, trying to process the news. And what Wani-chan, had I drawn the map wrong, with the supposed address to find our house? Honestly, Primrose never learns. I bet she's being scolded by Friedeni-sama right now for that mistake. Isn't that right, Saika-sama? Cosette said with her hand on her face, her eyes closed and somewhat tired because she knew well the clumsiness of her older sister. Yes, I know that you must already be very busy now, with the Gremory and the Citri lurking, but I would like that after you finish talking with the Citri nobility you go look for them. If you don't mind. The older brunette finished speaking to her two boys. Don't worry, Mom, we were going to take a short break and walk around the city after talking to Kaicho. You can leave it in our hands, said her son, reassuring her with his smile. Just let us take care of everything. Saika-sama will go look for them to prevent them from getting lost. Again, Cosette said the last thing in a whisper, remembering that the orientation of both girls wasn't the sharpest of all, but her brown-haired friend thought he heard her. Hey Cosette, did you say something? Issei asked, somewhat confused. I don't think so, Issei-sama. It must be something you do, the purple-haired girl said with a smile, which confused the brown-haired boy even more. Of course, well, Mother, I think you can count on us, Issei said, smiling at his mother. Well, thank you, son, and you too, Cosette. That's right, Issei and Cosette. I must tell you something. From the moment they left, they hardly eat or go out for walks. In the middle of summer you should come here and keep them some company, Issei's mother said, with a somewhat amused smile. Wow, we've only just left and they already miss us. What do you think of Cosette? The brunette asked, amused. Just tell us, being with us since we were little can create an unbreakable bond, right? Cosette said, equally amused. Well, I think that's all for now. By the way, Issei, your uncle says not to neglect your studies that he himself instilled in you. You know very well that my brother can be somewhat strict, but it's his way of worrying about you, explained the older brunette, worried about her son. Issei, listening to her, he remembered that his uncle was his personal teacher when he was little. He taught him everything he knew until now. He was very strict, but as his mother told him, it was a way of worrying about him, and it had helped him gain the trust of the members of the board of directors of the company, and at the same time the members of the Hyōdō clan. That's why Issei did what was within his power, overcoming each test and passing it with pride and honor, making his uncle Aizawa very proud of him. He didn't try to take it, but Issei, and not only him but also Isara, saw him as a father to both of them. After remembering and thinking, he only answered, don't worry, Mother, that is still the priority for which we came to this city, and you can tell Uncle Aizawa to be calm, that I won't forget him, he said with a nostalgic smile. His mother, upon hearing her son's words, just smiled maternally and replied, I'll tell him, Issei, don't worry, and you know what, you're already becoming more like your father. I could even say that you're more like Hiroto than yourself. His mother expressed her thought, taking both of them by surprise. Issei, upon hearing his mother tell him that he now looks more like his father, couldn't help but let a tear fall down his cheek, something that Cosette noticed as she smiled at him and placed her hand on his shoulder. Issei turned to look at her and found her smile letting him know that he could count on her. Son, you can feel very proud of yourself. Well, goodbye to both of you. Saika said goodbye to both of them. Yes, mother, goodbye and thank you. Issei said goodbye first, and then Cosette said until next time. Saika-sama, the purple-haired maid, finished speaking. Her mother gave them both one last look, knowing she can trust them. Then she ended the communication. Cosette turned off the projector to see her master friend who had taken an old photo that was on his desk. It was of the entire Hyōdō family before that day. That caused tears to start falling all over the photo without Issei realizing it, surprising him. It had never happened to him since, well, that day, in that Cosette only told him. Issei-sama, don't worry, it's okay to cry when you feel like that, he said with a kind smile. Then, surprisingly, his right arm began to shine in green and red colors, revealing the green jewel. Yes, it was the boosted gear, Ddraig, who began to speak to its current wielder. Ddraig, the brown-haired man, exclaimed, surprised, seeing his arm. Hey, buddy, I'm going to tell you a secret that your father told me, when he was still my bearer, the red dragon began to explain. What would that be, Ddraig? Issei said haltingly. A real man is only allowed to cry in the happiest or truly saddest moments, and I don't think your father would like to see you cry when you should be giving your best. That's all I'll tell you, the rest is up to you, buddy. See you. Then the glow went out, leaving the brown-haired boy thinking. Thanks, Ddraig, I think I needed it, Issei said when he saw his hand, then turned to look at the purple-haired girl. You too, Cosette. I honestly don't know, what would I be without you? The brunette said ironically to his purple-haired maid. Remember, family will always be together in the good times and the bad. Wani-chan used to tell us that when we were little. Do you remember? Cosette said nostalgically. Yes, thanks. Tomorrow will be a harder day than today, don't you think? Issei asked tiredly as he sat back down behind his desk. I think it will only be a little hard, but I hope not too much, said the maid, equally tired, while she also sat down in one of the chairs in front of the chestnut's desk. We should rest. Tomorrow is going to be a very busy day, Issei said as he deactivated his computer. It's true, I still have to prepare dinner, and I need help, Cosette said with her puppy eyes, asking for help. Fine, I'll help you anyway. I was going to do it, without you giving me your little look, said the brown-haired man with his accusing look. My mistake. Well, underway, he said happily as he stood up and left the office, to go to the kitchen. I'm going with you. He ended up leaving and closing his office, placing his hand on an electronic panel, which seemed to be a fingerprint reader, and a computerized female voice was heard telling the brunette. Security system activated, good night and rest, Hyōdō-sama, giving the brown-haired man to understand that now his private office was safe, to go where Cosette was. And a flashback. After remembering everything that happened yesterday, Issei opened his eyes, but they seemed devoid of light. When his teacher finished translating the previous sentence, he noticed that our friends from Tokyo were in their own worlds, and he decided to call their attention, something that I think he will regret having done. Good, now I would like 2 people to translate the following sentences. How is your first, Hyōdō-kun? Since you seem to be very attentive, I would like you to recite the following line, please. Same as you, Shelly-san. I would love for you to recite the following line after Hyōdō-kun, said her teacher, a little angry, given how she had seen her 2 students from Tokyo. One seemed asleep and the other staring into space, which amused a certain pair of beasts. Good luck, Prince, said the bald Matsuda. What's wrong, Your Highness? Didn't Cosette-chan let you sleep? Motohama exclaimed. This had annoyed the young kendo apprentices, but the brunette and the purple-haired girl simply ignored the perverted duo, and began to translate perfectly. Follow God's teachings and receive his blessings, and so it will be that the oceans will once again be abundant and the furious storms will subside. Issei finished tiredly, sitting back down, still staring at the absence of light, and then letting Cosette finish, still a little tired. Once his dream had become reality, he felt overwhelmed both by the magnitude of his feat and by the joy and happiness it gave him. Cosette finished the same, before sitting back down. Whoever doesn't remember where I got these phrases from isn't an anime fan. Everyone, including the teacher, had their jaws, so to speak, on the floor, even more so the perverted duo, but they were so angry that they even seemed to destroy their pencils, while Murayama and Keitei smiled, as did Aika, while she was even more amused by the angry looks of our pair of perverts. The teacher again in yes, only said to them, although nervous. Excellent, Althoff, I shouldn't be surprised, absolutely impeccable, very well done to both of you, but I would like you to pay attention please, said the teacher returning to normal, and heard her students answering her. Yes, teacher, we are sorry about that, Issei began with a normal look. It won't happen again, Cosette finished. Well then, class, that's all for today. After saying that, the bell began to ring signaling that it was time to leave. At that the perverted duo approached them, who were talking to Murayama, Keitei and Aika, and dragged Issei with them. Hey Prince, you're very nice, how about we be friends, huh? The bald Matsuda began. Yeah, why don't you join us in the girls' locker room to watch the action? Motohama said lustfully. Issei, upon hearing what the pair of animals were proposing to them, the only thing he could feel from them it's pity. You know, the two of you make me feel sorry for disrespecting the girls by spying on them. What do you two gain by doing that? Said an angry Issei, something the girls noticed. Oh, come on, your highness, don't be so stiff, it's a very natural reaction, Motohama said, smiling dirty. Yeah, I bet you spy on Cosette-chan while she's changing and take lots of pictures of her, said the disgusting Matsuda. Just mentioning Cosette like that, Issei's eyes were covered by his hair. He started walking towards the pair of perverts, while throwing his staff to Keitei, who caught it without difficulty, but at the same time very confused, but she and the rest understood when they saw what the brunette was about to do. He just grabbed the perverted duo by the collars of their shirts to lift them up, without the slightest difficulty. If there was one thing you shouldn't do to someone who uses the power of a dragon, it was that you shouldn't disrespect their family, and even less so if they were the female members of it, and Issei was going to show that to the perverted duo. Seeing that the brown-haired boy lifted them easily, both of them saw Issei's eyes and believed that there was fire inside them. Yes sir, our favorite brown-haired boy was very furious, and seeing him in that state they began to get scared and began to scream. Hey friend, come on, it was just a little joke, ha, Matsuda said nervously, but very scared, seeing Issei's face. Your Majesty, please put us down, what we said was a joke please, we won't bother you and Shelly-san anymore, but please put us down and don't hurt us, Motohama said, almost crying, believing he saw the same demon. Very cliché, right? A member of the Shintō faction being seen as a demon? Haha. But let's continue with the story. The rest of the class watched as Issei was causing terror to the perverted duo. They realized that if they disrespected a woman, and even more so if that woman is related to the brunette, they were going to have a very, very bad time. The girls in the class looked at them again with their heart-shaped eyes, but this time with admiration, knowing that Issei defended women, and the men of course they would never see the brunette as a rich and spoiled boy again. Issei-sama, I think it's time to bring them down, the purple-haired girl said, placing her hand on his shoulder. Issei, feeling the hand of his made friend, took a deep breath and released the pair of perverts, letting them fall to the ground, while giving them a look that could be called deadly, and said to them, listen, both of you, make those kinds of comments again, and believe me you will never see the light of day again, he said, scaring them both. Yes, we're sorry, they said, then ran off. Already feeling calm again, Issei just breathed, then his friends approached him and Cosette, and Keitei threw the stick again to the brown-haired boy, who caught it without the slightest difficulty, and then Aika began to speak. You know, I'll have to remember never to make you angry so I don't end up like them, said the brunette a little nervously. Wow, Issei-san, you really seem to be fuming, Murayama said, impressed. Really, Issei-kun, you were really angry, I thought you were going to spit fire, you know? Keitei said somewhat nervously. I'm sorry, it's just that Issei couldn't finish speaking because Cosette had put her index finger on his lips, silencing him from speaking to her. Issei-sama, I understand that what they said about you and me bothered you, but remember that your mother told you not to let yourself be carried away by anger, Cosette said, with a bit of scolding. I understand now, sorry, I'll try not to let it happen again, Issei said, closing his eyes tiredly. Fine, that's how I like it, Issei-sama, the purple-haired girl responded with her typical smile. After that they went to the school exit. While they separated from their friends, they felt about 4 presences behind them. They turned around to look at said presences and saw that they were Rias Gremory and her nobility, Seeing the four demons, Issei looked at them seriously, as did Cosette, something that Rias didn't judge, but she just approached them and started talking. "Good afternoon, Hyōdō-san," and Shelly-san said the redhead with a shy smile. "Likewise," Gromora-senpai, the brown-haired man, said seriously. "No, it's just because I'm being rude to you, Gromora-senpai, but do you need something from us?" "We're in a bit of a hurry," Cosette said, equally serious. "Well, I know you were on your way to the student council room to talk to Sona, but Yuto and Kaneko here present want to tell you both something." Rias finished speaking, then indicated to her knight and her rook to tell her what they had to tell her. "Hyōdō-san," Aikiba couldn't finish speaking because Issei signaled with his hand for him to stop, and he started to speak. "Save it, Kiba-san, and your Tojo-san too. Listen carefully, I'm the one who's sorry for starting to laugh at Gromora-senpai's invitation. That was wrong, and I hope you accept my apologies," Issei said, while he and Cosette gave them a small bow, leaving the Gremoris very surprised. "Wow, thank you, Hyōdō-san, we accept your apology and I hope we get along, right, Kaneko-chan?" said the blonde with a shy smile, as he turned to look at the little platinum-haired girl. "HMP, thank you very much, Issei-senpai," said the Nikomata with the same expressionless tone but with some gratitude. "Kaneko-san, I would like to apologize for hitting you. I hope you accept my apologies," Cosette said, bowing slightly to the platinum-haired girl. No problem, Cosette-senpai. Almost no one can knock me out," Kaneko said, making the V symbol with her hands. "Well, I hope we get along from now on, Gromora-senpai," Himejima-senpai said the brown-haired man, holding out his hand with a small smile, just like Cosette. Rias and her peerage could only smile when they saw that Issei Hyōdō didn't hate them, but they had to remember that they had to gain his trust completely, if they wanted to at least have him as an ally. "Thank you, Hyōdō-san, I appreciate your apologies. Maybe you and Shelly-san would love to join." Rias was going to propose to the two of them to join her club, but Issei was one step ahead of her, answering. Wow, stop your boat. Sailor, if you were going to propose to both me and Cosette to join your club, no thank you. Maybe we accept your apologies but we don't trust you completely," Issei said with his eyes half closed. "Gromora-senpai, remember something very important. You must gain people's trust if you want them to trust you," Cosette said with her eyes half closed. Many could swear that a glass was heard breaking, but it was Rias Gremoris' great pride breaking. She fell to her knees in such a comical way, then fell full body, and with her arms outstretched, with her face to the ground to end up with several of her disheveled hair standing on end, that made her friends do everything possible to hold back the urge to laugh at how their king had fallen, but only Akino Himejima expressed it. Era. Ufufu, I see that you gave a good blow, directly to the pride of our Butcho, Hyōdō-kun, and Shelly-chan. No one apart from me and Kaicho were able to hit that pride, said the black-haired girl, with her characteristic and stuck smile, while she placed her hand on her blushed cheek. Sure, I can get the idea, said the brown-haired boy, with a drop on his head. I thought the Gremoris would be more discreet in their disappointments, the purple-haired girl said contemptuously. Very well, with the misunderstandings resolved, we'll go and talk to Kaicho, but first Issei looked at the abandoned Gremori, and then said to her, Gromora-senpai, in case you might be hearing me, I'm going to give your nobility some advice, the brown-haired boy exclaimed very seriously, then looked at the Gremori group. Listen to me carefully, I want to give you all some advice. As someone who had to overcome the fear of power and not get carried away by revenge, Issei finished by saying that, making Rias from the ground look at him in surprise, and don't say anything about the rest. First, your Kiba-san, if you really want to protect those you care about, you must let that strange revenge out of your mind and heart, said the brown-haired man, surprising the young knight. The following advice is more for you too, Issei commented, speaking to the black-haired girl and the silver-haired girl. If you want to be stronger, you must eliminate first. He looked at Kaneko, the fear of her power, and then at Akino, her anger at her own being, and only then will you be unstoppable, he finished, and then looked at the redhead just as seriously as before. And last but not least, you are Rias Gremori, Issei said seriously, pointing at her with his finger. If you want to be a strong leader, you must get rid of something, your insecurity. That disadvantage of yours makes you totally weak when making decisions when fighting. If you don't want your opponents or enemies to trample on you, just get rid of that weakness and strengthen yourself, not only in power or magic, You must do it physically, the brown-haired man finished speaking, hitting the floor with his cane. Hyōdō-san, how do you know? Rias couldn't finish speaking again since the brunette once again took the lead, telling her. How did I know everything you were going to ask? Well, I didn't know it alone, I said all that at random and I see that it worked for me. Issei, having answered that, left the entire Gremory nobility speechless and in shock, especially the redhead, leaving a moment of silence, until a light laugh was heard from her maid friend. Issei-sama, I see, hasn't changed, he's back to using that old business trick, right? Cosette said a little mockingly. I can't hide anything from you, can I, Cosette? The brunette said, defeated, only to receive a negative nod from Cosette. Wait a minute, you two. What trick are you talking about? The brunette said in shock. Well, what Issei-sama has tried with you is a small method for business, Cosette said simply, confusing the demons of the House of Gremory even more. Exactly, it's a little trick that helps me get to know people, and they tell us what we want to know, and using your expressions when you attacked us yesterday I could notice several specific negative emotions in you. Revenge, he said first. Looking at Kiba, hatred, then he looked at Akino, then at Kaneko, fear, finally insecurity, looking at Rias, and we can see that no, you can overcome your experiences, am I wrong? Issei finished very seriously. Everyone, each and everyone was surprised by Issei's deductive ability. Rias spoke again, more calmly. Wow, hey, are you sure you're a businessman and not a detective? The Crimson Demon asked in amazement. Nice thought. But no, well, with that said, let's retire, ladies and gentlemen, said the brunette, knocking lightly on the floor twice, while he and Cosette gave them a slight bow. Afterwards, they moved away, leaving the Gremory nobility both surprised and speechless until Akino spoke, breaking the silence. Butcho, I think he hit the nail on the head, all of us. It's incredible that he's just a young businessman, said the semi-angel to her, king. Yes, I think you're right. Very well, friends. We have work to do, said the Gremory, going to her club room. Hi, Butcho. The others said as they followed their master. While they were going to their club, our protagonists were in front of a door that had a sign that said, Hall Student Council, or Student Council Room. Then Cosette knocked on the door. Knock, 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 good afternoon, we are Issei Hyōdō, and Cosette Shelley came at Sauna-Kaicho's request, said the maid, respectfully. We came as we agreed, Kaicho, the brown-haired man, finished speaking. Then after a moment a slight come-in was heard from our young Shirturai, Citri, who was sitting at her desk with her enigmatic smile while she had in front of her a chessboard with all the pieces black on one side, but red on the other, and next to her stood her vice president and queen, who also had a smile just like her mistress's. Good afternoon to you, Hyōdō-kun, and Shelley-san, please come in, said the black-haired girl, in a friendly manner. It's good to see you, and it seems you have already gotten used to your stay in Kuo and our academy, Tsubaki said, smiling. I can't complain, the studies here are just like I heard, advanced and prestigious, said the brunette, with his eyes closed and smiling. Excuse me, Sauna Kaicho, or should we say Sona Citri, heiress of the Citri house, Cosette commented, with a smile. Wow, they finally figured it out, but Shelley-san, at the academy it's Sauna Shirturai, please, Sona, said calmly. Excuse me, Kaicho, I don't mean to be rude, but may I ask why you called us? I don't think it's just to ask how we're doing, is it? Issei said, getting straight to the point. Also, we have a little matter to settle, Cosette said, agreeing with the brown-haired man. I understand, don't worry, we'll finish soon, but first, Hyōdō-kun, what do you think of a small game? He said with his smile. Well, so I will have the privilege of playing chess with the famous strategic ace. It will be an honor, he said, smiling and sitting down while giving his cane to Cosette. Wow, so you know that name, no surprise there. Okay then, shall we begin? He said with a smile. First, ladies, please, the brown-haired man said politely. Ah, very kind, thank you very much, said Sona, moving upon. Meanwhile, in the park, which we all know. While our friends are having a meeting with the Citri, we find our two lost girls since they couldn't understand the map Primrose drew for them. Asia, I think it's official, we're totally lost, Yuma said, as he sat down on one of the park benches. You're right, Yuma-san, and to make matters worse, I don't even understand the map that Prim-san drew for us, although she was very kind, but I can't understand these scribbles, said the blonde, also sitting with her friend. while putting away the map. And what do? We wait for Issei and Cosette-chan, because we can't call them since our cell phones ran out of battery, the fallen angel said tiredly, while she took out of her pocket a kind of round purple crystal with the image of a king cobra. I told you we had to charge them before leaving, Asia said, also taking out a crystal like Yuma's, but this one was yellow and had the image of a heron. They both sighed so that Yuma could speak first. You know, I would like the crystals to send some kind of signal to Issei's dragon crystals or Cosette's tiger crystals, said the fall while looking at her crystal. Remember, Saika-sama said that they don't have that function, the blonde answered. After a brief moment, a noise was heard coming directly from their stomachs, like a small rumble. What was missing? Now I'm very hungry. This is simply great. Could anything better happen to us? Yuma said, kicking the ground like a little girl. Okay, Yuma-san, calm down. I think we just have to wait, Asia answered, but then she heard a child crying. You are cried the little one. Are you okay, Yoshikuin? His mother said worriedly. But suddenly, Asia stood up from the bench where she was sitting with Yuma, and she was surprised to see her approaching that family and just looked at her and said, Asia? She said, confused. Hey, Asia began, calling the child's attention. Are you okay? Children shouldn't cry over a minor injury like this, she finished, while stroking the child's head. Afterwards, he placed his hand on the spot where the boy had hurt himself, only to see a sphere of green light appear from Asia's hand, while it flickered on the boy's knee, only to see that injury begin to heal. Done, the wound is healed, the pain will disappear soon, said the blonde, while stroking the boy's head. The boy's mother was surprised but only bowed to the nun, thanking her for curing her son, and instructed the boy to do the same. Yoshikuin, thank the lady, said his mother. Thank you, One-ichan, the little boy said as he and his mother left. You know, Issei was right, your kindness is your greatest strength, said the fall. Thanks, Yuma-san. Well, I think we should continue looking for Issei-san and Cosette-san's house, Asia said, getting up to walk again and put her crystal back in her pocket. Hi, Yuma said tiredly, as he also put away his crystal. But as they walked away, a shadow hidden in the bushes watched them, moving away from the park, while only smiling sadistically. Just wait, Asia-chan and Rainer-chan will soon be dead, he, said a young man with white hair and red eyes, who always appears dressed as a priest, and with his peculiar psychopathic smile. Yes, he was the unhinged and perverted street exorcist, Freed Selzen. Now that everything could be said to be in order, an evil stalks our newcomers from Tokyo from the shadows. But don't worry, they will be protected. But what will happen now? Previously, Issei and Cosette had gone to the student council room to talk to Sauna Shirtorai, Sona Citri, and then the young black-haired girl invited him to play a small game of chess, and after starting that game, while our young girl and nun were in the park. After confirming their missing status, they decided to sit down and rest on a park bench in Kuo, only to hear a small child crying. Asia Argento, carrying the generosity of the spirit of the heron, approached the mother and her son, who was crying over the small wound on his knee, bending down to be at his eye level, telling him that children should not cry over minor wounds. The young Paizhua brought her hand to the wound while invoking the power of her sacred gear called Twilight Healing, with the ability to heal any wound, and began to take effect, healing the child's wound. Then after the child was cured, the mother, instead of being frightened by Asia's healing ability, was happy that she had cured her son. She approached her and just bowed to the nun, thanked her for curing her son, and instructed the child to do the same. Yoshikuin, thank the lady, said his mother. Thank you, One-ichan, the little boy said as he and his mother. You know, he was right. Your kindness is your greatest strength, said the fall with a big smile. Thank you, Yuma-san. Well, I think we should continue looking for Issei-san and Cosette-san's house, Asia said while smiling, and getting up to walk again and put her crystal back in her pocket. Hi, Yuma said tiredly, as he also put away his crystal. But as they walked away, a shadow hidden in the bushes watched them, moving away from the park, while only smiling sadistically. Just wait, Asia-chan and Rainer-chan will soon be dead, he, said a young man with white hair and red eyes, who always appears dressed as a priest, and with his peculiar psychopathic smile. Yes, it was the deranged and perverted street exorcist, Freed Selzen. Now after seeing Yuma and Asia walking away from the park, the deranged street exorcist left, and arrived at what seemed to be an old church, abandoned and as if it was about to collapse. As he passed through the back of the church and walked towards what appeared to be a second church behind it, when he arrived there was some kind of cross covering an entrance. He removed it and entered what appeared to be some kind of secret passageway. There were some stairs. He went down the stairs to reach what appeared to be some kind of torture chamber. The vulgar exorcist looked in front of him, and there was something that appeared to be a larger cross, and next to that cross there were about 3 shadows of some people, if you can call them people. Wow, it seems I arrived last. How bad, he said with false sadness. Yeah, you took your time, huh, Fried? The first shadow said, but in a male voice. I thought they would have discovered you or killed you by now, said the second shadow, who seemed to be an older woman. So tell us, did you find them? Said the third and final shadow, which appeared to be that of a little girl. Oh, of course, both of them are here. Asia-chan and Rainier-chan really came to this city. Apparently they're looking for a couple of people, but that shouldn't matter to us, huh, or should it? Donasik, Calawarner and Middlet? The platinum-haired exorcist answered with his characteristic sadistic smile. No, just that we have orders from Kokabile-sama to bring Rainier back, and for her to receive her punishment for betraying us by fleeing from Grigori, said a fallen angel. As such, he had black wings that stood out for that black color, a man with black hair, with a face that seemed to have scars, with a suit and hat, with a serious face, was the one named Donasik. Yes, although it won't hurt to take a few small blows. To top it off, she had to flee and protect the sacrifice we were going to use, said sadistically a fallen angel. As such, she possessed black wings that stood out for their jet color. She was a tall woman with voluptuous and a slim figure. She had long hair with a color similar to navy blue, overlapping her right eye and hiding the color of her brown eyes. Her outfit consisted of an open trench coat of a dark violet color, with the collar of the lapels open, a dark miniskirt that matched black high-heeled shoes. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. If it was the fallen Calawarner. Yes, I want to see her eyes when we kill that blonde nun and more in front of her, and then take her to Kokabile-sama and wait for her to receive what she truly deserves. Haha, she ended up laughing evilly, a girl with blonde hair with 2 tails. She has blue eyes. She wears a gothic Lolita-style outfit, which consisted of a black dress with white details. With a bow in the front of the waist, she has a bow around her neck that has a green jewel embedded in it. She wears white thigh-high socks and black shoes. She also wears a bow-shaped bow in her black hair. It was Middlet. Really? I thought they were your friends, said the platinum-haired man cynically. Friends? You're joking. We only put up with her because she used to be Kokabile-sama's favorite, but to have grown fond of and become friends with that miserable nun, to then free her and run away with her, it was a great relief that she would betray us, so we could get even and get revenge. The blue-haired girl said angrily. But now we know where it is. We just have to wait for the right moment, said the black-haired man. Ah, that will be a pain, waiting again, said the little blonde. No, don't worry, because, at this moment, they are lost in this city, and we will be able to capture them easily, so we can send our lackeys after them, said the deranged priest. Okay, we'll start the capture, and tonight, we'll take the sacred gear from the nun, and take the traitor to Kokabile-sama, Calawarner said with an evil smile. Donasik, shall we start keeping watch? Said one of the men, who were under the orders of the fallen. Apparently, there were more stray exorcists, who were attached to Fried. Disperse, but don't let either of you notice any of your presence, and make sure that no one from the demon nobility in charge of this place finds out. Is that it, of course? Donasik said, very serious but at the same time, angry. Hi, said all the street exorcists, then dispersed. Well, now we just have to wait, said the platinum-haired man, as he sat down on a chair. Haha, I can't wait to strike and spill the blood of the traitor, and kill the miserable nun, little Middlet said evilly. Meanwhile at Kuo Academy, more specifically the student council room. Meanwhile, the fallen angels who were plotting the attack on our girls, our friends Issei and Cosette, were about to start a sort of battle of wits, in a small chess match. Then the king, Citri, made a small proposal somewhat out of the ordinary. Hyōdō-kun, before we start, I'd like to make you a proposition. Would you like to hear it? Sona said with a smile as she looked at the brunette. I'm listening, Kaicho, and what exactly is it you want to propose to me, if I may ask? The brunette said seriously, interested in what Citri was going to ask him. I would like you to join us, he said simply. I'm sorry but I refuse, I won't join the demons, he answered even more seriously. It's not that, I would like you to join the student council, he said while drinking some tea, which his queen had brought for both of them. May I ask why? I understand that you, along with Tsubaki-senpai, can handle all the work, while your nobility does your errands, he also exclaimed, pausing the game. That's true, but we need someone with the skills to be our perfect treasurer, and you seem to be very good with numbers, said the Sekyruutei heiress, smiling. You'd be in charge of all the club and class budgets. Besides, I don't think it would be difficult at all for you, the nephew of the famous ace accountant of Hyōdō Technologies, to be able to lend us your help, with all your experience solving the accounting problems of your family's company. Am I wrong? Sekyruutei said with her smile. Wow, so you know Uncle Aizawa's nickname, although I shouldn't be surprised in the least, the brown-haired boy replied, while taking a sip of his tea. So what are you saying, Hyōdō-kun? Does that sound very promising? She said, looking at him while adjusting her glasses, which were also shining. A very tempting position, that's true, but I can say something that's on my mind if you don't mind, okay? He said as he began to look at the board, while placing his hand on his chin. Please tell us what you think, said the council president, with her classic smile. Issei looked at Cosette for a moment, while she just gave him a smile and a nod telling him she was fine, and then looked back at Sona and said, well, it is true that your proposal to be the treasurer of the council is an how could I say, perfect position for me, but I can see that in your eyes, there is the desire to want not only me, but also Cosette, to join the Sekyruutei nobility, and basically, you want me to be your treasurer so that we listen daily to your proposal to join your nobility, and end up giving in to you, is that it? Said the brown-haired man with his analytical tone, the same one he used with the grimoire, while adjusting his black glasses that shone like hers, to give a serious look to the king, Sekyruutei. The young Sekyruutei just smiled, just like Tsubaki, while she and her king and president just raised their hands and started to applaud lightly, something that made the brunette smile a little, as well as Cosette, and then spoke. Splendid, truly amazing, you got the whole strategy one had in mind right? Everything you said is correct, Hyōdō-kun. I know perfectly well that you and Shelly-san have no intention of joining my nobility or Rias's, and I understand it perfectly. However, the Sekyruutei heiress sharpened her gaze. That doesn't mean they won't budge if I insist enough, but can I ask, how did you know what I was thinking? The dark-haired woman with red glasses asked. I am a businessman, I must know the kind of business I do. Before closing a deal, my duty is to verify what kind of results it can offer to both sides. For example, if the result is beneficial and helps us progress without problems, or if it turns out to be a big mistake, and both sides are affected and lose everything we have. It's that simple, Kaicho, said the brown-haired man in his analytical mode, while he readjusted his glasses. The heiress Sekyruutei and her queen gave the brunette a light applause again, and then continued speaking. Incredible deduction, there's no doubt, Hyōdō-kun, you're going to be a great director for your company, there won't be any doubt, don't you think, Tsubaki? Said the black-haired girl, while taking off her glasses to clean them a little. It will be, but then it means that Hyōdō-kun won't be joining the student council. It's a shame, you would be very helpful, said the young Shinra while sighing. I didn't say no, maybe I won't join the student council, but I could handle all the accounts in my dorm, since I also have my own businesses and jobs. I hope it won't be a problem, Saunakeichu? She finished speaking with a smile, just like the demon Sekyruutei. The young Sona Sekyruutei laughed lightly as she took another sip of her tea, and then said, I assumed you would say that. Then I believe you will not be with us in the council, but you will be our ally, so to speak. Do you agree with the words of your master, Cosette Shelly-san? She exclaimed, asking the purple-haired girl. Hi, and I think I agree with Issei-sama that we are not going to give in, Saunakeichu, but we will be more than happy to help in the council, even if we are not part of it, the maid said with a kind smile. Very well, I appreciate your sincerity, Hyōdō-kun and Shelly-san, said the Sekyruutei heiress, adjusting her glasses. Tsubaki, would you be so kind as to give it to me? She asked her queen to look for something. High Queen Sekyruutei approached the brown-haired boy and handed him something. The brown-haired boy took it and looked at it, noticing that it was a talisman with the Sekyruutei symbol. This will help us keep in touch if anything comes up, said the Sekyruutei heiress, smiling. Yes, Saunakeichu, the brown-haired man accepted, giving the talisman to Cosette, while she kept it in her briefcase. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Sauna-senpai, Tsubaki-senpai, the brown-haired boy and the purple-haired girl said as they stood up and bowed. Shinra is fine, Hyōdō-kun and Shelly-san said. Queen, Citri, smiling, I hope you can help us in any way you can, she finished with a smile. Yes, Shinra-senpai, Issei and Cosette responded, with a slight bow. Well, what do you think if to celebrate our, so to speak, alliance, we start our game? Sona proposed, smiling. The ladies, the chestnut said as he took the red ones while the heiress Citri took the black ones. Cosette and Queen Citri watched silently from behind their respective masters. In fact, I would like you to please, Hyōdō and the heiress said. Citri smiled. You will start first, she finished with a smile. Very kind of you, Kaicho. So then the brown-haired boy silently took his first piece and seriously made his first move, moving a pawn, and at that moment, the game had begun. At first, both started with quick and confident moves, as the game was just beginning and they were positioning their pieces where they wanted to ensure their victory, although as the minutes passed, they gradually lost speed until they reached a point where both were staring at the board and all the remaining pieces. The queen, Citri, looked from behind her king, looking at the boy. She was very surprised. It was the first time that someone kept pace with her king so perfectly. It was well known that Sona Citri was an excellent chess player. She was known as the strategic ace for having gotten rid of her engagement by winning her own hand in a chess game, beating her ex-fiancé. So seeing the boy keeping pace with her so perfectly was surprising. The Citri heiress took her bishop and was ready to move it, however she decided not to do it and left her bishop where it was. She put her hand to her chin and again began to think about what to do, and the brown-haired boy was in the same situation. He was thinking about what to do. He had to predict the possible movements of the Citri heiress, but he couldn't find any viable option. They had reached a point where simply moving a single piece to a bad position would mean losing the game entirely, so they had to think very carefully before making their move until Chestnut spoke up. Trapped. Do you think so too, Kaicho? He said with a smile, taking off his glasses to massage his brow. It seems so. I must admit that this is the first time this has happened to me. I have never been cornered like that before, she said sincerely, while imitating the brown-haired man's actions. Looks like it's a tie. Is it okay to leave it for now? Cosette asked, smiling. Kaicho, I think I have to agree with Shelly-san. Besides, it's getting late, Tsubaki added, speaking to her mistress. Well, I think you're right, Shelly-san, Tsubaki Hyōdō-kun. Do you think we should leave it here and finish this another time? He asked, smiling, putting his glasses back on. Yes, it will be an honor. Well, I will wait for us to continue on that occasion, Kaicho, said the brown-haired man, as he got up from the chair and went to Cosette to return her cane. Remember, you have to come here sometimes just to hang out, don't you think? Citri said, smiling. Don't worry, Kaicho. Vidrum. Issei and Cosette's eyes suddenly opened when the red crystal on Issei's staff began to shine with great intensity, while inside Cosette's briefcase it began to emit an equally intense orange glow. Cosette opened her briefcase and took out a crystal just like Issei's, but it was orange with the figure of a tiger inside. Seeing those crystals shine, the heiress Citri and Tsubaki noticed the serious looks on both boys, until the president spoke. Hyōdō-kun and Shelly-san, what's going on? And why are those crystals shining like that? He said, stuttering at first. Is there something wrong? Tsubaki asked, still a little nervous. Something's not right. Come on, Cosette, I think I know what's going on, Issei said very seriously, seeming to be more angry. Hi, Issei-sama, also think I know what's going on, said the maid, with the same expression as the brown-haired boy. Kaicho, we're leaving. Something of utmost importance has come up, but don't worry, we'll resolve it, said the brown-haired man, while he and the purple-haired woman bowed, and then the brown-haired man hit the ground with his cane, and made some golden flames come out of nowhere. They began to cover them and then consume them and then disappear without a trace, where our heroes were standing, surprising the king and queen, Citri more, until Tsubaki took the floor. Kaicho, what do you think happened for them to act like this? Shinra asked doubtfully. I don't know, Tsubaki, but I don't think it's anything good, the heiress answered, and then she heard the door to the living room slam open, revealing the Gremory nobility. Sona, what happened? We came to see if Hyōdō-san and Shelly-san had already left, but suddenly we felt a great energy coming from inside the student council room where a great glow could be seen, but it suddenly disappeared, said the Gremory heiress, worried about her friend rival. Don't worry, Rias, I'm fine, but it's about Hyōdō-kun and Shelly-san. It seems that the crystal on Hyōdō-kun's staff and Shelly-san's crystals started to shine brightly, for some unknown reason, President Citri said, explaining the situation. Her crystals, huh? Those two really catch my attention more than before, but I also didn't know that Shelly-san had a crystal like Hyōdō-san. But what could it be? What happened for them to have left so quickly? Rias wondered. Butcho, maybe they had some kind of unforeseen event, said the blonde. Sir. Ichigai agree, but I think there is something else, Kaneko said expressionlessly. Well, when they were looking at their crystals, both of them seemed like more angry than serious, Tsubaki said, remembering the expressions of the Tokyo boys. Era, that means something bad must have happened for them to react like that, the half-fallen angel commented. Those two, they really are a great mystery. I wish I knew what happened to them. Rias couldn't finish, because Akino got ahead of her with something. Butcho, we have received an order from Lucifer-sama, apparently Azazel, the former governor of the fallen angels, asking us to eliminate the occupants of the abandoned church. Queen Gremory said seriously to her mistress. The occupants of the abandoned church? Rias exclaimed, surprised. So the murders in Kuo were because of them. I should have assumed they were the fallen. Since there are some street exorcists, they must have allied themselves with some of them in that place, added the Citri heiress. And I think we all know who will be there, Queen, Citri commented, very seriously. Well then, everyone get ready, we will go fulfill our duty and find out why Hyōdō-san and Shelly-san's behavior changed, Rias said, puffing out her chest with pride. Hi Butcho, said all the Gremory, so that after Akino she made a magic circle to transport herself to go to said church. See you, Sona, don't worry, we'll find out what happened to that pair, you can be sure, said the redhead, very sure of herself. Okay Rias, but be careful, something tells me that what you're going to see there, it's going to be something big, Citri said seriously, as she watched her friend rival disappear into the Gremory seal. Kaicho, I think Hyōdō-kun and Shelly-san went to the abandoned church, and if so, why? Tsubaki said, confused, to her master. I don't know, Tsubaki, but something tells me we'll find out soon, she replied, while looking at the chessboard where she and Issei had the tie, but she opened her eyes in surprise to see a detail on the board, and called her faithful and loyal companion Tsubaki, look at this. She finished speaking. What's wrong, Kaicho? Is something wrong? Queen, Citri said, examining the board in detail. Just look closely at the board, and tell me if you can see or if you could make another move to counter Hyōdō-kun's move, the Citri heiress said seriously. This isn't possible, realizing what her king was saying. To speak again, what could I have done? Kaicho, no, I don't see any way to counter Hyōdō-kun's movement, said Queen Citri with her index finger on her chin, while looking somewhat serious. Kaicho, I'm sorry, but no matter how much I think about it, if he had moved any piece, Hyōdō-kun would have beaten him. Fukukeicho ended up defeated. There is no doubt that Hyōdō-kun is very good, not even Riasama could corner her like that, Kaicho added. Queen Citri. Yes, I tell you something, I think for the first time I don't see myself beating someone like Hyōdō-kun, he exclaimed, smiling. It seems that you have finally found a rival worthy of you, is it not? Said Queen Citri, smiling at her king. I have never seen you so serious and happy before, while playing a game of chess, Kaicho, said Tsubaki, smiling. Well, I couldn't afford to get distracted against Hyōdō-kun, and the Citri heiress smiled as she took a pawn and stared at it. Hyōdō-kun and Shelly-san are very nice people, don't you think, Tsubaki? She said as she put the piece back in its place. Yes, that's true, Tsubaki finished speaking as she and her mistress were preparing to leave for a magic seal, when her president thought of something. It seems things are going to get more interesting from now on, aren't they, say Hyōdō-kun and Cosette Shelly-san? He finished thinking as they passed through the seal. Meanwhile, at the abandoned church, our friends had returned to the park, which had bothered them, but the incredible thing was that they were sensing a dangerous presence, like a great killer instinct, that had followed them since their first arrival. The first time they had been there, Yuma had felt some very familiar auras, since it was possible to say that they were of her own kind. It was already dark, and then Yuma and Asia were starting to feel nervous since the presences they felt were becoming stronger and stronger. It was only then that Yuma could hear that something was approaching them, with great speed, and quickly she took Asia with her, to avoid the impact. "Asia, watch out!" the black-haired girl shouted, as they had dodged what seemed to be a spear of light, embedded in the ground, to then check on her friend. "Are you okay?" she asked worriedly. Yuma-san, yes, but what a spear of light. Perhaps that means the blonde nun could not finish, because her friend, and almost older sister, finished the sentence before her. "So, someone's attacking us." "Yes, and I'm afraid I know who it was, don't you? Donasik, Calawarner, and Middlet, come out from wherever you are and show your faces, cowards!" Yuma shouted angrily. "Haha, I see you still remember us, huh, Rainier?" said the aforementioned Middlet with an evil smile. "Wow, you're still as agile as ever," Rainier-chan, Calawarner said sinisterly, while feeling disgusted, seeing her former leader and partner. "For my part, it seems that you have weakened. You are no longer even a shadow of what you were," Donasik said, with great disdain. "I'm not Rainier, my real name is Yuma Amano now and forever," she shouted with determination. "Ha ha, it seems you've become quite attached to Asia-chan, haven't you, Rainier-chan?" Crazy Fried said madly as he appeared, with his stray exorcists surrounding them. "Wow, can you believe it, Asia, look who's turned into a real stray dog?" Yuma said, sarcastically. "You are absolutely right, Yuma-san, Father Fried. It was never a pleasure," Asia said, angrily seeing the dirty priest. "Ah, Asia-chan, what's wrong? Aren't you happy to see me after so long?" the silver-haired boy said. "Miss you? You killed many people without even a shred of remorse. You even killed people who were totally sorry for their actions," the nun said with more anger. "Enough, let's stop talking. We have a mission to complete, and a traitor to bring before us." "Kokabeel-sama," the gothic blonde shouted. "Fine, everyone attack them, just don't kill them but make them suffer." "Ha ha," the priest said madly. All the stray exorcists ran towards where Yuma and Asia were, but they stopped when a crimson magic seal appeared in front of them. Yes, it was the Gremory family seal. Yuma placed Asia behind her as she prepared for what was coming. First, there were the fallen who wanted to kill them, then the stray exorcists who followed them, and to end the day in a perfect way, the demons appeared in front of them. "Good evening, fallen angels," street exorcist Fried Selzen said, a red-haired woman, in a polite manner. "That's the way to treat women? How rude, don't you think?" said a black-haired girl with an orange ribbon in her hair. "Hey, are you two okay? Aren't you hurt?" a blonde man with a mole under his eye asked them. Kaneko exclaimed, without the slightest expression as usual. "Hi, thank you very much," Asia said, with some sincerity but still behind Yuma. "Wait, crimson hair, that aura your Rias Gremory, right?" a surprised Yuma exclaimed. "It is an honor for me, that you know me, fallen angel Rainier and exiled nun." Asia Argento, the Gremory heiress, said seriously. "Don't worry, we came to help. We are not their enemies," unlike the Makino said with a smile, while Yudo and Kaneko nodded positively, letting them know that they were on the same team. "What we were missing, the daughter of the Gremory and her nobility are here. That doesn't matter, we are getting stronger and stronger," Donasik said, enraged. "Everyone attack them, just leave those two alive." Calawarner shouted, wanting to see their blood spilled. "Guys, let me take care of these two." "Take care of them," said the Gremory with her great authority. "Hi, Butcho," they all said as they ran into battle. Yuto started first, creating 2 swords for each hand, then killing right and left at great speed all the exorcists that crossed him, with Kaneko using her gloves to fight, but dodged with some difficulty since many of the enemies she was facing used weapons with sacred energy but hit them with a truly monstrous force. And finally Akino transformed her uniform into a priestess outfit, white-red colors, releasing lightning and thunder to carbonize all the remaining stray exorcists and leaving them, how to say it, extra crispy, and I think both Yudo and Kaneko saw a lustful smile on her senpai's face. Era, was that all? Did you expect something more?" the black-haired woman commented, a little disappointed, while she placed her hand on her cheek, but somewhat exhausted. "Don't worry, Akeno-senpai, this isn't over yet," the knight answered, a little tired, while he looked at the remaining 4, who were the 3 fallen and the perverted priest. "Hi, we just have to eliminate them and then we'll go home," the Nikomata finished, expressionlessly but somewhat tired. But what no one noticed was that something had grazed their cheeks, arms and legs causing them to bleed a little, but a great pain took them by surprise, making them get on their knees while the redhead was surprised and at the same time worried for her servants. "Guys, are you okay?" she asked, very concerned, because it seemed like the rubbing had caused them a lot of pain. "Yes, but I feel a lot of pain like I'm burning," said the black-haired girl, while Kiba and Kaneko were also in the same condition, something that Asia noticed, and yelled at the redhead. "Gremlin, you must get them out of there. Fried is using a gun with sacred bullets," she exclaimed worriedly, "for the people who saved them." "What, holy bullets?" the king said, very worried, then annoyed. "Haha, yes Asia-chan, you are absolutely right. Also, what kind of exorcist would I be if I didn't have the weapons to defend myself from the disgusting demons? After they extract Asia-chan's sacred gear and she is dead, I will have a great time with her inert body, while Rainer-chan receives her punishment for her betrayal. But first, friends, let's get rid of the obstacles." "Haha," said the deranged Fried, as he finished reloading his weapon while he released his lightsaber, and the other three fallen ones prepared their light spears. "All right, last words, huh?" "All right, see you later," said the youngest of the fallen as she launched her attack. "I would have liked it very much to see that Kokabile-sama had eliminated you, but I think we could take your head as a trophy, and by the way, the head of the Gremlin heiress, as an extra bonus," said the fallen, blue-haired, also directing her attack to Rias and company. "I won't say that I'll miss you, Rainer, but you were one of us, but I'll make sure to eliminate those who weakened you and turned you into the disgrace you are now. Disappear," finished the fallen black-haired man, in a sinister way, also throwing the spear of light towards the Gremlin. "Haha, goodbye. Don't worry Asia-chan, when we take away your power, your body will serve for my personal amusement," shouted the priest, while shooting his bullets at them. As the three powerful spears went, mixing with the sacred bullets, Rias, who protected Yuma and Asia, while her servants also stood behind her, the only thing the Gremlin could do was create a barrier, with everything she could, but since the combined attack was of sacred energy, difficult to dodge, but the moment the attack made contact with Rias's barrier, it began to crack. Apparently the attack was too powerful for Rias to repel alone. "Dimin, it's too much, strong, no, I can do more, ah." Rias screamed, falling with the others, while her barrier was destroyed, but at least the attack was stopped, but leaving her with some wounds as well as tearing her uniform. "Tisk, they only avoided her death, but this time it wasn't a..." Calawarner shouted, after having received some kind of attack, a ray in the shape of an orange crescent moon sending her to the ground, but what surprised Rias and everyone else the most was hearing a kind of noise. "Boost, boost, boost dragon shoot," a male voice shouted, while another red-colored shot went straight to the rest of the enemies, attacking them directly, and making them fall to the ground with many scratches. "Who dared to attack us?" Danasik shouted angrily. While with our friends, they were equally surprised, but Yuma and Asia remembered those attacks well, but the surprises do not end there. The crystals of Asia's heron and that of Yuma's king cobra began to shine with great intensity as if they were told that someone had come to help them. The redhead observed from behind her a pair of sparkles, one purple and one yellow, and could see that they came from those crystals. "Those crystals?" Rias whispered, then remembered that the brunette had a red one embedded in his cane, and remembered that Sona mentioned that her purple-haired friend had an orange one. Then she continued talking. "You too, where did you get those crystals?" A very frantic Rias exclaimed, while grabbing them by their blouses. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Yuma shouted, trying to make Rias let go of them. "Gremlin, wait please, you're hurting us," Asia tried to speak, while trying to imitate Yuma. I'm sorry," but Rias realized what she was doing, but then she heard the priest scream. I don't care what that was, I'm going to kill them," Fried exclaimed, very furious, running with his lightsaber in his hand. "No you won't," a female voice shouted, then more attacks that were like the same orange crescent-shaped beam attacked Fried, seriously wounding him and leaving him on the ground. Who is it? Show yourselves," the silver-haired man shouted even more angrily. "Whoever you are, show yourselves and we'll show you mercy," Middle shouted, equally angry. "If they don't, they," Danasik exclaimed while he points his spear of light at Rias and company, and to continue speaking, "they will pay dearly." It ended very dark. Play this topic for a heroic entrance. www.youtube.watch? VOJS 3 FIQs Dio. Inside the forest that was in the park, from the shadows 2 people could be seen, who carried about 3 lights red, orange and green. That shone with great intensity. Then the 2 people were seen, and a man and a woman could be seen, who were wearing a pair of silver armor, but details for both, one had red details, and the other was orange. And the most interesting thing is that on their helmets and belts, there were the symbol of the Order of the Claw, helmet, and the symbol of the Hyōdō family, belt. For those who had a childhood, watch Max Steel Countdown or guide yourself by this video at second 021 www. YouTube watch? VRDSM6. The first figure seemed to be a woman who had in her hands a weapon called tekakaji, some ninja claws being an effective weapon in close combat. Since it was surprising, to greater surprise it had a small similarity with some tiger claws since they were orange with black stripes, while in the tekakaji of his right hand was embedded what seemed to be an orange crystal, which had a figure that seemed to be a tiger which was shining very intensely. And the second figure was of a man, who had in his right hand some details that left everyone in shock, of course, except for Yuma, Asia, and the companion who accompanied him. It was that on his right shoulder was the Rujingetsu sword, which a red crystal that had a figure of a dragon was shining like the tiger's. That sword was the one that belonged to Issei, but what was the coup de grace was that the arm that carried said sword, a kind of scarlet gauntlet like dragon scales, had a large bright emerald gem with 2 golden spikes, and it looked like a dragon's claw. Yes, it was the boosted gear, which led the redhead to a conclusion. The masked people watched the fallen angels, who were aiming at their friends, but our warriors were faster, because the woman prepared the light attack by making a movement of her tekakaji from her right hand to the fallen, while the man alone lowered the sword from his shoulder, burying the edge to the ground, to then point at the fallen with his gauntlet. The emerald gem began to shine with the same intensity as the crystals, and a voice was heard inside it. Boost, 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 dragon shoot. The man shouted again as he shot again. Both attacks reached their targets and hit the fallen, leaving them on the ground with several scars. And just to emphasize, it wasn't much power, both of them while they were turning their backs to the others. The redhead noticed something, and her friend rival was right. Then she noticed that the sword on the ground was, "Hey you, the boosted gear. That sword are you?" Rias couldn't finish speaking because the man spoke, drawing the attention of Rias and company. "We'll talk later, when everything is over, Gromora-senpai," said the man, who revealed his face. Yes, it was our favorite brunette Issei Hyōdō, with a half smile. "Issei Hyōdō, but that means you are?" he asked the woman, who revealed her face. It was the cute Cosette Shelley, the personal maid and one of Issei's childhood friends. "I'm glad to see you're okay. We're sorry for the delay, but we needed to change," replied the purple-haired girl, with an apologetic smile. "Cosette Shelley? Very well. What's going on? And above all, Issei, you are the user of the boosted gear. You are the Sekyruutei, the Red Dragon Emperor. Please, say something." The redhead began to lose her sanity when the brown-haired man only indicated with his hand that she should stop, and then took the floor. "Like I said, we'll talk when this is all over. For now I can honestly say that this wasn't the reunion I was hoping for. Are you guys Yuma, Asia?" Issei said, smiling at the aforementioned. "We are also very happy to see you all, Issei," Cosette-san the blonde commented, happy to see those who were like her older brothers, at which point Yuma takes the floor. "Hey SE, Cosette-chan, what kept you guys late? Especially you Issei, don't you remember what Issei-chan always used to say to you? It's rude to keep a lady waiting." "Ah, what would she say now?" Yuma said mockingly to the brunette, that Cosette got there first. "I think he would say, Oni-chan, you know very well that you shouldn't keep a pretty girl waiting, because it's very rude. That's what Issei-chan would say while asking for compensation for that lack of education," Cosette explained, imitating the voice of the chestnut's younger sister. "Issei-san, that is very rude of you." Asia finished speaking. "That's great. I barely see them and we start acting like we've never been apart, but I think we have a situation to fulfill, don't we?" said the brunette, smiling ironically, while trying to avoid embarrassment, but then he became serious, closing his mask, seeing that the fallen were standing up. "I suppose you're right, Issei-sama," Cosette added, as her mask also closed, watching the fallen rise. Donasik, who had gotten up with great difficulty, looked at her companions who were also standing up. They looked at those who were in front of them, their attackers, as they turned their backs to them, to talk to the wounded group. But the fallen black-haired man noticed something in the man, or rather in his right arm. The boosted gear. One of the 13 Longinus. What are you doing in this place, Sekyruutei? This is none of your business. If you don't want to die, I suggest you leave as soon as possible, the fallen one expressed with hatred. This is Grigori's business, so get out of here, you dirty dragon, the young Middle shouted with hatred. If not, you will receive the same punishment as your friends. Kalawarner finished the same way. Really? Let's take it one step at a time. They killed innocent people for their sacred gear. They attacked our friends to kill someone I consider a younger sister. They wanted to take the other one, who was a great friend, to where a warmongering madman wanted to kill her, and now they wanted to attack and kill the heiress of a demonic clan. While we were present, we would just tell them that we would never allow it. Issei finished speaking seriously but still with his back to them, while he wielded his sword again with his boosted gear, but this time with more force. Not to mention that the Shintō faction would never allow one of their own to be killed, Cosette added, also with her back turned. The Shintō faction? The fallen shouted at that statement. I don't care what faction you're from. You're dead. Middle shouted, going to his possible death. Cosette, why do they always attack from behind? The brunette wondered, his eyes closed, his back still turned to the fallen. That, I've always wondered, Issei-sama, the purple-haired girl answered tiredly, also with her eyes closed. Take care of them, I'll take care of them quickly, he said, while standing firm but still turning his back on his enemy. Hi, Issei-sama, Cosette said, going to help the rest. Hey, what about your master? Will you leave him alone? The Gremory heiress shouted to Cosette. You shouldn't worry, he answered simply. Hi, just watch, Gremory-san. Asia continued, smiling. Yes, never underestimate. Asayuma finished, smiling confidently. Rias and her nobility just stood there watching what was going to happen, but what they saw was totally incredible. Goodbye, despicable dragon. Middle shouted after launching his spear of light, but was shocked after seeing the following. Issei just stood still. As he sheathed his sword again, he closed his eyes as if he was waiting for the moment, while in his mind he said to Ddraig, now, partner, it was seen that the emerald gem of the boosted gear shined and something was heard. Boost was heard from the gauntlet, but then the brown-haired boy disappeared in an instant, surprising the little fallen, leaving her bewildered and looking everywhere looking for the brown-haired boy. But then she heard a scream from above her. She looked at the moon, and then she saw Issei. While his eyes shone red, he had his sword in the air with its blade shining with a red color with a golden aura. He screamed with all his strength, like Ichigo, at the moment of launching his Getsuga Tensho. I summon the inner beast, release the solar dragon. After shouting and making the movement of his sword, he released a kind of ghost of a red and gold oriental dragon. See it as Toshiro Hitsugaya, releasing the power of the shurikai of his Zanpakuto Hyarinmaru. Going to Middle, who received the blow, screamed in pain after being devoured by the spiritual dragon, annihilating her and only dropping a few black feathers. Issei just fell on his feet while sheathing his sword again, looked very seriously at the two remaining fallen, and they looked at him in astonishment. Kalawarner screamed upon seeing what the young Sekyruutei had just done to his little companion. Middle, Dimon Yuseu, how dare you kill her? The blue-haired girl shouted angrily. You're going to pay for your Dimon insolence, filthy dragon, the black-haired man shouted, equally angrily. Both fallen angels spread their wings and flew towards the chestnut tree, but he just closed his eyes again like the other time, and the boosted gear did the rest. Boost, 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 it was heard from the chestnut-haired boy's sacred gear, as he disappeared again and dodged the double attack from Donasik and Kalawarner, causing them to hit themselves. Hey, look who you're attacking, you idiot! The blue-haired girl yelled at Donasik angrily. You Dimon Beach, you got in the way of my heist. The black-haired man yelled at Kalawarner, with equal anger. What did you say, you wretch? Kalawarner had created a spear of light, but it wasn't the only one. What did you hear? Or what, are you so stupid and didn't pay attention? Donasik exclaimed, then imitated the action of his Welix partner and created a spear of light. What Donasik said had angered Kalawarner, so much so that I think her rage made Light Spear grow, and she took her last word. "I've had enough, you made me angry, now you're going to feel me." The fall, blue-haired girl couldn't finish speaking because she felt something split her in half, literally. She was split in half from head to toe. Her last words before dying were impossible then. The two halves of her body fell to the ground in front of Donasik. Calawarner. But how? The fallen one who remained, stuck processing what just happened, until Issei spoke behind him. "Wow, that's what I call getting ripped in half. But that was a bit too literal for my taste if I'm honest," the brunette added, seeing the separated halves of the fall on the ground. "BSCD, you did this, now you're going to die." The black-haired man shouted furiously. Wow, hey, calm down, I appreciate you giving me that glory, but believe me when I tell you that this time it wasn't me your partner got in the way of the snake, or in this case she got in the way of the king cobra, don't you think so Yuma, or am I wrong?" Issei explained, but he caught Donasik's attention by mentioning the name of his ex-partner. "Actually, you're not wrong," he said, a voice, in front of Donasik. "What? It's impossible?" Donasik shouted, when he turned to look and try to process what his eyes were showing him. In front of him was Yuma Amano, wearing the same armor as Issei and Cosette, but it had silver-purple details. He was standing while holding in his right hand a wakizashi that had his king cobra crystal embedded in it, on the hilt almost similar to Issei's sword, but smaller and faster than Yuma spoke to break the black-haired man's silence. "What's wrong, Donasik? Did you see a ghost? Because if so, you should see the expression on your face now," exclaimed the black-haired girl, amused, seeing the expression of her former comrade, and then looking at the brunette. "By the way, Essie, who was it, our tailor? Because I love the design of this suit," commented the ex-fallen, very happy to see her new suit, and to feel stronger and faster. "In fact, and although it's hard for me to admit it, it was Isara who proposed this design, Aunt Chisato who built them with the help of the Lin-Kei clan, Uncle Grandpa Tsukuyami who created the weapons, so that each one's crystal would fit and have access to its power, and as the icing on the cake, Master Nightwolf added the power and abilities of the animal spirits that we carry. But I agree with you, and I love this design, and don't worry, Asia will have hers, or did you think we were going to leave her unprotected?" the brown-haired boy asked amusedly. I don't think so, but that Isa-chan, it's obvious she's guided by style. Well, let's get this over with, I'm really hungry and I miss Cosette-chan's cooking," she said, a little embarrassed, while the brunette swore he had heard a strange roar. "So it was your stomach, not another monster?" he replied, mocking the ex-girlfriend who was redder than the Gremmery's hair in embarrassment. Shut up, idiot, big idiot, super idiot," Yuma shouted, while waving her arms like a little girl. "Yeah, I'm sorry," back to the topic at hand, looking back at the fallen black-haired man, returning to his serious side. "Yes, you're right," he exclaimed, while changing his serious look when he saw Donasik. "Rainer, how dare you do that to Calawarner, to your kind?" "Kind?" she screamed again, still trying to process the fact that now her fallen ex-companion is stronger than before. "It could have been my species, but she was going to kill Asia, whom I consider a little sister. I never agreed with Kokubile-sama's ideals of starting a new war, and I am sure that Azazel-sama would never allow more blood to be shed. That is why I fled with Asia, to prevent her blood from being shed, and to prevent the power that was given to her to help others from being used for her selfish reasons. And if I have to fight against mine, then so be it," the black-haired woman said with determination. "You beach, you miserable one. Now you'll die." Donasik shouted angrily as he threw several spears of light at Yuma, but surprisingly she was able to dodge them with perfect grace, like a true king cobra searching for its prey, while dodging the spears by snaking at great speed, and the fallen one couldn't hit her no matter how hard he tried. At that she shouted even more angrily. "You, stop moving and let yourself be killed." Our chestnut-haired man shouted louder and angrier as he grabbed him by the back and placed the edge of his sword against his neck. "You know, friend, you should be able to handle and control that anger, because it could turn against you," he finished, still holding him from behind. "Don't get involved in this, Sekyruutei," he exclaimed, freeing himself from her grip, and he added, "I'm going to kill you, and I'll take your sacred gear and your sword to Kokubile-sama as trophies." He finished, and it could be seen that he was no longer in his senses. I think that the one who will lose something will be someone, but what do you think? It won't be me? The brown-haired man added, while in his boosted gear, he heard boost boost, see you around saying that, and then disappearing again in front of him, but then he forgot something important and heard a scream. You're in the King Cobra's path, Danaseek, and believe me when I tell you that you are the prey. I summon the beast within, release the King Cobra. The black-haired girl released what looked like a large ghostly cobra, just as the brown-haired boy did when he made a movement with his wakizashi sword, going at great speed towards Danaseek with the motive of devouring him. When the spirit of the cobra devoured the fallen man, he only screamed loudly and fell to the ground, you could almost say dying, but the incredible thing was that his right arm was torn from him. In that Issei approaches him and speaks to him. Listen friend, this is your last chance, I would take it, he commented seriously, looking at him with Yuma behind him. Why would I do it? And yes, you'll just kill me already, he added with great difficulty. If I wanted to, I would have killed you, Danaseek, but unfortunately for you, I won't do it, Yuma commented somewhat seriously. Perhaps I should, one of the people in charge of this place, isn't that right, Rias Grimoire-senpai? Issei spoke loudly, calling out to the redhead who was approaching our Paijua with a serious look, and took the floor. You're absolutely right, Issei Hyōdō-san, and maybe tomorrow, after school, would you and your friends like to talk to us? She answered with a sincere smile on her lips. It will be with great pleasure, but I hope this time not to attack us, she answered with a smile, which made the Grimoire heiress blush a little, something the black-haired woman noticed, and with a mischievous look she spoke to our friends. Hey you two, make plans for the date later, okay? He said, sarcastically. Haha, how funny you should work as a comedian, Yuma, don't you think, senpai? Said the brown-haired boy, a little embarrassed. Yes, you're right, but let's get to the topic at hand, added the redhead, with a little embarrassment, then looked at the fallen dying man. Well, fallen angel Danaseek? Do you have any last words before you disappear? The redhead said very seriously. Just kill me already, but I'll tell you something, this isn't over. Kokubile-sama will avenge us and the fallen angels will prove to be the most powerful, and as for you, Rainer, you will be the first to pay dearly for your betrayal. Ha ha ha, he finished, with a macabre laugh. The brown-haired and the red-haired girl looked and listened seriously. Such a statement from our dying Danaseek, they could only do one thing, and Issei took the floor asking the Grimoire something, while looking at her he sighed, to continue speaking. Well, then do you do it, or should I? He finished, while pointing at the fallen one with his sacred gear. No, I know, what are you saying? She replied curiously with another question, while looking at the brunette. I know, what if we do it together? He asked curiously. I think I shouldn't be surprised that you took the words out of my mouth, fine, but first, Ria said while smiling, but she didn't finish speaking because the brunette knew what she wanted to say. Right, well, I'll tell you something, friend, he started by looking at the black-haired man very seriously, and then continued, maybe Grimoire-senpai and I don't agree on several things. Then the redhead continued. But on this one we do agree, and it is. There was a pause, and then the two of them spoke in sync. Those who mess with those we care about will suffer the consequences dearly. They both said, while their eyes seemed to shine, in Issei's red color, and in Rias's crimson color, to then prepare their final blows. Rias prepares her famous power of destruction, while Issei prepared his dragon shoot. Both were covered with red auras, but in the brown-haired it was red gold and in the redhead red-black, and they said at the same time, Goodbye, dragon shoot, firing his attack. Now disappear, he said simply, while releasing his power of destruction. Both attacks blended together and reached the target, while the latter only said extinguishing from the face of the earth, leaving only a few black feathers. That solves the problem, for now, Issei said seriously. You're right, but won't the Shintō faction have problems? I mean, did you and Grigori have some kind of peace treaty? The redhead spoke, confused. It's true, but it will only alert us if we don't hurt those who were in favor of the treaty, and believe me, they don't seem to be in favor in the slightest, but for now we don't know if Kokubile did this behind Azazel's back or not, but we must be ready for whatever comes in the future, the brown-haired man replied, opening his mask and taking off his helmet. I guess you're right, and by the way, you three have nice outfits. What, are you playing superheroes or something? Because to be honest, aren't you a bit old for that? The redhead said, amused, while looking at the armor of her Tokyo classmates except for Asia, of course. Issei and Yuma looked at each other, then turned to see Cosette, who was helping Asia take care of the Gremmery nobility, who was healing them with the help of the blonde's sacred gear, the twilight healing. But the purple-haired girl turned to look at them, because her friends were looking at her with doubt, and just greeted them with her hand. Then the ex-fallen commented, "Hey, no offense, but it's better to dress up as superheroes than to wear school uniforms that get destroyed easily, or so the bad guys know where to find you, you know?" The dark-haired girl responded logically. "I agree with that, and senpai, I think you should go to a good tailor as soon as possible, or you should go buy another uniform, and I mean it," the brown-haired boy added, looking away to avoid seeing the Gremmery. A tailor? What are you talking about? And Hyōdō-san, why are you looking away?" the redhead asked, confused. "Do you really want me to answer?" the brunette said, pointing at the redhead, who didn't understand the point, but she looked at her clothes and saw that she was, as if to say it, almost naked. "Kaya, hey, why didn't you tell me?" the redhead exclaimed, covering her body. "Didn't you feel the cold? How are you in this state?" the black-haired woman asks. Does Butcho perhaps need help?" asked the Queen Gremmery with her typical smile, but she was already better, thanks to Asia. "Akino, please," Rias commented, making her friend and right hand understand that she should help her with her clothes. "Hi, with pleasure," she replied, the half-fallen making a magic circle over the Gremmery and going down, making her clothes be repaired. Sighing, to continue speaking, "Thank you, Akino, but are you okay? How are you, Yuto and Kaneko?" Bing asked worriedly, for her servants. "Hi, Majima-senpai, I think I should agree with Gromora-senpai, okay?" "Well, he received several scratches from those sacred bullets just like them," the brown-haired boy asked. "Don't worry, Rias, and thank you for your concern, Hyōdō-kun, but your friend Asia-chan took good care of me, as well as Yuto-kun and Kaneko-chan," replied Queen Gremmery, who looked at the newcomers. "Hi, you can rest easy now, Gremmery. They are much better now, but I suggest you give them a night's rest and they will be as good as new tomorrow," replied the nun, Asia Argento, who was approaching along with Cosette and the aforementioned, who were barely standing up. "Ah, what a relief. Thank you very much, Argento-san." Rias sincerely expressed her gratitude towards the blonde. "It's nothing, in fact it should be Yuma-san and I, who should thank you for preventing Father Fried, well, you know, from killing us," Asia said, with a nervous smile. "It was nothing, besides, I think we're even," the redhead added, with great sincerity, and Asia just nodded. But when she mentioned the name of the sadistic priest, she alerted Issei. "Fried, where?" Issei couldn't finish, because where he was supposed to be lying and injured there was only a pool of his blood, which led him to a conclusion. "He ran away." "Great, that madman escaped," the brown-haired boy growled, having lost his target. "We're sorry, Hyōdō-san. We fainted and couldn't stop it," Kiba said, while apologizing to Issei. "Excuse us," Hyōdō-senpai finished, the platinum-haired girl who was also apologizing. "Ah, forget it, it wasn't his fault. That stray dog is totally slippery," the brown-haired man responded tiredly. "Don't worry, Issei-sama, there will be another opportunity," Cosette told him, while placing her hand on his shoulder. "Yeah, I guess," Issei replied, sighing. "Well then, I think we should go home. I have to prepare dinner. Something tells me that there are a couple of girls who will be very hungry after such a long day, don't you think, Yuma-chan and Asia-chan?" Cosette expressed, smiling, since she had already taken off her mask and helmet. "Thank you, Diane," the aforementioned responded, while hugging the purple-haired maid very tightly. "Okay, calm down," she replied, while also hugging them. "Fine, but I think it would be rude of me not to thank you for your help. Would you like to join us, senpai?" Issei asked, sounding polite. "We appreciate the invitation, but unfortunately we must return to recover. There will be another opportunity, Hyōdō-san, but thank you very much," said the redhead with an apologetic smile. "I understand. Well, anyway, at your club I think we will have a lot of explaining to do," the brown-haired man commented. "In the same way, Sun Citri or Sun Shirtorai, Issei-sama," agrego Cosette. "That's right. Well then, Ria-senpai, we'll all see you tomorrow since Yuma and Asia will be attending Kuo Academy starting tomorrow," Issei exclaimed, remembering that detail. "Hi, Seisen," the blonde said happily. Yes, we will," the black-haired woman commented, tired. "Well, we'll be leaving," the brown-haired boy finished, while sheathing his sword, to turn it back into his cane, to hit the tip, and make the same golden flames that appeared in the student council room, appear and cover them and then disappear without a trace. The Gramarys just watched as their companions left, until the knight spoke. Butcho, I don't know, she might agree with me, but you have to admit Hyōdō-san has style, Kiba commented, with some envy. I agree with Yudo-senpai, Butcho continued the expressionless Kaneko. Me too, I think so, Butcho Akino clarified, with her typical smile. I suppose you're right, but I think it's time for us to go. Akino, will you do us the honor? Rias asked her queen. Hi, Butcho, said the violet-eyed girl, while opening a magic circle, with the image of the Gramary. Let's go, guys, let's rest, the heiress spoke to her servants, while passing through the magic circle. Hi, Butcho, they all said as they passed through the seal, so that it would close later. As the Shinto and the demons returned to their homes, leaving the park in great silence, while among the shadows of the forest near it, a shadow stood against a seriously wounded tree, having seen his enemies leave. Yes, it was the deranged Freed, who had escaped, that's what he spoke of. Danasik, you're right, Biestis, this isn't over, it's just beginning. Hi he exclaimed the platinum-haired priest, while laughing slightly and then leaving the place. Now that Issei and Cosette found their friends Asia and Yuma and saved them from certain death, what will happen now that Issei has revealed himself as the current Sekyruutei? First, a battle of wits by our friends Issei and Sona, during their small chess game, which then ended in an unexpected tie for both sides, and as a sign of mutual loyalty, our student council president gave her a talisman with the Citri family symbol, in order to communicate if there is a type of emergency situation, which happens after receiving an alert in the brightness of their crystals, making it clear to both of them that there were problems in that. Issei and Cosette told their president to excuse her to withdraw and resolve said dilemma. But Rias Gramary, feeling a strange energy and seeing some equally strange lights coming from the room where Sona and supposedly Issei were too, but when they entered it was late and our favorite brown-haired and purple-haired had left, by means of some golden flames, and then the president of the council informed the Gramary of the situation, but if they believed that the problems did not end, Akino the queen, Gramary, had informed her king that they had to eliminate some fallen angels and also several stray exorcists, and Tsubaki the queen, Citri, sensed that our friends from Tokyo would be there, and then the black-haired Gramary created a magic circle to take them to the abandoned church where the objectives to be eliminated were sheltered. But while our friends demons and Shinto were preparing for the meeting, our friends were under attack from the old companions of Yuma when she was still known as Rainier, Danasik, Calawarner and Middlet in the times that she was under the command of the Cadre Kokabile, and from whom our ex-fallen fled with our ex-nin, to avoid the shedding of innocent blood, but when they thought it was going to be their end, our friends the Gramary appeared to help, but even with their help, there were serious difficulties. Our demons, Akino, Yuto and Kaneko, were able to defeat the army of street exorcists, but they did not count on the fact that the deranged Freed had a kind of gun that contained sacred bullets inside, and just by inflicting a few wounds on our friends, he made them fall while losing consciousness, leaving Rias while she protected Yuma and Asia. But she was also injured, but at that moment the crystals of our friends began to shine brightly. They wanted to indicate that help was near, and it was true when Freed and Calawarner were going to give them the new coup de graces. Some attacks of red and orange colors hit them, leaving them injured. Yes, they were our friends Issei and Cosette, who appeared while they were dressed in advanced suits that were entirely designed for them, but Rias looked at the right arm of the brown-haired, who revealed himself to be the current Sekyruutei, the Red Dragon Emperor, and released with a movement of her sword the spirit of an eastern dragon of red and gold, which was going towards Middlet and devoured her, then disappeared, leaving a few black feathers that were from the youngest fallen angel. His companions Danasik and Calawarner, after seeing that their young companion loses her life, they become enraged and go after the brown-haired man, but they did not count on the duplication ability of the boosted gear, and made Issei disappear in front of them and attack each other, and in that way it made them start to fight each other. But when the blue-haired woman was going to throw a spear of light at Danasik, something happened. She was surprisingly split in half, but the black-haired Man believing that the brown-haired man was responsible, a feminine voice caught his attention, making him turn around and see the person responsible, and his surprise increased when he looked at Yuma with the same armor that Issei and Cosette had. Yuma attacked the black-haired boy with all his power using the same move the brunette used to defeat Middlet, but this time he released the spirit of a purple king cobra, which attacked Ddraig, leaving him half dead and with a torn-off arm on the ground bleeding, but instead of her or Issei finishing him off, Issei called his senpai Rias Gremory, but she agreed with the brunette so they could eliminate the fallen angel together, to prevent him from hurting people who are important to them. And using their final attacks, Issei used his dragon shoot and Rias used her power of destruction, finishing him off forever. And after what was a severe confrontation between the small alliance of the demons and the Shintō, it was possible to avoid the murder and kidnapping of our friends Asia Argento and Yuma Amano, at the hands of the fallen angels allied with the street exorcists led by the insane priest Fried Selzen, and preventing them from stealing the sacred gear from Asia, and preventing them from taking Yuma to their former and psychopathic leader, Kokabile. As the Shintō and the demons returned to their homes, leaving the park in great silence, while among the shadows of the forest near it, a shadow stood against a seriously wounded tree, having seen his enemies leave. Yes, it was the deranged Fried, who had escaped. That's what he spoke of. Ddraig, you're right, Biestis. This isn't over, it's just beginning. Hi he he, exclaimed the platinum-haired priest, while laughing slightly and then leaving the place. Now that Issei and Cosette found their friends Asia and Yuma and saved them from certain death, what will happen now that Issei has revealed himself as the current Sekyruutei? The next morning, the sun came out of its rest to rise to the highest point in the sky, indicating the time to get up. The morning of the new day begins at the Hyōdō residence, now that the family has grown now with Asia and Yuma, also remembering what the brunette told the redhead both would enter Kuo Academy as second-grade students, and they talked about the situation with the director, but he gladly accepted since he had already received the enrollment papers and residence address. Now, in the academy in the hallways, there were our 4 Paijois who were heading to their classroom, which luckily turned out to be the same as the brunette and the purple-haired girl, and then Issei would speak. Okay, you're ready now, how are you feeling? Ready for your first day? The brunette asked, smiling at both of them. Yes, this is not going to be easy at first, Cosette added, somewhat worried. Hey, don't worry you too. Yes, we were able to overcome all the problems we had yesterday. A day of classes will be, as they say, piece of cake, a carefree Yuma answered, while closing her eyes confidently. Hey, Issei-san and Cosette-san, you shouldn't worry, besides it looks like this place is going to be fun, Asia commented, while smiling the same. Ah, fine, we'll trust you, right Issei-sama? A defeated Cosette responded. I guess you're both right, okay? Ah, that's right, Asia. My mom sent this and said that she's ready for your crystal and your sacred gear, Issei remembered, while taking something out of his briefcase, which looked like some kind of silver-yellow-colored bracelet. Imagine Ichika or Amura's bracelet from Is her Byakushiki. Issei, and what is that? The blonde asked, seeing the bracelet. This bracelet activates the suit we wore yesterday. Apparently Mom made not only yours but also ours to be designed to be discreet, even in the moment of a battle, the brown-haired man responded, while he and his black-haired and purple-haired friends showed the blonde that they also had the same bracelets. To understand, thanks Issei, and Asia thanked her older brother, while she put the bracelet on her right wrist. Don't worry, my duty is to protect them from all evil, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't fight in their own way. Right? Issei spoke wisely, while placing his hand on Asia's head. Hey, you've become wiser, haven't you, Issei? Yuma said, smiling, while placing his arms behind his head. Well, I don't try to be, but I had a good teacher who helped me, he replied, while looking at his cane, while remembering his father. Well, I think it's time to go to our classroom, but you must wait for the teacher's signal to enter, Cosette said, while looking at her 2 friends. Wait here, the brown-haired man indicated, receiving a positive response from both of them. As our 2 friends entered the classroom and proceeded to take their seats, the teacher had indicated that they should all sit down so he could tell them some news. Okay guys, before we start class, I have an announcement to make. From now on, 2 new students from Tokyo will be joining us, and I hope you'll be nice to them. Understood, the teacher explained. Hi, they all said. Okay, you can come in at 2 o'clock, the teacher indicated. All of the men screamed like crazy when they saw a pretty black-haired woman and a pretty blonde Westerner walk into their classroom. They stood in front of the blackboard, took out the chalk to write their names, and then turned around with a smile, and the first one to speak was the black-haired woman. "Hello everyone, my name is Yuma Amano, and I'm from Tokyo. It's a pleasure," he spoke, smiling first. "Good morning to you all, 2M Asia Argento, like Yuma-san. I come from Tokyo but I was previously from Europe. It's a pleasure to meet you all," said the blonde, somewhat shyly bowing respectfully. But, for all the men, their illusions were shattered when both of them said the following, "And we currently live under the care of Issei Hyōdō." After that statement, all the men turned to stone and broke and became dust, to then fly away with the wind, all metaphorically of course, but the girls just gave their classic Kia, thinking that their new companions lived under the same roof as Issei, until the teacher called their attention. Okay, everyone calm down. Listen carefully. Miss Amano-san and Miss Argento-san live with Hyōdō-san and Shelly-san. Since they were adopted by the Hyōdō family. After that explanation, everyone was between two emotions. The girls admired the kindness of Issei's family, and the boys envied not having such beauties living with him. Then the teacher spoke again. "Okay, now let's start. Argento-san and Amano-san, you can sit in the seats behind Hyōdō-san and Shelly-san. To start the class please," indicated the teacher. "Okay, let's start with history class. Now open your books to page 33, the teacher indicated. Then the whole class passed until the break bell rang. The girls stood around the new students talking to them. "Asia-san, you're so cute," said one of the boys. "But Yuma-chan is just as beautiful," said another member of the group. "Asia-san, I like your blonde hair. Is it originally blonde or is it a permanent dye?" Another classmate spoke up, admiring Asia's hair. "But Amano-san's black hair is absolutely beautiful. I'm so jealous." Another classmate spoke. But it wasn't all happiness. There was also envy from a couple of perverts who were very furious with our favorite brunette. "But how unfair, you Issei Hyōdō. You not only settle for Cosette-chan, who is your personal maid, you also have two CC beauties living in your house? How unfair that you are a rich and spoiled kid," Matsuda said, angry and jealous. "I bet you're spying on them while they're bathing, huh? We demand that you tell us the details of the beautiful views," Motohama shouted angrily, adjusting his glasses. But what neither of them knew was that our boosted gear friend was behind the perverted duo, and I think the other boys in his class could see a murderous red aura, and both Matsuda and Motohama felt said killer instinct, and they just tensed up and turned to look behind them and were scared to see Issei Hyōdō with very red eyes, and they stood out with the brightness of his glasses, and he was gripping his cane too tightly with great anger, and they slowly backed away and then fell to the ground very scared. "I can see you two never learn, right?" Issei spoke, but in a sinister way, to the pair of pigs. Why your highness," WB just Motohama, trying to speak, but his terror prevented him. "Now didn't we meant you, now meant another Prince of Tokyo. Yis, that's what we." Matsuda couldn't finish, because Issei hit the tip of his cane in the middle of them, scaring them. They looked with great fear into the brown-haired boy's eyes, while he told them, "Listen carefully you two, you have up to 5, to disappear from my sight. 1, 2, 3, but he didn't finish counting because our perverts from the academy fled like cowards, while Issei tried to calm down, breathing deeply and exhaling slowly. There are times when I think Kaori-san and Nana-san are right, and it seems that not even with magic, that pair will ever change." He spoke tiredly, but for some time now the young kendo apprentices have asked Issei to speak to them using the informal you. "We told you, Issei-kun, that making those two change is basically asking for a miracle," Nana Keitase told Issei, while watching the pair of perverts run for their lives. "There are times when I think that they only think with their heads between their legs, than those on their shoulders." Kaori Murayama spoke, in a disdainful manner and with her gaze narrowed. "I see. Just try to avoid killing them please. It's true, they are a pair of hopeless versions, but you have to admit, seeing them almost wet their pants when they see you enraged is very funny." "Hi hi hi," said the young Aika, while adjusting her glasses and laughing a little. I'm glad to see you're having fun with other people's fears," Aika the brown-haired boy replied tiredly. "Well, someone has to do it, right?" the brunette with glasses replied. "Hey Ise and Cosette-chan, I think it's time to go. Hello Nana-chan, Kaori-chan and Aika-chan. Yuma spoke, while calling the brown-haired boy and the purple-haired girl. Yes, Issei-san, Cosette-san are waiting for us. Excuse me Nana-san, Aika-san and Kaori-san, but we have to go. We have another commitment, the blonde commented, happy but apologizing to the aforementioned. Asia-chan, what's going on? Where are you going? The pink-haired girl asked doubtfully. Do you have work to do or something? The light-haired girl asked, equally doubtful. Are you guys going on a date or something? Aika asked with her typical smile. No, not that. Grimoire-senpai called us for a matter with us, but not for anything bad, Cosette answered, with her smile. Yes, he asked us to go during the break, so with his permission we went to leave. Issei finished, then left with his friends. As they walked to the old occult research club building to see Rias Grimoire, Yuma noticed something that made our brunette lose his balance a little. Hey Issei, Asia, and I heard that Issei-chan is coming to live with us. Is it true? She finished with a somewhat sly smile. Yes, my mother told me about that, and said that she wants to study here, the brunette answered, remembering what his mother told him that day. I can't wait, we'll see Isara-san again, Asia said happily, remembering the short-haired brunette. Believe us Asia-chan, none of us, after all. A long year has passed since the last time we saw her. Wani-chan said she barely has time to write us a letter, Cosette spoke, remembering that her older sister wrote to her one day. But I hope she can get used to school, but knowing her she will be fine, Issei spoke, nonchalantly. Issei-san, you really know Isara-san better than anyone, Asia commented. I guess. Well, we arrived at the Seiyu. Issei couldn't finish, since he and the others felt more demonic energies apart from Rias Grimoire's club, and surprisingly its president Sona Citri, Sauna Shirtorai, and its vice president Tsubaki Shinra. Hi, 6 presences in total, but Issei-sama, there is one that has a presence of, Cosette said seriously, but she did not finish speaking because Yuma spoke seriously. Vritra, Dragon Prison, but it feels our noir movie didn't finish because Asia said. Incomplete, I only feel a part of it, the greenied blonde finished equally seriously. Apparently I think Grimoire-senpai or Kaicho recruited a new servant. I can feel the demonic energy inside him. Do you think so too, Ddraig? Issei spoke to his partner and mentor who was at his right hand. That's true, but if he wants to become stronger, I think he'll have to search for the remaining parts of Vitra's soul, partner. You should know that well? The ancient red dragon answered inside the boosted gear, and then disappeared again inside the brown-haired man's hand. Yeah, I guess that's true. I think we should knock, Issei said, lightly knocking on the door of Rias Grimoire's club. Knock, knock, knock. It's us, Grimoire-senpai. We've come, the brown-haired boy spoke calmly while waiting for a response from the redhead. Come in, please come in, he spoke from behind the door, indicating that they should come in. After listening to the Grimoire, the brunette took the doorknob, turning it to open the door, and with his group began to enter the redhead's club, to then see that they were not alone, also that the king and queen, Citri, were there, to then see those who carried the other 6 demonic presences. The first presence belonged to a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes, wearing the Kuo Academy boys' uniform, though without the jacket and the sleeves are closed. The second one was of a thin girl with long brown hair ending in 2 short braids and matching eyes. She also wears a blue ribbon. The third belonged to a girl with white hair that reached her shoulders and blue and green eyes. The fourth presence belonged to a girl with reddish hair and brown eyes. Her hair has bangs and an antenna sticking out of the top. The fifth. It belonged to a tall girl with shoulder-length blue hair and matching eyes. She has the basic appearance of a fighter and has a Bishonen face. And the sixth and final presence belongs to a young, small girl with brown hair in 2 pigtails and green eyes, and her hair has a pair of green clips. After visualizing the people whose presences belonged to them, they visualized their president and vice president, who were smiling at the newcomers, and Rias decided to greet the brown-haired man. Hyōdō-san, girls are welcome, we were waiting for you, he said at his desk, while smiling at her. Yes, we said we would explain what happened yesterday, but it seems you're in the middle of something with Sauna Kaicho, right? He spoke while turning to look at the aforementioned. It's true, Hyōdō-kun. At first I came to introduce you to Rias, my new pawn, but I think that I hadn't introduced you to the rest of my peerage with the obvious exception of Tsubaki. Well, but first, introduce yourself to Rias, king, Citri ordered her new servant. Hi, Kaicho, my name is Saji Genshiro. I am a second-year student, secretary of the student council and pawn, Sona Citri-sama. It is a pleasure to meet you, Rias Gremri-sama, the blonde spoke respectfully. It is an honor for me as well. Your new servant is very polite, Sona the redhead responded with a smile. Thank you, Rias. Now everyone calling the attention of her peerage, while her mistress pointed at the brown-haired boy. First of all, I haven't introduced you all yet. This is Issei Hyōdō, and his friends Cosette Shelley, his personal maid, and the new students who joined our school recently, Asia Argento and Yuma Amano, who are under Hyōdō-kun's care while living here. The Citri introduced her peerage, the brown-haired boy and her group. I am the vice president of the student council and queen of Sona Citri, and third-year student Tsubaki Shinra. It is a pleasure to meet you, said Tsubaki as she bowed respectfully and introduced herself to Asia and Yuma. My name is Rei Kusaka, second-year student, a bishop. Nice to meet you all. She spoke in a low voice and her voice was very soft. Hello, I'm Momo Hanakai, a second-year student. I'm another of Kaicho's bishops. I hope we can get along starting today, Momo said in a friendly and smiling manner. Hello everyone, I'm a Kaicho knight. My name is Tomo Meguri, second-year student. I hope we can all get along, she spoke happily. Hello, I'm Tsubasa Yura, a rook of Sona-sama, and we look forward to working with you, she said, with a smile and crossed arms. My name is Ruruko Nimura. I'm also a pawn, like Saji-kun. I'm a first-year student. I hope we get along well, she finished with a smile. Unfortunately, my other rook and my other knight are not available for now. Sorry for not introducing you, Hyōdō-kun. Citri spoke, with an apologetic tone. Don't worry, Kaicho, and I must say that your nobility has very promising people, and you can see that they are adapted to the pieces in which you were reincarnated. Issei expressed sincerely and his friends agreed, looking at the Citri nobility, but the only one who looked at him with annoyed eyes was the blonde Citri. I appreciate it, Hyōdō-kun, but I think we should move on to your explanation, don't you? He replied, adjusting his glasses. Yes, I can't finish, because Saji confronted him. Hey Genshiro-san, can I help you with something? The brunette asked while looking at the blonde with doubt. You're the famous Prince of Tokyo that Kaicho told me about and offered to join the council as its treasurer, right? He said with a somewhat disdainful tone. Yes, but I rejected it, but you could say that I am your ally. Is something wrong? He asked, trying to get to the point, but looked at his mistress, who also looked at her servant with doubt and some anger. Listen to me carefully, rich boy playboy, I don't care who or what you are, but I'll tell you something and I hope it's clear to you, to all of you, who are receiving a peaceful school life, because Kaicho and along with us, the devils of the Citri house, work during the day while Ria Senpai, the devils of the Gremri house, work at night, and it wouldn't be bad for you to remember that, you know? The blonde spoke seriously, more to Issei than to his friends. I understand, so the Citri nobility are the ones who guard the city during the day, and the Gremri nobility during the night, Issei said, but in a serious way, understanding the blonde. Yes, and I hope you remember, I don't care if you have a sacred gear or not, I will never let you disturb the peace in the academy, he finished, closing his eyes and crossing his arms. What are you talking about? He asked hesitantly. You think you're strong. Do you want to fight even if I look like this? I'm a pawn who consumed 4 pawn pieces. Even if I reincarnated recently, I'm not going to lose to someone like you, Hyōdō. Besides, you're just a human. What could you do against a demon? Saji said more confidently. I'll just tell you, you'd be surprised at what humans can do. Believe me, Issei answers seriously. Saji-kun, I think you should calm down a little. Cosette tried to get his attention. Wow, you must really be well protected by your maid, right? How pathetic, Saji mocked, seeing Cosette speaking to him. Saji-san, I think you should. Our Asia tried to calm our humble Saji, but she couldn't. And I bet that silly cane of yours is just decoration to boast about your economic position, he exclaimed with more mockery, seeing Issei's cane. Hey friend, I think you should. Our cute Yuma, also wanting to calm him down, but Saji touched a somewhat sensitive nerve, if you can say it, about our Issei. And I bet that red crystal with the dragon figure on it is just a simple marble you had as a child. Isn't that so childish? Didn't your father tell you not to boast about your position? Ha ha ha, he ended up laughing. while his group only looked at the brunette whose vision was covered by his bangs, while they also tried to calm Saji down. But our Paijua, after hearing that last thing, only thought of several things but with the same meaning. Ah, son, you shouldn't have said that, thought first Cosette, who felt a little nervous. Poor thing, it seems he will die without having loved, Yuma seconded with his eyes closed, but feeling sorry for the blonde. Son, you shouldn't have said that about Issei-san's father's crystal, Asia finally thought, still with her eyes closed and with pity. There was a small silence on the part of the brunette Rias, wanting to say something, was stopped by her friend rival, who with her hand made her keep silent with her serious expression. She knew she had to reprimand her servant, but something told her that she was going to learn some humility the hard way. What's wrong, Your Highness? Can't stand criticism, or do you want to cry? But Saji started to go on about it, but only stopped when he looked at the brunette, who was just adjusting his uniform tie. Hey, what's happened to you? He couldn't finish, because Issei started talking to him. Listen, Genshiro-san, let me give you some advice. It's good to have self-confidence, but if you turn it into arrogance, that can get you killed or worse, get someone important to you killed, Issei said calmly, but with his gaze sharp through his glasses, something that made the blonde nervous. What did you say? He replied angrily and somewhat nervously. What you heard, and from what I see, you still have a lot to learn about life, and I can see that you have barely started with your duties as a demon, so I suggest you measure your words before saying them, child, Issei replied, as if he were speaking to a small child. What? Did you just call me kid? An insulted and angry Saji spoke. But Issei ignored Saji, then turned to look at the black-haired girl with red glasses who was very serious and angry, with her pawn. Kaicho, I think I should correct my previous comment. Your servants are promising, but there are also others who need to learn various manners and DSPLN, because I see that they still have a lot to learn to moderate their impertinence towards other people. He spoke to Saji's mistress. Hey, how dare you talk like that to... Saji was about to finish speaking when someone knocked him down. Saji, that's enough. The Citri heiress shouted, still looking at the brunette, just as serious as him. But Kaicho, Saji says, but he fell down when he saw his master's deadly face. The reason we were here was to introduce you as my new servant, being high-class devils who have this school as a base. This is a meeting to introduce you to Rias's servants, Argento-san, Amano-san, Shelly-san and Hyōdō-kun. Even if they are not devils, you are still my servant and you better not embarrass me. Besides, President Citri paused and then put on her normal smile. Hyōdō-kun, you owe us an explanation of what happened last night, but first, apologize for your words, he finished while looking hard at Saji. Saji was very angry at having to apologize for his words, but in the end he reluctantly obeyed his master. Please forgive me for my rudeness, he spoke, while bowing slightly. Of course, apology accepted, Issei replied, very seriously. Saji-san, please let's get along too. Asia decided to speak, trying to reduce the awkwardness in the room. I say the same, Saji-kun, same with Cosette, trying to reduce the tension. Of course too, I guess Yuma finished, a little angry at the Citri's previous attitude. If it's about Asia-chan, Cosette-chan and Yuma-chan, then we're going to get along just fine. Saji spoke happily, showing a slightly perverted expression on his face. Both Sona and Issei had large beads of sweat on their heads. As they witnessed Saji's expression, Issei's instinct took over and he stepped forward and stood in front of Asia, Cosette and Yuma, pulling them away from Saji, as Saji points with the handle of his cane. You better stay away from them, if you don't want to get hurt, pervert. Issei spoke seriously but with sharp eyes. Pervert? Who's the pervert here, playboy? Saji countered, annoyed. Ask your master. She saw your expression too. Issei retorted, still serious. Saji started to sweat nervously upon hearing that. He turned his head slowly and saw Sona, who was looking at him. Let's discuss this later. Say, it seems that after all, I will have to detain you. The Citri heiress spoke angrily to her servant. But Kaicho, Saji lamented, because he knew he would have a punishment waiting for him. I'm so sorry, Hyōdō-kun, my pawn isn't well disciplined. Sona bowed as she apologized to Issei. Don't worry, Kaicho, I've dealt with people like that when I was young, the brown-haired boy replied, while looking at the Citri heiress. Well, I think you can start by telling us what you are, don't you think so, Rias? She spoke to her red-headed companion. That's true, and with the introductions and apologies made, Issei Hyōdō, I think you can begin, he finished, with his characteristic smile. I think first. The basics, everyone in the back, Issei indicated to his friends and then raised his right arm with his fist closed. He had asked Cosette to hold his cane for a moment, to do what he would never believe he was going to do. While the Gremory nobility knew what was going to happen, the Citri nobility was confused by the brown-haired boy's action until boost they all listened, then covered their eyes to avoid being blinded by an emerald-colored light, which lasted a few moments before disappearing, and the first to slowly open her eyes was the Citri heiress, and she looked at something that left her completely speechless. Of course her nobility was also in disbelief. They looked at Issei's arm again, until he said, "Fat Hats may be one of the 13 Longinus, the boosted gear." Trying to get out of the shock, Sona. Kaichu, are you trying to tell me that Hyōdō-kun is the Sekyruutei, the Red Dragon Emperor? Tsubaki was also trying to get out of shock. Exactly, Sona Citri-sama, and Tsubaki Shinra-san, I believe the preparations are complete. Sona Citri and Rias Gremory, I am the current Sekyruutei and affiliated member of the Shintō Faction, Issei answered, and I think his eyes were glowing red, making everyone nervous, and releasing some of his aura, while his friends just closed their eyes with a smile. Then he proceeded to explain, except for a few things from his past, how the power of the Red Dragon Ddraig passed from generation to generation among the leaders of the Hyōdō family, that the boosted gear passed from father to son or daughter, of course if it is the oldest, if there were 2 or 3, until they heard of the alliance of the Hyōdō clan, the Shintō faction and of course the Yokai faction, who created the Order of the Claw, and that they helped the brown-haired boy's father and also helped him and his friends when they had problems, and that they created the crystals. Everyone listened with great interest to what the chestnut-haired man was explaining, but no one could believe that his origins were so difficult to gain the trust of his people, until Rias spoke. So, the boosted gear was passed down from generation to generation in your father's family, while your mother is the daughter of the Shinto. No wonder they are so strong, Rias replied, remembering how she knocked out Kiba, and how she had eliminated the fallen blonde with great ease the other time. I've heard that one of the oldest and most influential families in Japan had one of the 13 Longinus, but I didn't think the Hyōdō family was the bearer of the Sekyruutei itself, Akino said with her smile and at the same time surprised. I think I understand why your family crest was that of a dragon, the student council president added. Yes, especially that the red crystal on Hyōdō-kun's staff also has the figure of that mythical creature. Tsubaki spoke analytically. Well, I think we should leave for now, Hyōdō-kun. We'll give you the sheets with the club budgets later, won't that be a problem? The black-haired girl spoke, surprising Rias. Hi Kaicho, I'll review them at home. When I finish reviewing the bank lender's contract papers, among other things they sent me, I think I'll have them ready by tomorrow at noon, Issei analyzed, remembering his work. Hyōdō-san, Sona, what are you talking about? The redhead asks, doubtfully and a little jealously. Well, it's that Hyōdō-kun is he's not exactly my treasurer, more like my consultant, in the student council, Sona answered Rias, with her smile. Ah, I understand, your consultant, huh? Rias commented, thinking hysterically. Sona, I can't believe you beat me to it, in joining Hyōdō-san to the student council, finishing thinking, when the Citri heiress called her attention. And Rias, in case you think that Hyōdō-kun joined the council, let me tell you that is not the case, the black-haired girl added, to Rias's great relief. Ah, I understand, but why? Rias was going to ask why. She asks Issei about those accounts when Cosette speaks for him. They had proposed that we join the student council, but Issei-sama found out the real reason why Kaicho did it, but we came to an agreement, and maybe we have not joined the student council, but Issei-sama proposed to do the job, but as his advisor explained, the purple-haired maid. I understand. Wow, Sona, it seems you failed too, didn't you? Rias mocked a little. I wouldn't say that, Rias. Let's just say we're one step ahead. Citri replied, and Rias felt a little offended by that. Ah, I understand. Well, I think that's all for now, Rias finished smiling, but forcedly. That's true, then we'll retire, but first, Rias, I'm looking forward to our competition, Sona said, smiling at her red-headed friend. Me too, I'm looking forward to it, Sona, she answered with a smile, somewhat confident, and then saw her friend rival leave and close the door, and then Asia spoke with some doubt. Grimoire-senpai, skills? The blonde asked. Ah, that's true. Well, you should know that this is the time when the Master of Familiars receives a nobility and we decide it with matches like normal high school students, Rias explained, smiling as she looked at Team Shinto. Ah, yes, I heard that demons had familiars to watch over or summon their masters, but didn't you have Rias-senpai? Cosette asked, somewhat curious. Of course, this is my little familiar, the redhead spoke, while a light poof was heard and a small red bat appeared in Rias's hand. No, it's cute, she said with a smile. This is mine, Akino said as a palm-sized green oni was summoned from the ground and jumped onto Akino's shoulder. This is Shiro, Kaneko spoke, who was hugging a white kitten. This is mine, Kiba said as he made a small bird appear on his shoulder. Rias then decided to explain a familiar is a being that becomes the hand and foot of the demons. They also become very useful for the work of the demons. Usually the DLVRY of flyers is the job of a familiar. Rias showed Issei a flyer with the BGMI seal on it. So, it seems Kaicho also wants to go to the familiars so Saji can get one of his own, right? I suppose it's common for new servants, am I correct? The brown-haired boy asked. That's true, but today Sona and I will have a little sports match for something different because tomorrow night whoever wins the final match will go to the familiars forest. Rias spoke, with a smile that means competitive. Wow, it seems they're quite competitive, aren't they, Grimoire-senpai? He asked with a slight chuckle. I won't deny that, Rias replied, laughing a little at the brunette's question. I understand what Grimoire-senpai means, but what do we have to do with each other? The brunette asked, wanting to get to the redhead's point. Well, we wanted to thank you and your group, and we thought the best way to thank you would be, if we win, to take you to get some familiars for Asia-san and Yuma-san, he answered sincerely, and with a big smile. Gremry-san, can we really get some too? But neither Yuma-san nor I are demons, Asia said, tilting her head slightly as she asked. Rias shook her head and said it's okay, Asia-san, this is a small token of gratitude for protecting us that time, and healing my cute servants, Rias answered, but in a very sincere way. Wow, really, I don't know what to say? But Ise, Cosette-chan, is it okay if we accept? The bearer of the King Cobra spirit asked the brunette. The brunette and the purple-haired girl thought about it for a while. But then Cosette spoke first. The Hyōdō family has been known for helping people, without receiving any kind of gratitude in return. He spoke while he saw that the blonde and the black-haired girl were starting to get sad, but now the brunette spoke, while smiling. But it would be totally rude and impolite on our part to reject something that Grimoire-senpai is going to make an effort to give you, don't you think so, Cosette? Issei finished, while at the same time winking at the girls, who were pleased. It's true, rejecting something like that would be a total lack of respect, so Gremry-sama, we accept, only if they accept them? Cosette asked, while smiling and observing the blonde and the black-haired girl. Issei-san, Cosette-san, thank you, Asia replied, while hugging her older brothers. I really don't know what to say, Yuma spoke, but just as happy. Fine, but you must remember that we will go if Grimoire-senpai wins. That match which leads me to wonder, Grimoire-senpai, what is it? The first match that you and Kaicho are going to do? Issei asked, very curious. You'll see, the redhead responded very confidently, leaving the brunette even more bewildered. Later, on the academy's tennis courts, after classes. So, this is one of the most outstanding competitions between Rias Gremry and Sona Shirtorai? The brunette asked, adjusting his glasses as he stood in the stands looking at his electronic agenda with his cane at his side. Kaya. It's Sauna Wani-sama. A student shouted. You are Akino Wani-sama. You're as beautiful as ever. Another male student shouted. It seems like he just confessed. Kia. Tsubaki-sama. Another female student shouted. People started to gather around outside the tennis court. The four most popular girls of Kuo Academy gathered together to have a tennis match. Issei, who was trying to ignore the noise and grunted as he tried to focus on his PDA. Asia was standing in front of the fence, and while Kiba and Kaneko were standing on her left side, they all looked at Issei with dirty faces, while in their minds they had the same question. How can that kid pay more attention to that electronic planner, when in front of him are the most beautiful things the world could have ever created? Cosette, do all boys have that question in their heads? The brunette asked, sensing and ignoring the malicious glances. Hi, but apparently because They think I should be more like them, Cosette responded, nervous. If that were the case, my family wouldn't trust me with the duties of the company's future director. Besides, don't you think those four are exaggerating by only playing tennis? The brunette asked, while receiving information on several different contracts. Cosette was also thinking the same thing until the scream of a familiar redhead brought her out of her thoughts. Here we go. Sauna Rias was holding a tennis ball and was ready to serve it. Go ahead. Rias Sauna was in her waiting mode. The match started and both sides were furiously trying to take one half from the other, and 10 minutes had passed since the game started and the score on both sides was 15-15. Kaisha, win for you please. Saji shouted like crazy. The three devils of the Occult Research Club, Asia and Yuma, looked up from the fence to see Saji, who was waving a large flag with great force, Issei and Cosette in the stands. Kiba, Yuma and Asia had a large drop of sweat on their heads, while Kaneko showed a neutral expression. The match between Rias and Akino against Sauna and Tsubaki is getting more and more intense. Then, Sauna decided to change things up a bit. Take this. Shintō style, spin serve. Sauna shouted and hit the ball with a bit of demonic power inside it. Naive. I can only counter it with the BGMI style. Rias was about to hit the ball until the ball changed direction during the last second. 15-30. The score was called by Kusaka, who is the referee. Issei looked away from his agenda and Cosette suddenly opened their eyes and turned to look at both Kiba and Kaneko, so the brunette spoke. Did they just use demonic power? He spoke, completely credulous and shocked. Don't they know moderation? The purple-haired girl spoke up, in the same state as her master. Kiba had a large bead of sweat on his head and gave them a forced smile. So, you noticed it too, huh? He spoke to the two. Kaneko's expression remained unchanged. I think they overdid it with the pitches until a familiar voice caught everyone's attention. Ha! You are really impressive, Kaicho. Saji cheered. What about the students who witnessed this? Asia asked worriedly. Yeah, why don't they seem at all scared by those monstrous throws? Yuma also asked. Suddenly, someone cheered, alerting and surprising our friends as they said, "It's a magic ball," shouted one of the spectators. "That's amazing," a girl said. "Hey, did they say it was the magic ball?" another shouted. "Amazing," another boy exclaimed, excited. Asia, Yuma, Cosette and Issei were completely speechless until the knight spoke. They thought it was a magic ball, Kiba replied, smiling shyly. Kaneko closed her eyes, said a painful fact with indifference, "That's a good thing, that they are so oblivious thing," which made a large drop of sweat appear on her head. Rias smiled and declared, "As expected of my rival, but I'm going to win this game." But her rival spoke. "Ufufu Rias, I hope you haven't forgotten the promise that the loser has to pay for the udon with all the ingredients at Kobashi, right?" He spoke with a challenging smile. "Yeah, I haven't forgotten. I'd be embarrassed if you tried it before me. That's why I'll definitely win. You know, I have 108 styles of magic ball, right?" Rias spoke challengingly. "I'm going to accept that challenge. I'm going to hit you back every ball that enters my Shitori zone," replied the Citri heiress. Issei blinked and tilted his head. "They're so competitive, aren't they?" he said, closing his eyes and looking back at his electronic organizer. The match continued until Rias and Akino's team emerged victorious in the first competition. Now they were going to enjoy a well-deserved meal. Of course, they were very kind to invite Issei and company, but they had no idea what was in store for them. Now, inside the Occult Research Club. Now our friends, within the Eris BGMI Club, had their eyes before the strange scene in front of them. At that, Issei dared to speak. "So, Grimora-senpai, may I ask what are Kaicho and Tsubaki-san doing now?" Looking now at the redhead while she laughs at the brunette's question, in the Occult Research Club, Rias, Akino, Yuto and Kaneko were looking at Issei, then looking at Tsubaki and Sona, who were kneading the dough. "Remember Hyōdō-san, whoever lost the tennis match had agreed to make udon," he replied, smiling. Issei blinked and rubbed the back of his head, before Yuma said something that was pretty obvious to everyone. "So, is that why they're trying so hard with the dough?" he said in a pretty obvious way. "Yufufu." Issei and company turned to see Akino, who was laughing. "It's a tradition, It must be from scratch, she said, with her smile. How's the kneading going, Tsubaki? Sona rubbed the sweat off her head and turned to look at Tsubaki. It needs a little more, Kaicho, Tsubaki said, narrowing her eyes slightly, as she put more pressure on the dough. I guess there's nothing else to do, so let's give you two a hand, Rias said, smiling. We don't need any sympathy from the enemy. Sona narrowed her eyes and put on her glasses. Don't get me wrong, Sona, we just want to make sure the udon is really delicious, and even more so for our guests, right, Kaneko? Rias said as she turned to look at her rook. Udon is the culmination of flower creations, Kaneko said, smiling slightly. Why are you so obsessed with udon? Asia raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it could be the work of demons, right? Cosette responded, equally curious. Udon, is it really that good? Issei blinked in confusion and tilted his head. Yufufu, what kind of question is that, Hyōdō-kun? Issei opened his eyes and looked back at Akino to explain his reason. Well, I was just... Issei tried to explain to his black-haired senpai. It's nothing more than the rivalry between the Gremory and Citri clans. Yuto smiled as he lightly punched Yuma on the shoulder. A rivalry, you say? Yuma asked, seeing Kiba. Very well, let's start now. Akino laughed as she walked towards Rias, who spoke, and they went to where the citrus were. Moments later. What the hell are you doing now? Yuma blinked several times, because he was in the presence of something totally strange. I have no idea. Asia opened her eyes, while watching her four senpais and Kaneko jumping on top of the mass. It's an old tradition. Yuto looked at Asia, ready to explain to the blonde. Is that really a tradition? Issei said, seeing the girls, and then thought to himself, well, honestly I don't know if I want to eat that udon now. After seeing how they prepare it, after thinking a bit nervously, he heard someone talking to him. Hyōdō-san, if we don't do it with our feet, the cereal dough won't align evenly. Rias smiled, while watching Issei. They must have great elasticity and viscosity, perfectly balanced pressure and no errors, then the perfect udon can be born. Kaneko now explains. The Shintō, upon hearing such an explanation, just stared at the silver-haired girl in disbelief. During the days they were attending classes or the days they saw her, never, ever did they see Kaneko Tojo speak in a positive way, much less about noodles. What did you just say? Issei, astonished, and Cosette, stunned, says. I think this is the first time I've heard you talk more than ever. I guess you must really like udon, he answered, with a nervous smile. Now that the dough has been fully kneaded, it's time to cut it. Sona said, while twirling the knife. Yes, Kaicho, Tsubaki said while also handling a knife. Issei's eyes widened as he saw his two senpais cutting the udon at high speed, and then the King Cobra spirit wielder said, Gulp, hey, it's just udon, Yuma said, a little nervous. Now we add the specialty of the Citri. After cutting the udon, it is placed in the pot and ready to cook, and Sona smiles as she looked at the pot and its contents cooking. Oh God, is there a specialty? Issei thought, while shrugging his shoulders. Kaicho, are you adding magic? Asia asked as she saw a blue magic circle appear above the pot, and Issei opened his eyes as the ex-fallen spoke, saying, Magic? Are you serious? Yuma asked in complete disbelief. I think for demons, using magic to improve food must be very normal, Cosette said nervously, while looking at the pot. But what Kaicho is doing, isn't that considered cheating? Brunette asked curiously, seeing his president. Hyōdō-kun, with my magic, the soup will be more delicious, Sona explained while smiling and looking at Issei. Gulp, sure, I understand, the brunette replied, with his eyes closed and nervous, with a drop of sweat on his head, but something in his shirt pocket began to sound and vibrate, alerting Issei and everyone in the club room. One of my favorite bands, Skillet, back from the dead. Light it up, now I'm burning, feel the rush of adrenaline. We are young, we are strong, we will rise 'cause I'm back from the dead tonight. To the floor, hit the red line, flying high at the speed of light, full of love, full of light, full of fight 'cause I'm back from the dead tonight, back from the dead tonight. Back, dead tonight, back from the dead tonight, back, dead tonight, back from the dead tonight. Ah, sorry, it's mine, haha. The brown-haired man spoke a little nervous, recognizing that song and immediately searched in his shirt pocket and found a smartphone, metallic red, and on the screen, a name he knew appeared, and answered the call. Hello? Yes. I understand. One moment, please? The brown-haired man answered while he went to the door of the club, and had his hand on the speaker of his cell phone, and looked at everyone and then looked at the Citri heiress. Kaicho, I have to take care of this, who just watched him and nodded, then looked at her friends. Go ahead and eat. I'll just take care of this and I'll be back in a moment, okay? She finished, with a smile. Sure, Issei-sen, the bearer of the heron spirit, responded, somewhat doubtfully. Don't worry, I just don't take too long or I'll eat all the udon, Yuma said, with a little laughter. Issei-sama, are you all right? The young bearer of the tiger spirit asked upon seeing her master and friend. Calm down, Cosette, like I said, I'll just take care of this and come back, okay? He assured the purple-haired girl, before turning to look at the redhead. Now, if you'll excuse me? He finished and waited for an answer. Go ahead, Hyōdō-san, take your time but don't be late, okay? Rias replied with a smile. Hey, calm down, go ahead and eat, replied the brown-haired boy as he walked out the door and closed it behind him, and stood with his back to it, and went back to answer the call. Now, outside the Occult Research Club. Okay, I can talk now, but first I would like to say that I am glad to hear your voice after so long. Uncle Aizawa Issei spoke nostalgically to the man who was his private teacher and like a second father to him and his younger sister. Haha, I guess that's true, and from what I've heard I can tell you're still popular with the girls, right? He asked, smiling as he sat in his office chair, next to his sisters and Issei's mothers, and on the other line was Aizawa Fuyumi, the deputy director of Hyōdō Technologies, as well as the well-known ace accountant of the company. A man about 43 years old, but he looked like he was about 30, with dark skin, short brown hair, with eyes like Issei's mother, and with some facial hair, beard and mustache. I wouldn't say that, uncle, but I think we should move on to the matter at hand, shouldn't we? The brunette replied seriously. Yes, I think so. First, I must tell you that we still don't have any information about Daishur, but we have investigated that there have been sightings in the small towns in the east. Apparently a kind of dark mass appeared, absorbing and destroying everything in its path, Issei's uncle explained seriously. Do you think it's him? What else, or being, would be capable of that, let alone with that description? Issei asked seriously upon hearing his uncle's information. Believe us, your mother and everyone here, we are investigating everything we can, even allies of the Shinto and yokai factions, they are making the same effort. Also in the Order of the Claw they are investigating everything they can, but for now it is the only thing we have, answered his uncle, equally serious. But what about the Lin-Kei clan? I would bet that Master Kuai Liang and his followers could help us, and they have also been under the service of the Hyōdō family. Given that he, Master Nightwolf, and my father were friends, I think I could ask him for that favor, don't you think? The brown-haired man spoke with some doubt. We already anticipated that, and unfortunately even with the union of the most advanced technology and the mysticism of the Lin-Kei, it seems that nothing has been found yet, replied the uncle, remembering past actions. This is getting more tedious apparently. We not only have problems staying away from the 3 biblical factions, but also, Daishur is playing hide-and-seek with us, being the ones searching now. The brown-haired boy responded with some anger as he remembered what happened to him when he was a child. I know, son, I know you must have a lot of work right now, especially as the future director of your father's company, and now even more so as a student at Kuo Academy, but we all believe in you, and you know that better than anyone, don't you? He asked his nephew, who was taken aback. Yes, I know, but what can we do? So far, we don't have any clues, the brown-haired man replied as he sat on the floor. For the moment, all of you, stay alert while you are there. We do not know where Daishur may be, or if he has a new carrier, be it a demon, fallen angel, or a stray exorcist. We must be more careful now because apparently new problems are approaching Kuo, but it is only a possible feeling, his uncle communicated while informing him of future problems. Do you think it's something related to Kokubile, or something to do with the peace treaty with Grigori? Issei asked, serious. Until now, Azazel informed us that there were some stray casualties, but he didn't say anything about Kokubile, but he doesn't trust him either, so for now Issei must be alert, and even more so now that Isara is arriving in Kuo soon. Aizawa, reminding his nephew of that news, apparently smiling. Yais, I suppose so, but Uncle Aizawa, don't worry, we'll be attentive here and without any problem. I think we might even have a small agreement with one of the demon clans that protect the city. The younger brown-haired boy responded to his uncle. It's true, your mother told me that Cosette and you met the heiresses of the Gremory and Citri clans, so what did you think of them? Mr. Aizawa asked curiously. Well, the Gremory heiress is certainly affectionate with her servants, but yes, very childish. I think now I understand why Mom and you canceled deals with them. As for the Citri heiress, she could be more trustworthy, but one of her servants has one of the 5 great dragon kings, but it seems she doesn't like him, Issei replied, remembering what happened with Saji. So one of them, huh? But you shouldn't be worried about his attitude, Issei, given that you know how to defend yourself from people who talk to you that way, right, remember? Answered his uncle. Yes, I guess so. Anyway, we will be alert in any case, Uncle Aizawa, Issei said, with a soft smile. I hope so, son. Ah, that's right, Issei. Do you know Ginzo Kanaboshi? Aizawa asked Issei, who only answered, yes, I know him. He's the president of a financial company affiliated with Yatsuba Enterprises, and he wants to do business with us. But why are you asking? Is something wrong? He asked, somewhat hesitantly. Well, we have found something disgusting about your business, and apparently we discovered that you do not care about the lives of others, for your own benefit, and apparently you use fraudulent methods on your clients, so that they lose everything they have. He responded, seriously and angrily. So, the reason why people who deposited all their savings in their banks, and just disappeared like that, it was his doing, right? That's why his face doesn't seem trustworthy at all. Now I know which contract I should delete from the system, Issei commented, somewhat annoyed. Thank you, son. You know very well that our company cannot have allies who make our clients lose everything they have. And you can rest assured, we will do the paperwork to cancel all business with him. Aizawa replied with a slight and proud smile for his nephew. I understand, thanks uncle. Okay then. Issei didn't finish speaking because a small explosion sounded inside Rias Gremory's club. It pushed him a little, and made him almost drop his cell phone. What the hell? The brown-haired boy asked angrily. Issei, what was that noise? Asked his uncle. I think it's a big problem. Sorry, Uncle Aizawa. I think I have to hang up. It seems there's a small problem to solve, he replied, with a certain headache. Calm down, son. It was nice to hear your voice, and I see that you are maturing very quickly, but remember that you must be careful because the decisions you make, his uncle, couldn't finish what he was going to say, because Issei finished it. They will always have repercussions in your future. Yes, I know, and very well, he replied, smiling. How did you know what I was going to say? The older brunette asked, smiling. I had a great teacher who instilled that lesson in me, he responded with a smile. Haha, that's my boy. Well, I think that's all for now. Goodbye, Issei finished, speaking his Uncle Aizawa. See you soon, Uncle Aizawa, Issei replied, then hung up and put away his cell phone, then heard a small knock that came from inside the club, and tiredly took the door knob and turned it slowly to open the door, and what he saw was something totally extravagant, and apparently he had a slight tick in his right eye. Now, inside the occult research club. Because the moment he entered, he went into a state of shock. He saw that the udon was moving from the cups and had trapped Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and surprisingly it also trapped Cosette, Asia and Yuma. Yes, Issei was witnessing as the girls were being attacked by the noodles. What the heck is going on? Issei blushed, seeing that the noodles were being eaten by the girls in a very suggestive and artsy way, but then he looked at his president, who was standing to the side with Kiba, holding a bowl, just like his queen, Tsubaki, and asked her, Kaicho, what happened? Issei asked, trying to block out the hmms of the caught ones. Do you want the long version, or the short version of the story? Ting, Citri said, closing her eyes and adjusting her glasses. The short version please, the brunette asked, while putting his hand on his face. Well, when Argento-san tripped over herself, she broke my concentration on the spell, and that made the noodles come to life, responding very simply to the brown-haired boy, and with her eyes closed. I should have known that sooner or later something bad was going to happen, but I didn't think it would be so soon, Issei replied as he went to get his staff that was in a corner, and turned to look at the tangled era Era, this is so daring, Akino said with her characteristic smile, but she was blushing. This is disgusting and perverted, Kaneko replied stoically, a little embarrassed. Issei-sama, please don't look at me like this. Cosette replied, embarrassed. Issei-san, please help. Asia shouted as she felt the udon touching her too much. Don't just stand there, please do something. Yuma shouted, blushing as she struggled to get free. Don't limit yourselves, just analyze this calmly, do something. Rias shouted, blushing while looking at Sona and company. Kaicho, is there anything we can do? Yudo asked, frowning slightly. I don't know, this is the first time I've seen this, the black-haired woman answered sincerely. With a tired sigh, Issei just raised the hand that had his staff up, and the red crystal began to shine, while covering Rias, Akino, Kaneko, Cosette, Asia and Yuma, and made the noodles disintegrate, lowering them safely to the ground, and he sighed in relief and more tiredness. I'm getting old, so fast, are you all right? The brunette asked the newly freed women. Thank you very much, Hyōdō-san, Rias said, standing up, while smiling she looked at Issei. Yufufa, thank you, Hyōdō-kun, Akino said, standing up, while still smiling and approaching Issei. Kaneko looked at Issei and offered him a nod, indicating her thanks. Thank you, Issei-sama. Oh no, I'll have to wash the uniforms thoroughly, Cosette complained after seeing the state of her clothes. Thanks, Issei-san. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't intervened, Asia expressed while breathing raggedly. I think I will never see udon in any form of food again as long as I live, Yuma claimed, now afraid of udon. Now at the Hyōdō residence at night. After the interesting problem had ended, Issei and his friends had left the occult research club, now at home, more specifically inside his office, and with a great sigh of tiredness, Issei finished reviewing the contracts that he was going to accept and those that should be eliminated for later, reviewing the sheets with the club budgets, which his president entrusted him with, and finally deducing that the art club was the one that used the most funds. Then someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. See, are you there? Asked our favorite blonde. Hey, come in, Isha, it's open, replied the brunette, while adjusting his glasses, to continue reading and then file away the important papers. Everything okay, Issei-san? Do you look tired? The blonde asked, worried about the brunette. A little. I haven't stopped reading, signing and filing the company and student council papers, but it's nothing to worry about anyway. Asia, why did you call me? Is something wrong? The brunette asked. Yes, Cosette-san said that dinner was ready, and that you should come down now, the young blonde indicated to the brown-haired boy. Issei exclaimed, then looked at his electronic clock, which was above his door, which was indicating that it was 8:30 p.m. at night, which led to dinner time. Wow, I've been working since 4 in the afternoon, wow, for hours and 30 minutes in the office, now I've broken my record, the brunette responded, nervously looking at his watch. Issei-san, that shouldn't be done. I understand that you have a lot of work, but that's no excuse to spend the whole day locked up. Asia began to scold, like a mother to her son. Yeah, then come on, Asia, I think I smell udon. Hi. Issei started laughing, making his little sister totally scared. Issei-san, that's not funny, Asia complained, while lightly hitting his chest. "'Kay, calm down, it was a joke," he said, laughing, while he saw Asia puff out her cheeks in a cute way. "Okay, shall we go?" the brunette asked. "Hi," Asia replied, going to the table. Then they went to the table to have dinner, where Cosette had already set the table and put all the food that wasn't udon. Of course, later they noticed that a certain black hair hadn't arrived, something that Issei noticed. "Hey, and Yuma, aren't you coming down for dinner?" the brunette asked as he saw that his friend wasn't at the table. "I think she must be." Cosette didn't finish speaking because, as if by magic, RX Fallen was arriving at the table. "I'm coming," shouted the aforementioned black-haired woman. "Yuma-san, you took a while, didn't you?" Asia asked, as she looked at the newcomer. "Yes, I was just finishing this," the black-haired girl replied, as she took out some small things and showed them to everyone. "So that's the reason why you asked Cosette for help using the sewing machine?" Issei asked, seeing what his black-haired friend was carrying. "Yeah, amazing, isn't it?" "Say it, I'm amazing," Yuma answered proudly. "And you really are, Yuma-san," Asia replied, excited. "I know, I know as well as I do. There are number 2, the black-haired woman responded with more pride. Now that brings me to the question about the $1,000,000. What did you make them for? The brunette asked while looking at the brunette. You'll see it tomorrow, and you must believe when I tell you that you'll see us all shine, Yuma replied, in a slightly extravagant way. Ah, tomorrow? What will I see tomorrow? Issei asked, earning knowing smiles from his friends, including Cosette herself, and they all said at the same time. It's a secret. They all finished at the same time, while the brunette thought. Okay, is this scaring me? What are you two up to? Then he started eating his soup. The next day, that same afternoon at the gym. Ah, I should have guessed this is what they were referring to, the brunette thought while his glasses shone with his cane at his side, while he was in the stands. At the same time he looked at his metallic red iPad to check some things using his electronic pen, while he was witnessing the last competition between the Gremory and Citri clans, a game of dodgeball. The members of the Occult Research Club were warming up before the match started. The girls were wearing white t-shirts with navy blue details with the Kuo Academy emblem embroidered on the front left side with navy blue edges, and Kiba was wearing a gray and white tracksuit with black details. Rias was wearing a pink tracksuit with black and white details, but what Issei saw, but was not surprised, was that Yuma, Asia and even Cosette were helping the Gremory peerage. Yuma then took something out of his pocket and called out to the others, "Everyone, could you come here for a minute?" The black-haired girl called out to them. As the demons, including Asia and Cosette, gathered around her, Yuma began handing out one to each pai joie or demon, a headband with the word Occult Research Club sewn in the center in red thread. I was hoping this might lift everyone's spirits, he said proudly. Yuma-san made them yesterday night. Asia added. Haha, however it was Cosette who taught me how to sew, the black-haired girl said, and smiled shyly, while scratching the back of her head. It's the first time I've done some sewing, but after everything you're doing for us, this is the best I can do, she answered sincerely, while Cosette and Asia nodded, confirming what she said. Yes, that's right, Yuma-san, thank you very much, Rias said with a smile. They're amazing. Amano-san. Kiba contemplated the headband that the black-haired girl made. Well done, Kaneko said and gave a small smile, while looking at the headband. Era Yuma-chan, and the others have worked so hard for us, and now we absolutely can't lose, replied the half-fallen, but Cosette replied. With all due respect, Himejima-senpai, but it's like Yuma-chan said before, this is something small, compared to what they're doing for us, Cosette replied, with a small smile. Everyone laughed, but Rias noticed that Issei was in the stands, but when the brunette noticed the gaze of the Gremory heiress, he just raised his head and took his gaze off his iPad for a moment to look at the redhead, and just raised his right hand to greet the redhead with a smile, and she returned the greeting with a smile. Then she turned to look at Cosette and the others, smiling at them, and they returned the greeting with a smile, and then she looked back at the screen of her iPad, to return to her work, in that the Gremory asked her friends. Hey, what's Hyōdō-san doing? Didn't he come to support us? The Gremory asked, seeing that the brunette was moving his electronic pen as if he was writing something. It's because she received several emails with the financial statements and the shares of the investments in her family's company, replied the purple-haired maid. True, he always receives a lot of work every 3 weeks. Believe it or not, he could barely sleep last night. Yuma, watching the brunette, concentrated on his screen. Hi. Most of the work is like a review, so that your mother can verify which contracts she should accept and which ones she shouldn't. Asia finished smiling, while also looking at the brunette. After listening to the answers from the brunette's friends, they could only feel something, and tried to assimilate the amount of work the brunette had, especially Rias being like him, an heiress of her family. Wow, being a future director of a big company is no game, Kiba said, while trying to put himself in the brown-haired boy's shoes. Oh, and it must be hard to update and sign all the paperwork or file it on a computer, right? Akino replied, her hand on her cheek, a little worried. Ichimi Butcho, you and Kaicho, don't you have that kind of job as Hyōdō-senpai, do you? Kaneko asked expressionlessly. To be completely honest, it's Oni-sama who takes care of those things, and according to Sona, his older sister, who takes care of her own things, and to be completely honest, I don't know if she could handle all that work, the redhead answered sincerely. But now, after a few moments, the game would begin and someone made it to the last competition. Sorry, it's just that we were a bit late. Everyone looks towards the source of that voice. It was Sona and her nobility. Let's end this once and for all. Sona Rias returned to her usual butcho mode and smiled. At the gym, that afternoon the game begins. So all they have to do is either catch the ball or avoid it and not let it get to the others. In terms of numbers, it seems they are tied with the help of Cosette and the others, and luckily one of Kaicho's peerage became a referee. Issei began to analyze the situation while he was in the stands, turning his pen a few times. Currently, Tsubasa was holding the ball, throwing it towards Kaneko, with force, a great force, which made Kaneko bend backwards to dodge the ball, but the ball tore off a part of her shirt. Did he use his rook power? Seriously? Issei said, seeing what just happened, with utmost disbelief. A whistle blew. Kaneko, she's out, the referee spoke. Wow, poor thing, Issei said, while rereading his information. The game continues, as Rias and Aquino along with Yuma did most of the attacking, and Cosette was either dodging or passing the ball to any of the girls, be it Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, or Yuma, because she alone can't throw the ball to a girl. She doesn't want to be mean, but she just can't do it. Asia was running and dodging most of the thrown ball. Kiba just threw the ball softly and lost in the middle of his throw. The simple game of dodgeball had turned into a war zone as both sides were using their demonic powers, but the Paijua were trying not to use them. This will be the last match, the referee called. Only Rias, Aquino, Cosette, Sona and Saji remained in the last match, but apparently, there was a grayed blonde who turned to look at our favorite brunette while he was working, and said somewhat angrily, "Diamen that Hyōdō, because of him he made Kaicho punish me," Saji whispered while holding the ball, while he was watching Issei working, then preparing to throw it, and shouted, "Hey playboy! Catch this!" Saji shouted and threw the ball as hard as he could, with a bit of dark energy. A vein in Issei's head popped like a balloon, hearing what Saji called him, while the brunette was working, but the ball flew with force in a straight line towards Issei. "Ise! Issei-san! Issei-sama! Hyōdō-san! Hyōdō-kun! Hyōdō-senpai!" Yuma, Asia, Cosette, Rias, Kiba, Aquino and Kaneko shouted when they saw the ball flying towards Issei at high speed, but they got scared because they thought our brown-haired boy wasn't listening to them because he was more focused on writing on that iPad. But Issei stood his ground and then stood up, his brown hair shading his eyes. Then he put his iPad and pen aside to take his stick with his right hand, then look where the ball came from, but to everyone's surprise, a small gust of wind was felt. Since Issei stopped Saji's ball with his left hand without any effort, it could even be seen that the dark energy surrounding the ball was disappearing. Saji was surprised, while his jaw dropped to the floor, seeing how Issei was able to catch the ball with great ease. "Could you stop calling me a playboy?" Issei threw the ball up while using his stick as a baseball bat, then hit the ball with great force while at the same time shouting, "Bah!" The ball had hit Saji, but actually it had hit him in his crotch. "Oh, that's going to hurt tomorrow, but I think maybe I overdid it a little," Issei commented with a drop of sweat on his head as he lowered his cane and his glasses fell a little, then later realizing that he had hit Saji in a very important part for every man. "Old man, to think I'll need a doctor," Saji shouted desperately, holding his crotch with his hands while speaking with a broken but loud voice. "Suya's out." The referee shouted. Issei came back to his senses, noticing what had happened. He then bowed and apologized to the remaining Citri. Then the match ended, and the Gremory nobility emerged victorious, and they went to celebrate at the Redheads Club. Moments later, at the Occult Research Club. "Kenpai!" Everyone in the Occult Research Club said, celebrating their victory over the Student Council. "Everyone did very well in today's game. I'm proud of all of you," Rias praised everyone. "But Butcho, I think you'll agree that even if it wasn't intentional, Hyōdō-san helped us," when Kiba spoke, while turning to look at the brunette, who was looking out the window. "No, you were the ones who won. I only reacted because Saji started to be annoying," Issei replied, turning to look at the others, but he felt a little disappointed in himself for reacting that way. "Era Hyōdō-kun," he got really upset over their. Aquino teased Issei, smiling at him at the same time. "Ichimbi, but his pitch, or rather his batting, was perfect," Kaneko commented, making a V with her hand. "Haha, Yes, I see, but something tells me that Saji won't bother you again for a while, the ex-fallen one joked, making the brown-haired boy feel a little bad, but Cosette said something that cheered him up a little. Don't worry, Issei Sama. Kaicho said that Saji-kun will be fine in 3 days, so you shouldn't worry, she said, while putting her hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Cosette. I think I feel a little better, and even more so knowing that these two will have a familiar in a few moments, the brown-haired boy replied, while happily looking at Asia and Yuma. Then, let's not waste any more time. It's time for Yuma-san and Asia-san to look for their familiar. Ria spoke. Let's all go to the familiar forest, she said proudly. In the forest of familiars, the members of the Occult Research Club were transported to an unknown forest via the magic transport circle. This forest is totally dense, Issei thought, then looked around and took a deep breath. He exhaled slowly, the air in the familiar forest calming him greatly. Suddenly, let's get the ninjas. A middle-aged man in rough clothes was about to introduce himself, jumping out from the bushes, but he didn't count on Issei's instinct taking over and pinning him to the ground with his staff at his neck. Who are you? Issei questioned the suspicious man, surprising the four Gremries, but the Shinto knew why he did what he did. Hyōdō-san, calm down, that's the man who will help us look for the relatives. Rias panicked when she saw what Issei had done, but she didn't blame him. Issei just raised his eyebrow. Oh, sorry. He quickly stood up from his position while helping the man up, and helped him dust himself off. All right, kid, no doubt you have good reflexes. The man patted Issei on the shoulder, congratulating him. My name is Satoji of Madara Village. I am a demon in training. My goal is to become the master of familiars. Satoji actively introduced himself. Satojin, I have brought the people I mentioned to you. Rias decided to speak, and introduced both Issei and company to the master of the familiars. A young man with great reflexes and 3 beautiful girls, a blonde, a purple-haired one, and a black-haired one? All right, you came with the right person. If it's me, any family member in this forest will be totally yours. The man replied proudly. Fine, we'll be in your care, Zatoji-san, Issei replied, and bowed slightly, as did Cosette, Asia and Yuma. I like you, boy. Gremry-san, he sure knows how to choose his friends. Satoji praised Issei again. So, what kind of familiars are you looking for? Strong ones? Fast ones? Cute ones? Or those poisonous ones? The future familiar master asked. In fact, it's just the 2 of them who are going to look for the Zatoji-san familiars, the brown-haired boy commented, while pushing Asia and Yuma to the front. We just came to observe, Cosette concluded. I understand then. Young ladies, have you thought about which familiars you're looking for? Zatoji asked again. I would like a nice favor, Asia spoke shyly. No problem, a cute one. Zatoji raised his thumb, as he said it happily. And you, miss? Turning to look at Yuma. How about a flying and attack type? Would that type be helpful? Yuma asked, explaining the description to the familiar master, who just placed his hand on his chin, as if thinking, and smiled before speaking again. If that's the kind you're looking for, dear girl, I know the right familiars for you, and your friend, he replied, smiling. Really? Thank you very much, he replied, very gratefully. Well then, everyone follow me, Zatoji indicated, and all the demons and Paijua went with him, except for our favorite chestnut tree, who stood there looking seriously in a certain direction, which our Cosette noticed and asked him. Issei-sama, is something wrong? She asked worriedly. Don't worry, Cosette, I'm just going for a walk. Go and keep the rest of them safe from getting into trouble, okay? Issei spoke and calmed our maid purple-haired. If it's Issei-sama's orders, then I'll follow them, but are you sure there's nothing wrong? Issei's friend maid asked. Don't worry, it's nothing bad now. Go ahead with the others, I'll catch up with them later, he said as he walked in the direction he had been looking at for a while, and as he walked he hit the ground with the tip of his cane and disappeared, its golden flames covering him and then disappearing from Cosette's sight. Hi, Issei-sama, please be careful, the purple-haired girl replied, as she bowed slightly and stood up again and went with the others. With the others? After having separated from Issei, Cosette had met up with the others, and the redhead noticed that the brunette was not there, and asked the maid. Shelly-san, where is she, Hyōdō-san? No, she's lost, isn't she? She asked, somewhat worried. Don't worry, Grimoire-senpai, Issei-sama just went for a walk. He will join us shortly, Cosette replied, smiling. That's weird. Doesn't just leave without at least telling us, said the bearer of the King Cobra spirit. Should we be worried? The bearer of Twilight Healing and the spirit of the Heron asked Cosette. No, he said not to worry. He said to go ahead and look for his relatives, he replied to Asia, while smiling. I understand. Well, let's continue. We're sorry for the delay. Zatoji-san, the Grimoire heiress, apologized. Don't worry, Grimoire. Now everyone come with me, Zatoji said while smiling, and told everyone to follow him. Meanwhile, with our Paijwa and Sekyruutei, who was on his walk. Now we find ourselves with Issei, who was walking in the direction he was looking a while ago, while apparently he was feeling some kind of strange aura, which he was following, but apparently his right hand began to shine with the emerald green that characterized him. Ddraig, you feel it, right? The aura of the legendary Tiamat, the brown-haired boy asked seriously and walking, while he squeezed his staff with his left hand, and continued on the path where that aura was. Yes, but why are you following her, partner? You know that the moment she feels my presence on you, she'll kill us, right? The red dragon responded, a little nervously. Believe me, I know, but something tells me to go, and if we want her to be our ally we must go. Besides, you know as well as I do, that my family worships dragons as a symbol of deity. For generations, the brown-haired man responded, very serious. Yes. I know I'm aware of that, partner, but even so, Ddraig didn't finish speaking because Issei spoke. Nothing, Ddraig, listen to what we're doing. You're going to apologize to Tiamat-sama, whether you like it or not. Did I make myself clear? The brunette asked, scolding the dragon inside the booster gear. Ah, well, why are all the carriers I've been on so serious and rigid? The celestial dragon asked, complaining. Remember, my family has been your bearer for generations and you know it well, so you better stop complaining, he answered more seriously, and saw that the crystal of his staff began to flicker. We are close. Let's stay alert, he said while turning his staff back into his sword, Rujingetsu. Ah, very well, you know. There are times when I think that I'm more with Hiroto than with you, Ddraig replied, remembering his former wielder. And I am honored that you compare me to my father, Ddraig, but remember this very well, I am not him, he replied, with regret, remembering his father. Sorry, mate, but if it helps you'll get over it one day, and a very distant one at that, replied the red dragon, while answering his bearer with utmost sincerity. Thanks, mate, good, we've arrived. Stay hidden for a moment, Ddraig, the brown-haired boy spoke, serious because as he walked he felt Tiamat's aura. It grew stronger. You don't have to tell me twice, I'll talk to you later, partner. After that, Ddraig stopped talking and the emerald glow of Issei's right hand stopped shining. Apparently, it's here, Issei said, while his eyes, still with their glasses, began to shine a scarlet red color. Outside a great cave. That's where the chaos dragon Karma lives, said the brown-haired man, standing in front of the cave. Issei entered little by little, but before he activated his suit from his bracelet, starting with his mask covering his mouth, then the metallic parts covered the rest of his body, then he was ready to enter the interior of the cave, while he felt that the dragon's aura was getting stronger, but then a feminine but at the same time dark voice was heard. Who dares disturb my sleep? An angry female voice came from the cave, and a figure began to move from the shadows. My name is Issei Hyōdō, a member of the Shintō Faction. Issei bowed to the shadowy figure to show his respect to the Dragon King. What do you want, brat? The shadowy figure questioned impatiently. I would like to talk peacefully. Before Issei even saw him, the dragon laughed at him. Haha, what, would a kid like to talk to me? He asked while mocking the brunette. Ddraig, now is the time, Issei said mentally, and summoned Ddraig. Ugh, Sinsum, hello, Tiamat, Ddraig greeted, nervous. Tiamat's eyes opened from the shadows, and then she saw the brown-haired boy's right hand, and noticed that it was glowing green. Ddraig? Is that you? Tiamat's voice was full of surprise and anger. Why yes, how have you been? The moment Ddraig said that, Issei came out of the cave for something big and long, but realized it was Tiamat's tail. He regained his balance, after being sent flying out of the cave and got into a battle stance, and then Tiamat burst out of her cave on all fours, her giant bat-like wings retracted, her body was light blue from head to tail, while her eyes were pale gold. You dare to appear before me? After so long? Tiamat shouted angrily at Issei, as he is the current Red Dragon Emperor. Wait, Tiamat, I'm here to apologize, although I don't really remember what I did. Ddraig said through gritted teeth at the last part, but Tiamat still heard him. A vein appeared on her head and she started roaring at the brunette. You come to me, after all this time to apologize, but don't you know why you're apologizing? Ddraig! She roars angrily. Issei interfered and began to release his power to match the power of Tiamat, which he had suddenly released, and then spoke respectfully to the great dragon Tiamat-sama, the Karma Dragon of Chaos, the Dragon of the Sapphire Flame, and the only woman among the 5 great dragon kings. I would like, if you would please give me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Ddraig? Would you give me that opportunity? Issei spoke, while the power of the spirit of the solar dragon mixed with his Shintō power began to be expelled from his body, in that Tiamat looks at the brown-haired boy with great interest and said, I see that at least your new wielder has more guts than you, Ddraig. Very well, brat. I'll give you the opportunity to speak. Feel honored to talk to me. Tiamat replied while ducking her head to be at Issei's height, preparing to jump at any moment. Be careful, partner. Remember that she is the strongest among all 5 dragon kings, Ddraig warned Issei, and he nodded after hearing that. Thank you for the opportunity, Tiamat-sama. I understand that you are very angry with Ddraig, but I can assure you that he truly wants to apologize for everything he made you go through, Issei explained, while looking seriously at the great dragon. Oh really? What makes you think that? The blue dragon asked sarcastically. Because over the years, he told me about all the dragon kings, but you were the most famous of all, the brown-haired man explained. Ah, really? Tiamat asked, very surprised. Yes, he told me about a powerful dragon who had achieved what few do, becoming one of the 5 powerful dragon kings, and that she was also someone very well known to him, Issei explained very seriously as he looked at the blue dragon. It's true, Tiamat, that another dragon could do that. Besides, there are not many female dragons who have achieved such a feat, and you are the most powerful dragon I know. Even Tannen knows it well. Shouted Ddraig from the boosted gear. What Ddraig says is the truth, Tiamat-sama, the brown-haired boy seconded, while bowing to her. Tiamat stared at the chestnut for a moment, while she pondered her words. After a short while she just moved the tip of her tail to the chestnut's forehead and asked him something. You said your name was Issei Hyōdō, right? Do you have anything to do with Hiroto Hyōdō? The blue dragon asked, seeing the surprised expression of our brown-haired boy while he, still surprised, asked her. Yes, but how do you know my parents, if I may ask? The brown-haired boy asked, still looking at the great dragon in surprise. Meet him? Of course I met him, boy. That man helped me when something dark was going to kill me, and I am in his debt, and I am truly sorry that he has left this world. But I never believed that the day would come when one of the bearers of Ddraig would settle down to start a new life, Tiamat answered, and then continued speaking. I had heard the rumors that he had married the daughter of the goddess Amaterasu of the Shintō Faction, and judging that that aura is in you, I see that it is true, the dragon answered, while she had surprised the brown-haired boy, and even more Ddraig. Wait, Tang. She said that my father saved her from something dark. Could you explain to me what that something was? Please, it's very important, the brown-haired man asked somewhat nervously, because he might know what attacked the dragon. I don't remember well, it's been a long time since that happened, but I remember a part of what attacked me, but I remember that it was something like a kind of torrent of darkness, and that it seemed to absorb all life, of everything that crossed its path and destroyed everything it touched. But what seemed strange to me was that it said something strange, explained the blue dragon, while looking at the brown-haired man who was serious. And what was that dark torrent saying, Tiamat-sama? Issei asked, but he was serious because he was afraid to know what she was going to say. That I do remember what that dark torrent was saying was, I'm not complete yet, I need more power, so I can return to my former glory, Tiamat replied, in a grim manner. Issei, hearing that, his hair covered his eyes, making a shadow, but he looked up at the dragon, but her eyes began to glow red and it seemed like they were going to destroy his glasses, and surprisingly it intimidated the Chaos Karma Dragon a little. Tiamat-sama, thank you for telling me. Don't worry, we'll take care of that. You can rest assured, replied the brown-haired man, while bowing to her. Trust in Tiamat, my partner's family, They are well known for keeping their word, Ddraig seconded, from the chestnut's hand. You, don't talk Ddraig. Tiamat growled, scaring him. Yes, sorry. He replied scared. Well, that's why Tiamat-sama, I would like to ask for your help. Issei knelt down, while speaking to Tiamat. My help? And for what? Asked the dragon. One day, that torrent of darkness will appear again, that's why we will need all the help possible. I beg you Tiamat-sama, help us against our common enemy, Daisher, Issei begged, on his knees. The Dragon King thought about it for a moment, but she had no idea why, but for some reason, she knew she could trust him. She felt that his words spoke the truth, so she said, I can see that in your eyes you speak the truth. There is no doubt that your heart is sincere, therefore, I will help them in everything I can. It is the least I can do for the son of the person who helped me that time, Tiamat replied, while looking at the masked Issei. I thank you, from the bottom of my heart, Tiamat-sama, speaking on behalf of the alliance of Shintō and yokai factions, that our gratitude is as immense as the ocean. Issei expressed, with great gratitude. But for that, I think you'll have to do that. No, is that right? Tiamat said regretfully. I beg your forgiveness for this, Tiamat-sama, but this may help us. But I'm not going to. The Hyōdō didn't finish speaking, because our dragon got there first. Do it, son of Hyōdō. We knew this would be difficult, but if it is to help eliminate that Daisher, then I will do it, Tiamat answered, serious and determined. Well then, Tiamat-sama, so be it. Issei finished, as he turned his sword back into his staff, and its crystal began to shine brightly. Then the brown-haired man placed the hilt on Tiamat's head. Don't worry, it will be over soon. The moment Issei placed the handle of his staff on Tiamat's head, more specifically on his forehead, the Dragon King had begun to glow blue. But that bright and large blue light began to shrink until it reached the size of what seemed to be something that the brown-haired man could easily recognize, and the brightness disappeared, now leaving a kind of sapphire-colored gauntlet like dragon scales. It had a large, bright golden gem, with 2 golden spikes, and it looked like the dragon's claw. Yes, Tiamat had become a totally exact copy of the boosted gear. To then shine again and only leave the golden gem shining a little. It fell to the ground and our brown-haired man picked it up. Tiamat-sama, if you listen to me I won't let you down, and believe me I know a great person who will be a great partner for you. After saying that, he adjusted his glasses and saw that the small glow surrounding the gem went out, and Issei put it in his suit pocket. Well done, partner. Now we have Tiamat for the fight, Ddraig said, from his hand. Thanks, Ddraig, and now that that's settled it'll be best to meet up with the others. I bet Asia and Yuma have already found their familiars, and they're waiting for us right now. What do you think, Ddraig? The brown-haired boy asked with a smile. I think we should go with them right now, partner, Ddraig replied as he went back to sleep, and the emerald glow of his right hand went out. Well then let's go with the others, Issei said, smiling still with his mask of course, while hitting the ground with his staff, and the golden fire appeared around him, then disappeared and took Issei with it. With the others. While our favorite chestnut was on his walk, Zatoji, who was leading the Gremmery nobility, and the Paizhua were walking in the forest now looking for a familiar for Asia, since Yuma found one just as he imagined for her. Cosette-san, don't you think Issei-san is late, whatever he's doing? The blonde asked, a little worried about Issei. You have nothing to worry about, Asia-chan. She will meet us before we leave, Cosette replied, reassuring the blonde. Calm down, Asia. You know very well that he can take care of himself. He should be coming here already. No, do you think so too, Honchkrow? Yuma, smiling, asked his new familiar who was on his shoulder, while caressing the lower part of his neck. It looked like some kind of slightly large crow. The top of its head is shaped like a witch's hat, and below the head, on its chest, it sports an imposing white beard that is very reminiscent of those of fantasy wizards. Below its eyes it has 2 spots shaped like half-moons. Crow, said the relative of the ex-fallen, while nodding his head positively. I still don't believe that you, the first, already have your familiar, Yuma-san, Asia claimed, a little jealous of her ex-fallen friend. Come on, Asia, don't be jealous, you'll find one, Yuma replied, smiling. Fine, Asia replied reluctantly. Hi, come on, we have to find a familiar for Asia-san, Rias commented, drawing the attention of the 3 Shintō. Arabucho, look who's coming? Hino spoke, smiling. And of course, our chestnut was arriving with the rest of the group, so you know he's still wearing his suit, and the moment he arrived, he hit the ground with his cane and greeted everyone. "Hello everyone, sorry for the delay," Issei said, scratching the back of his head. "Hyōdō-san, what took you so long?" the redhead asked, somewhat curious. "I was just walking around, but I had to avoid being attacked by several creatures," the brown-haired boy answered. "Why, is that why you're wearing the outfit you and the others wore against the fallen angels the other day?" the blonde Gremory asked. HMP Kaneko seconded. What? After hearing Kiba's comment, Issei just looked at himself, then realized that he still had his mask on, but he didn't feel it, and what surprised him most was that he noticed that he still had his suit on. "Wow, I didn't even notice," he answered, a little embarrassed. "Ha ha ha, you look good, boy, but I swear I saw you heading towards Tiamat's cave," Zatoji commented, smiling. One of the 5 Dragon Kings? Is that true, Issei-sama? A very worried Cosette spoke. "We'll talk about it when we get home, Cosette. Calm down," said the brown-haired man, trying to calm his maid. "Hi, I understand, Issei-sama," Cosette replied calmly. Then the chestnut tree noticed the large crow standing on Yuma's shoulder, and asked him in an obvious way. "Wow, Yuma, it seems you've already found the familiar you were looking for, huh?" Issei said, smiling. "Yes, Issei knows my partner Honchkrow, and Honchkrow is Issei. Say hello?" Yuma said to his familiar. "Crow." Yuma's familiar greeted the brown-haired boy, while with his right wing he placed it on his chest as if he were bowing. "Wow, he's even polite. A pleasure, my friend," Issei replied, while looking at the crow, and then looking at the blonde. "And you, Asia, did you find a cute one?" the brunette asked. "No, not yet, but I know the right one is here. I know it," she answered determinedly. "That's the attitude, Asia. For now let's continue," said Yuma, while he was with Zatoji. While he is there he tells him. "Well, miss, I think I've spotted the right one. Look over there, it's a dragon sprite." Zatoji shouted as he pointed at the mini dragon that landed on a tree branch. "A dragon sprite? How strange. I thought those dragons were hard to find?" Issei asked, seeing the small dragon. "Yes, the dragon sprite, just like its name, is a dragon that uses blue lightning, and you're right, boy, they are very rare and are usually hard to find." Zatoji nods at Issei's comment. "Apparently he's still a baby, Asia. If you're going to make him your familiar, now is the time, because you certainly won't be able to do it if he matures, and maybe he won't be as strong as a Dragon King, but he's classified as the highest quality among dragons," the brown-haired man explained to the blonde. "Wow, you obviously know a lot about dragons. Why is that, kid?" asked the future familiar master. "Issei-sama's family worships dragons as symbols of deity. That's why they have great respect for them," Cosette answered, while smiling. "Haha, incredible," Zatoji replied. "A dragon sprite, this is the first time I've seen one. Such beautiful scales. They shine blue just like a purple-blue diamond," Rias commented, while admiring the little dragon. "Wow, it seems Gromora-senpai has never seen a dragon before," Issei thought. But while they were watching the baby dragon, something caught their attention, more like a cry for help. "Kaya!" Asia screamed. Why was a sticky green slime attacking her? "Thighs, is it?" Rias screamed because of the green slime. It was also in her. "What the hell?" shouted a confused Yuma. "No, not again. What is this thing?" Cosette asked, very upset, seeing the slime all over her. Issei looked around and realized that all the girls were being attacked by the green slime. Splash, splash, splash. The sticky slime was falling from the sky. Is it falling from the trees? What is this slime? Issei opened his eyes when he noticed something that started to move. "A slime," Kiba said. "Is it poisonous?" Issei asked worriedly, while transforming his staff into a sword, but what happened was what caught him off guard. "My clothes, they're melting." Asia started screaming, because the slime started melting the girls' uniforms. All the girls' uniforms were melting and their underwear was exposed. "Are you serious? Does this have to be a joke?" Issei covered his face, hitting the ground several times with his sword, and as he turned around, the brunette began to feel as if he was about to faint. The slime attacked everyone, the girls without stopping, and began to melt everyone's underwear, but Kaneko hit Kiba while hiding her private parts. The blonde complained. "Please don't look at me, Kiba-senpai," Kaneko said, while covering herself. "Ah, Sorry about that. Kaneko-chan. Kiba tried to catch his breath as he lay on the ground, moving in pain. Then, something that looks like a tentacle appears on the trunk of a tree and begins to wrap the girls around it. No! Asia screamed, as a tentacle wrapped around Asia's leg and started making its way up. It entered her torn clothes and started moving. Rias and the other girls are also having their important parts tangled by the tentacles. This doesn't have a name. But there's a slime that only melts clothes, and also the tentacles usually work together to attack their prey. But the strange thing is that even if they are called monsters, this creature only aims and directs its secretions at women and melts their clothes, so they are not dangerous. Satoji explained everything, but he did his best to avoid getting a nosebleed. Aren't they? Look, this is fine, idiot. They're the ones being attacked. Issei shouted angrily, seeing the state of the girls. I'll help you. But before he could do anything, some blue rays passed by Issei. Buzz. Buzz. The little dragon attacked the slime with his rays, eliminating those covering Asia. At that moment Issei approached him and said, "Thank you, little friend, now leave." He couldn't finish, because to top it all off, the slime attacked Issei's eyes. Even with his glasses it got into his eyes, thus making our favorite brown-haired boy angry. Enough, now I'm really angry. Listen, I'm going to... The brown-haired boy couldn't finish speaking again, because a pile of green slime fell on top of him. I see. Issei-san. Issei-sama. Hyōdō-san. Hyōdō-kun. Hyōdō-senpai. Boy. Yuma, Asia, Cosette, Rias, Kiba, Akino, Kaneko and Satoji gave an alarming scream, just as Yuma and Asia's relatives were also worried, seeing that slime fall on the brown-haired boy. But everyone was surprised to see that the slime that covered the chestnut tree began to boil and began to bubble, and then... Issei screamed, emerging from that slime and making it explode. His glasses were cracked a little, but you could see that his eyes were red, and they also looked sharp. Hey you guys, those were my favorite glasses. Very well, you asked for it. You've made me really angry. Issei spoke, while his body began to cover in a red-gold aura, while he gripped his sword very tightly. I summoned the inner beast, released the sun dragon. After shouting, he launched with the movement of his sword, the red dragon spirit with a golden aura at all the slime, eliminating it. But the others were surprised when the dragon pierced them, but it did nothing to them because it only attacked the green slime. Then the dragon disappeared after having eliminated all the slime. And there you are. Seriously, who would be so stupid as to want something like that as their familiar? Issei asked angrily, taking off his ruined glasses. The Grammary nobility, seeing the brown-haired boy's actions, all had the same idea. Never make him angry. Oh, they would end up the same or worse than that slime. Asia-chan, I think this little one wants to go with you, Cosette said, as she looked at the little dragon on Asia's shoulder and stroked its head with the blonde's cheek. I'm not surprised. He eliminated the slime that was attacking Asia, and it seems that this little dragon is male, and male dragons also have tastes for women of other races, says Issei, now calmer. You know a lot about dragons, don't you, Hyōdō-san? Rias said curiously. When your family respects and venerates dragons, and when you have a celestial dragon as your master, yes, I think so, but Grimoire-senpai, everyone, can I make a small request? Issei asked, smiling and with his eyes closed. A favor? What is it? The Grammary asked, and the others had a doubtful look at the brunette's question. Well, would you kindly, I don't know, would you all put on some clothes, please? She asked the latter, while screaming and blushing and still with her eyes closed. Everyone went hearing and or covering their ears, but they remembered it and all blushed and covered their important parts, and after doing this they all screamed. One could even swear that the forest began to tremble from the scream. After that problem Akino fixed everyone's clothes, then Rias spoke. I think thank you Hyōdō-san for removing. Rias couldn't finish, because she stopped and remembered something very important. Hey wait, that slime got on you too, how come your clothes didn't melt? Rias asked excitedly. That slime only melted the fabric. My clothes and my suit are composed of an adamantium fiber and a special vibranium polymer, specialized metals for battle attire, but I think there was a trio of girls who forgot that and didn't use their suits, Issei answered, seeing his friends, who were just whistling. You can tell they have some good stuff, right? Said a jealous Rias. No, not really well. I think it's time for the ritual. Issei spoke, seeing that the dragon was still with her. Hi, she replied. After the ritual, the little dragon began to lick the blonde, and the crow remained on Yuma's shoulder. Now you're tickling me, Rase, Asia said to the dragon. Rase? Issei, Yuma and Cosette asked. Hi, Issei. Well, I mixed something from your name, so he couldn't finish, because the brown-haired boy put his hand on his head. No, don't worry, Asia. In fact, it fits her, Issei said, smiling, and looked at the little dragon. Hey, I hope you help me take care of her. She's someone very important to me. Can I count on you? He asked the dragon, who only nodded and gave a small roar. Fine, thank you, Issei said, while petting the dragon's head, who received it gladly. Boy, I'm surprised. Male dragons don't usually get along with males of other species, but you do, said the familiar master. Let's just say that being the Sekyruutei and carrying the spirit of the solar dragon is usually a small advantage, the brown-haired man replied. After that, everyone left the forest of familiars and returned to the academy and saw that it was night, and they said goodbye and thanked each other, and then went their separate ways. But what, well, almost no one knew, was that a kind of small, golden phoenix was standing on top of a tree watching over someone in particular, and it was Rias Gremory, but behind the phoenix's eyes, there was a shadow of a man sitting on a throne, and he spoke. Soon, my dear Rias, soon we will get married, ha ha. The strange shadow ended up laughing. After getting out of some small problems, Asia and Yuma now have their new familiars, but now a medium-level problem will begin, and Issei, with Taimat as his new ally, will have to help the Gremory to become stronger. To be continued.